The story begins with two commanders escorting a trembling young woman before the emperor. "We've brought her here, your majesty," one of them reports. The emperor's calm voice cuts through the silence. "Leave us, at once," the soldier bows. "Yes, sire." But before leaving, he murmurs a saying under his breath, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Turning to the woman, he commands, "Get on your knees when you speak to His Majesty the Emperor and bow down low." Inside, the woman thinks desperately, "But I had no idea that following that saying would lead to my death." 3 months earlier, back in the 21st century, a strange disease had begun to spread uncontrollably. Citizens were forbidden from leaving their homes or meeting others. She had only gone out to the convenience store for supplies when, bang, a truck came out of nowhere and hit her. It was a brutal lesson about what happens when you ignore emergency warnings. Never ignore those alert texts, she warns in hindsight. Even though she thought she was dead, when she opened her eyes, she found herself at the bottom of an old well. "Wait, am I trapped inside a well? Somebody please. Help me," she shouted, her voice echoing off the stone walls. But no one came. "I guess no one's around. How is there not a single person nearby? How remote is this place?" She sighed. "Once again, I can only rely on myself." Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared above her. "A light," she whispered. Voices followed. Villagers gathered around. "Where did she come from?" one asked. "What was she doing in the well at this time of night? Is she a spy?" another questioned. "I don't think so," came a doubtful reply. "They managed to pull me up," she thought in relief, coughing as she reached the surface. "She can't even speak properly," one villager said, eyeing her suspiciously. "What's going on?" That's not me. Am I dreaming? There's something wrong with her." Panic swelled in her chest. Another villager asked gently, "Do you remember how you ended up in the well? Or your name, at least?" "Hold on, is this what I think it is?" she realized. Villagers who look like foreigners, dressed in strange clothes, speaking a language I've never heard, yet I can understand them. This must be God taking pity on me and giving me another chance. Gathering courage, she said, "My name is," then thought to herself, "In that case, I'll come up with a cool name that suits this new world." And proudly announced, Ellenfila Ruth de Mortia Irenaeus River Marguerite. The villagers stared in silence. "Oh my," an old man muttered. "You must have hit your head. How sad," another sighed. And so, she became Leffy. Rumors spread quickly. Some believed someone had hit her on the head and thrown her into the well, others that she had simply fallen. But every theory agreed on one thing: she must have hit her head hard. "All I did was come up with a name," she complained inwardly. "I was happy about starting a new life, but there was really nothing to do in this village." So, with curiosity burning inside her, she began gathering information and stumbled upon shocking news. "Did you hear?" a villager whispered. "His Majesty, Emperor Persilian, has been meeting up with that young lady a lot." "Do you think they'll get married?" another replied. "Oh, you mean Lady Regina?" Leffy froze. "Emperor Persilian and Lady Regina?" she gasped. "Wait, please tell me more." "Those two are characters from my favorite novel. The elegant yet straightforward noblewoman, Cyril von Regina, and the infamous emperor known as the Tyrant of Blood, Persilian de Eckhart, an outspoken heroine and a ruthless emperor soft only toward her. They were a perfect match, at least in her eyes. In truth, Persilian wasn't even the male lead. He barely appeared, and they never ended up together in the novel. Still, one good thing came out of this revelation. She had somehow landed inside her favorite novel. So naturally, the next step was obvious. "Hey, please don't cut in line," she shouted as she tried to get her fortune told. "Leffy," the fortune teller scolded, "you must wait your turn if you want your fortune told." But Leffy grinned to herself. "Make money," she thought. "Knowing the story means I know the future of this world." Using her knowledge of the novel, she reinvented herself as a fortune teller. "I can see it. My wealthy future. Money never lets me down." Soon, rumors of Leffy the fortune teller spread across the empire. She was on her way to becoming the richest woman alive until one day, Imperial guards dragged her straight to the palace. "His Majesty wishes to know your name," a servant said. "It's Elenfila Ruth de Mortia Irenaeus River Marguerite." "It's Leffy," she stammered. The Emperor's cold eyes fixed on her. Fortune teller Leffy, are you aware of your crimes?" "Damn it," she thought, panicking. "I'll never tell prophecies about the Imperial family ever again." "About the Imperial family?" the Emperor repeated. "Oh, or about Duke Regina's family," Leffy blurted out. "The Duke?" a servant asked. Oh, or about Marquis Spade's family either," she added quickly. "Aw man," she thought, "if I can't talk about those three, I'll hardly have anything left to tell fortunes about. Wait, no, who cares? My life is on the line here." A soft, youthful voice broke the tension. "You act as if you are already aware of everything." A child's voice? Leffy wondered. Is there someone else here besides the Emperor and his guards? "I do know quite a lot, yes," she replied nervously. "I see. Sire," the voice called. What's going on? Leffy thought frantically. And then she saw him, brilliant blonde hair, deep red eyes like rose petals dipped in blood. The Emperor known throughout the continent as the Tyrant, Persilian de Eckhart. But Persilian looked no older than a child. The little Emperor met her stunned gaze and said calmly, "In that case, tell me when I will be turning back to normal." Leffy's mind went blank. Why is he a child? Leffy's thoughts spun in chaos as realization struck her. So this was why Persilian hardly appeared in the latter half of the novel? Her eyes widened in disbelief. "I thought he disappeared because he wasn't the love interest. Where's the writer? I need answers." So he stopped showing up because he turned into a kid. The little Emperor's cold voice cut through her panic. "I guess you don't know. Kill her." "Yes, sire," the servant replied immediately, drawing his weapon. "And no, that's not it," Leffy screamed, her voice trembling. The Emperor tilted his head slightly. "I think it is." Panic surged through her veins. "I'll look into how to undo your curse right away, sire. Please, give me some time," she pleaded desperately. Persilian raised his hand calmly. 5 weeks? 5 days? 5 hours, he mused coldly. "Hold on. What do I do? I can't just die and leave all the money I made behind," she thought, her mind racing. "You," she blurted, forcing herself to think. "Come on, think of something." "You have to be with me," she suddenly declared. The little king blinked, surprised. "What?" "I cannot tell you right away how such a terrible thing happened to you, sire," Leffy said quickly, trying to sound confident, "but I believe it to be a curse. If you would like me to use my ability to see the future, I must be at your side in order to find out what this is." The boy's sharp red eyes narrowed. "How did you know it was a curse?" Inside, Leffy almost collapsed with relief. "I was just making stuff up, but I guess I was right." "Phew. There is a group of dastardly villains out to get you, sire," she added boldly. A knight nearby nodded. "The aristocracy has been behaving suspiciously, sire." "Thanks, Mr. Knight," she thought gratefully. "You made me think you were scary before, but you totally backed me up there." "You must allow me to stay by your side until I find out more about this curse," she continued, away from the prying eyes of other people. "This will take many days, so I cannot tell you exactly how long it will be, but you must keep me alive. The harder the problem, the longer I must stay nearby in order to find the answer." That should be enough to convince him not to kill me, right? She prayed silently. The little king studied her closely. "You're not just saying whatever you can think of to survive, are you? How am I supposed to trust you? Did you not call me here because of the rumors you heard about Leffy the fortune teller?" His words were sharp, but she took a deep breath and pressed on. "Therefore, I must conclude that your situation is dire. As soon as something happened to you, the court physician must have examined you first, and you must have gone to see the priests at the temple too." She straightened, repeating confidently, "And since none of them were able to help you, you must have asked for me as a last resort, right?" His red eyes glimmered. "Oh man," she thought nervously, if looks could kill, I guess tyrants really are a different breed. Then, at last, Priscillian spoke. Yes. Oh? Judging by his reaction, my guesses must not be that far off. Leffy thought triumphantly. I need to finish this off strong. Actually, she said slyly, I know about what you did a month ago with Lady Regina, Your Majesty. The boy's expression hardened. What? As Lady Regina boarded the ship to be part of a delegation to an allied kingdom, you gave her a bracelet made with red flowers, Leffy explained. There was an event at the Imperial Palace that day, but you snuck out. Everyone wondered, where is His Majesty? And in return, Lady Regina gifted you a pair of cufflinks. Then she raised her voice dramatically. I knew about what had happened to you, but I, Leffy the fortune teller, wouldn't dare impose on your majestic secret. What I just described was a clandestine meeting between Emperor Priscillian and Lady Regina. Only the knight by your side would have known about you sneaking out that day, and there was no way anyone could have overheard the conversation on the ship. You treasured those cufflinks so much that you hid them away somewhere safe and never even wore them. It was my favorite chapter, so I remember it clearly. Upon receiving the flower bracelet, Lady Regina said it was the color of your eyes. And you, sire? That's enough, the little king interrupted, his tone tight. Leffy thought, he must be embarrassed. There's no way I'd forget my favorite couple's moment. She smiled inwardly. That was their last scene together, but I had no idea it was because the emperor had been cursed. It's almost as if you were there, Priscillian murmured suspiciously. Oh yes. You see, my prophecies are usually like that, Leffy said quickly, grinning. I suddenly get a glimpse of a scene in my head. He smiled. She realized with relief. I bet he won't kill me now. Why else would he make such a face? Then the boy spoke softly, Miss Last Resort. Why yes, sire. Your loyal last resort reporting, she saluted nervously. Is that what he's going to call me now? She thought in horror. Then what of the future where I'm alive and you're back to normal? It's still, she stammered. Still, Priscillian pressed. It's still unclear, she admitted weakly. The Emperor's crimson eyes darkened. If it takes you too long to see, your future might become unclear as well. New. Leffy screamed internally, feeling her soul leave her body. Thankfully, Leffy made it out alive. When she had been dragged to the palace, she was certain it would be her end, but somehow she survived. A servant spoke softly, I am the only person who is aware of His Majesty's condition right now. I suppose you are the second, Miss Leffy. Leffy nodded, trying to stay composed. I see. I was assigned to the room right next to the Emperor's bedroom, she explained, and Millard filled me in on the details. It's been 10 days since Emperor Priscillian turned into a child. Just as I expected, they called in the court physician and a priest to examine him, but no one could come up with a solution. Those who saw the younger version of Priscillian were given a potion that erased the past 2 hours of their memory as they left the room. She paused before continuing, her voice low. There are mages in the Eckhart Empire as well, but they weren't called on. Entry forbidden, do not enter on penalty of death. It was mostly because the memory-erasing potion wouldn't have worked on a mage, but that wasn't all. Her expression darkened. First, Priscillian knows how to use magic. He was the most talented mage in the entire empire, and if he was cursed, then there was no way any other mage could help him. On top of that, all mages are registered with the Mage Tower, but that place is currently under Arch Duchess von Didu's control. Since the Mage Tower and the Arch Duchess could be behind the Emperor's curse, they wouldn't have been allowed to examine him. The servant replied, after turning into a child, His Majesty lost the ability to use magic. He said it is because he seems to have been returned to the time when he was 4, before his mana had even awakened. When did his mana awaken? Leffy asked. When he was 9. Leffy gasped. In that case, if he just waits for 5 years until he turns 9, then that would be terrible, right? This is why I'm here. To prevent such a tragedy. The servant continued calmly. The Mage Tower and Arch Duchess von Didu's are the most likely suspects, but since they have yet to do anything even after 10 days, it may be that they don't know when the curse will activate. I see, Leffy said quietly. We're managing imperial affairs for now, the servant explained, but the nobles are starting to ask questions because the emperor suddenly cancelled all of his official appearances. Now that 10 days have passed since any of the servants have seen him, I'm certain rumors are starting to spread. You must be aware of this already, Miss Leffy, but His Majesty has many enemies. Leffy smiled awkwardly. Haha, she knew what he meant. Millard was referring to the blood-stained path Persilian had taken to the throne. The emperor had killed all 4 of his siblings to secure his rule. The late emperor had suddenly coughed up blood and died of a heart attack right after a private meeting with Persilian. That was why people called the throne itself blood-stained, a legacy of the current emperor, Persilian. Sir Millard said, His Majesty believes there must be a clue inside the palace. So we have to find that, Leffy said, determination lighting her eyes. Yes, Millard nodded. Can you see where it is located? Leffy raised her hand, trying to look mystical. It's all so unclear. She groaned dramatically. I can't see a thing. Unbelievable. Millard sighed. For now, we plan to announce that His Majesty has gone on vacation. That should buy us some time to look for this item. Leffy glanced around the palace gardens. Okay, but how did this place get so overgrown? It hasn't been taken care of in a while, Millard replied. Why not? I'm sure it used to be pretty. Yes, Millard said, his tone somber. It was the late emperor's garden, after all. Leffy winced. I shouldn't say such things in front of the person rumored to have poisoned the former emperor. Just then, she noticed Persilian crouched over a flower pot. She blinked in confusion. What's wrong? The boy looked up. I'm just checking under the flower pot. But why do you have to knock it over? There's no need to look in the same place twice, he said matter-of-factly. I'm making it clear. It'd be a waste of time if we looked in the same places again. Leffy's lips curled into a nervous grin. You are so clever. Persilian straightened, brushing dust from his hands. I will look as well, he declared. This is my job, he added sharply. You have to see if you can sense the curse. Okay, Leffy replied meekly. He gets to do all the fun stuff, she thought with a sigh. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Her heart sank. No, Persilian. Sir Millard's voice boomed. Who goes there? No one is allowed to enter this place without the Emperor's permission. A smooth male voice interrupted. I was on my way to the palace when I heard a commotion here, so I stopped by. I see Philip's greenhouse is being destroyed by hooligans. Leffy froze. The Arch Duchess, she thought. Only one person in the Empire held that title, Difk von Didus, the late Emperor's older sister. Count Hadar clucked his tongue. My goodness. I cannot believe the late Emperor's once beautiful greenhouse has been so neglected. This place is an important asset of the imperial family. We must hold a meeting of the aristocracy and raise our objections to His Majesty at once. But Difk's calm, elegant voice silenced him. There's no rush, Count Hadar. The whole empire knows that the Emperor is far too busy these days. As his loyal subjects, we should not add to his grievances. He is so occupied that he has no time to make any official appearances, and perhaps that led to him collapsing from overwork. She walked forward gracefully, her eyes sharp. I heard he will apparently be going far away on vacation soon, so I came by to see how he was doing, but now I see that the late Emperor's greenhouse is being destroyed. Her gaze landed on Leffy, and I really don't know who I should be talking to about this matter. Can you tell me what is going on? What is your name? Leffy stammered, Elenfila. No, my name is Leffy. Difk smiled faintly. I see. I thought I saw a little boy knocking over the pots in here. I would like to speak with him. Would you step aside, Leffy? He is only a small boy who is acting his age, Leffy said quickly. Please chide me instead. Difk raised a brow. You mean to say that you will take responsibility for destroying my brother's only greenhouse? Count Hadar's eyes widened. You mean the fortune teller? Fortune teller? Difk repeated, intrigued. Oh yes, Hadar said eagerly. She's been the talk of the Empire recently. She tells prophecies on the streets, but they say she's really accurate. She foretold a palace event getting postponed and knew who would win the sword fighting tournament. Diff's smile deepened, but her tone was cold. Is that so? Then what might be the reason for such a popular fortune teller to be in the imperial palace and with a blonde child hiding behind her? Leffy froze as her heart skipped a beat. That's, she thought, her eyes darting toward the small figure clinging to her. It was Priscillian. The little king hugged her tightly, his voice trembling as he whispered, "She's scary." Diff's sharp eyes widened slightly in surprise, though her expression remained composed. Leffy panicked inwardly. It seemed the Arch Duchess didn't realize that the child before her was Priscillian himself. But what am I supposed to do? She thought desperately. Hadar, studying the boy's face, muttered, "He looks so much like His Majesty." Diff tilted her head. Does he? He's a bit more delicate than the Emperor, Leffy quickly added, forcing a nervous laugh, but they really do look alike. Inside, she breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the Archduchess had never seen Priscillian as a child. Hadar frowned. They're so alike. Panic rising, Leffy blurted out, Actually, this boy is the Emperor's child." Hadar's eyes widened. But His Majesty isn't even married. His Majesty had a child out of wedlock, Leffy declared, her voice cracking slightly. Diff's expression softened with intrigue. So this boy, he's the Emperor's, His Majesty's son? Yes, exactly, Leffy said, nodding quickly. The reason I am here is to serve the young the young master. Diff frowned, thinking aloud. I don't believe His Majesty ever had a woman he was interested in. Hold on, is that why he's gone on holiday? Leffy jumped at the chance to add to the lie. That's right. He has gone to meet this boy's mother. But before she could finish, the little king interrupted sharply. Actually, she died. Leffy's eyes widened. So keeping her alive will make things complicated, right? I'll just say she died then. She thought, trying to keep up. Diff's tone grew softer. So the reason His Majesty hasn't attended all of those events these past 10 days. Hadar gasped. Oh my goodness. Diff nodded solemnly. Is because of the sudden arrival of this child and the news of his lover's death? And the reason His Majesty is on holiday is to visit her grave. That's right. You got it, Leffy said, nodding furiously. Why did he leave the boy behind? He said that it's for the boy's own good, she stammered, praying her trembling voice wouldn't give her away. Diff's expression softened. Yes, so he's going to treat his own son the way he was raised himself. Leffy exhaled silently. I guess she believes me. Priscillian, now the little king, looked up at her, his expression unreadable. Huh? Stay still, young master, Leffy said quickly, pretending to fuss over him. There we go. What a good boy. Diff watched them both carefully. What is that boy's, His Highness's name? Leffy froze. Eerie. Prince Perry, she blurted out. Pierre, Diff repeated, raising a brow. Yes, His Highness Prince Perry, Leffy said again, her voice firm this time. Diff finally nodded. All right then, she bent down gracefully and said, next time, I will greet you properly, Your Highness. Before leaving, she turned and added, do remember that this is a place you cannot survive in unless you grow up to be strong. Leffy watched her go, thinking, he must like his new name. She turned to Millard with a smile. Oh, Sir Millard. That went well, didn't it? But Millard's face was grave. Miss Leffy, do you have any idea what you've done? Well, she began, but was cut off by the small yet commanding voice of the little prince. Ellen Phila Ruth de Mortia Irenaeus River Marguerite, he said slowly, each name heavy with meaning. So, is this what you foresaw in your vision? Pardon, Leffy blinked in confusion, her mind spinning. My vision. Exactly, she stammered quickly. That's right. This is perfect. He just has to think that I foresaw all of this. The prince's lips curved into a faint smile. Leffy grinned nervously. I saw a vision of you losing your head. Maybe I can see the future, too. The prince chuckled softly. All right, we'll have to see what your future holds, she said softly. I see. Viscount Julcier leaned forward with a glint of curiosity in his eyes and said, "So the Arch Duchess has already seen the prince." The man standing beside him nodded. "Yes, that's right." According to Count Hadar, they ran into him in the late Emperor's greenhouse. Julcier's brows furrowed. "But His Majesty has forbidden anyone from entering that place. They said Prince Perry has grown up outside the palace until now. Then he must be incredibly naive. That means I may be able to manipulate the boy into granting me a place at his side. The Emperor left all of the power to a boy who is barely 4 years old. That must mean that he has already decided on his late lover's son as his heir. That tyrant never hesitates to point his sword at his vassals, but it turns out he's quite the romantic. I can't miss this opportunity to influence state affairs." He paused, rubbing his chin with a scheming grin. "What do boys his age like these days?" The man replied carefully. "Since Prince Perry has lived outside of the palace, I imagine he must like ordinary things. So, why not start with something that piques every child's curiosity?" Julcier's lips curled. "Oh ho." 5 days later, in the grand halls of the Imperial Palace, Julcier appeared once again, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, I have brought this for you." But the young prince barely looked at the gift before tossing it aside. Both Leffy and Julcier froze in shock. Leffy sighed and said, "How many presents like this do you think His Highness receives on a daily basis, my lord?" "I'm saying that it's boring," Julcier stammered. "Is that so?" "Yes," Leffy replied bluntly. "So next time, you should bring a rattle covered in pink diamonds." "Pink diamonds," Julcier exclaimed, flustered. "Do you have any idea how expensive pink diamonds? Pink diamonds," Julcier repeated miserably. The prince crossed his arms and said coldly, "They bring me terrible gifts like that, but all you can think about is money." Leffy gasped dramatically. "Your Highness, how could you look down upon me like that? This is all a ruse to show the nobles how sophisticated your tastes are and to keep them from trying to ingratiate themselves with you so easily." "That's my big plan," the prince sighed. "Huh, never mind," Leffy whispered to herself, though. He didn't get angry. "I suppose all these changes have tired him out. When I first came up with Prince Perry, Priscillian was very upset." The prince's voice rose sharply. "He said that he was trying to tell me that I should say he's just a relative of mine." Leffy looked away awkwardly. "But," she thought to herself, "he just looks so different from me that saying we were relatives wouldn't have made any sense. He's just so cute and feisty." I felt wronged, and Priscillian ended up giving me a grace period. But surprisingly, the situation started getting better. No one had any suspicions about the sudden appearance of the prince. Maids often whispered among themselves, "How could he be so different from his father?" one said. Another giggled, "Right? He's just so adorable." And indeed, the fact that he looked exactly like the emperor only made his identity more believable. One maid even thought quietly, "I'm glad nobody seems to have known Priscillian as a kid." Thanks to Leffy's clever storytelling claiming that the poor prince missed his father, the boy was able to continue living in his own bedroom. From then on, Priscillian no longer had to hide within his own palace. Though, of course, there were moments when his patience wore thin. "I'm going to sew your mouth shut," he once shouted. Still, aside from the endless nobles trying to win his favor, things were going remarkably well. Rumors began to spread across the empire, rumors that painted Prince Perry as a tragic figure. The tale went that his mother had gone into hiding, fearing her son would be used as a tool if anyone discovered he was the emperor's child. She hid the boy from everyone, even his father. And when she passed away young, her dear friend, the fortune teller Leffy, could no longer bear the injustice. Out of loyalty and sorrow, she took the boy to the palace to meet his father. Ironically, Leffy hadn't come up with this story at all. It was born from the wild imaginations of servants and nobles. Still, Julcier approached her with wide eyes. "Miss Leffy, is it true that the reason His Highness came to the palace is—" But Count Hadar interrupted hastily. "Oh my, I shouldn't have asked. Forgive me. The memory must still be painful," Leffy simply thought. "All I did was reinforce their delusions." Later, She turned to the prince and said teasingly, "Your Majesty, isn't this much better than those 10 days you spent hiding in your own palace?" He scowled. Thanks to you, I've become a man who had a child out of wedlock. And a piece of garbage who let his lover die." Leffy's heart melted. Even when he's grumpy, he's still cute. Then she gasped. "Oh, wait. Is this because of Lady Cyril? What does she have to do with any of this?" The prince snapped. "She has everything to do with it," Leffy insisted. The novel described Priscillian as taking a liking to Cyril because they had similar childhoods. He could empathize with her. "Maybe we can ask her for help when she gets back." "Don't involve that girl in this," he replied curtly. Leffy nearly squealed. Eek. He called her that girl. What a sweet way to call her. "I knew it. My favorite couple was canon after all." "Repeat after me. Canon. Canon." The king's voice echoed through the chamber. "It will be a while until Cyril comes back." "Are you saying you won't be able to solve this until then?" Leffy panicked. "And no, of course not." He warned, "If I still haven't gone back to normal by the time she returns, you'd better get ready to say goodbye to your head." A servant entered, bowing low. "May the Eckhart Empire flourish, Your Highness. The Arch Duchess has sent you a message." "What is it?" the prince asked. "She says she will be holding a welcome banquet for you, Your Highness." Milad said sternly, "You must have more knights to guard you, Your Majesty." The king raised an eyebrow. "So you're saying you're too weak?" "You will be attending an official event as the prince, so you must be wary, sire." "I am not confident in my ability to protect you by myself." The young prince simply nodded. "Yes," Leffy, watching from the side, sighed softly. "Sir Millard has his work cut out for him." Millard added, "She says she will be holding a welcome banquet for you, Your Highness." The sudden announcement of the banquet sent the entire palace into a frenzy. Everyone, including Sir Millard, was now working double time to prepare for the grand event. Just yesterday, Leffy had been in one of her usual fits of excitement. Ha ha ha, I see," she had exclaimed. The prince frowned. "What kind of nonsense is th?" But Leffy cut him off with another laugh. Ha ha ha, I see. Thank you, you may take your leave." Priscillian only sighed in disbelief. Once, when Priscillian came of age, he had become the most powerful mage in the Empire, strong enough to withstand any attack from the nobles. But right now, Prince Perry was only 4 years old and unable to use magic. It was the perfect opportunity for those with ill intentions to strike. Leffy muttered to herself, in other words, Prince Perry needs to have more knights protecting him, but since he doesn't trust anyone, she suddenly dropped to her knees dramatically. "Please, sire," she thought, "he doesn't want any more people surrounding him." Then she smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Sir Millard. I'll help protect His Majesty," the prince finally said. "Find a few more skilled knights." Millard nodded at once. "Understood, Your Majesty." As they left, Leffy sighed inwardly. "He thinks I said that to help him. I can't tell him the truth, it's too humiliating. Well, I guess I helped, and that's all that matters." Though there was a document signed by the emperor that entrusted the prince with all authority, the nobles and citizens alike still struggled to accept it. To them, Prince Perry was just an ordinary child who had grown up outside the palace. How could such a boy handle state affairs? So before the nobles dared to overturn the emperor's decree, the prince needed allies among them. That was why he had agreed to meet a few of them. Yet, since there were too many to greet one by one, Archduchess Diff's idea of hosting a welcome banquet was quickly approved by everyone. A festival was also to be held in the capital so the loyal citizens could celebrate their new prince. But everyone knew the truth. The banquet wasn't to welcome him warmly. It was a trap, a chance for the nobles to flatter the boy and twist him into making decisions in their favor. Leffy thought anxiously. Besides, the Archduchess hasn't come to meet with the prince since that day. I feel like she might have something up her sleeve. There's no way of knowing for now. I guess I should focus on the present. In other words, I should consent. Your Highness, Millard's voice interrupted her thoughts. Omen, the tailor, rushed in next. What about this color? I believe red suits you. Another stylist chimed in. Blue seems to suit you as well. We could put you in any color imaginable. They were all fussing over the young prince's appearance for the banquet. This would be his first official event as prince, and he had to look perfect. Omen, the famed designer, beamed with pride. Super popular fashion designer who is impossible to hire. I will make you the greatest outfit you've ever seen, Leffy chuckled. Everyone is so enthusiastic. I suppose when you're dealing with such a cute client. The prince sighed. What do you think, Miss Leffy? Everyone keeps asking for my input. It's hard to choose because everything looks so good on him, Leffy nodded proudly. I agree. Because I was seen as the prince's nanny since I was always by his side. And I didn't mind it either, but the prince quickly frowned. I have no intention of looking cute. Leffy smiled mischievously. Cuteness is your greatest weapon, Your Highness. Snow white skin and shiny, soft strands of golden hair. Eyes glittering red like rubies, and those pouty little lips. If cherubs were real, this is what they would look like. The prince groaned. You're treating me like a toy doll, Leffy thought to herself. He's a bit more like a fallen angel, but still. You're as pretty and cute as a doll, she said. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ugh, I can't resist. I want to dress him up. She began rummaging through the outfits frantically. No, not this. This isn't it either. That's not it either. The prince finally lost patience. If you've lost your mind, get out, but Leffy stood firm. No, I cannot leave until I've found the accent piece that will make you shine. Then she teased, don't tell me you're going to say this was part of your vision too. I'll say it again, Your Highness. Cuteness is your greatest weapon. How many times do I have to tell you I don't want it? The prince snapped. Leffy pleaded, please reconsider, Your Highness. Cuteness triggers a protective instinct. In other words, it increases your chances of survival. When humans see cute little animals, they instinctively want to protect them, right? Elephants think humans are cute, so unless threatened, they don't harm them. They actually try to protect them. The prince's eye twitched. What's your point? Leffy explained passionately right now. The nobles are all waiting for the moment to strike and influence state affairs through you. You can defeat those hyenas with your cuteness, protect your right to the throne, and rule over the empire and beyond. Get out, the prince shouted, his face red. I thought you might have some great plan, but it was this. Get out, Leffy winced. Ow, ow. That mouth of yours is the problem, the prince yelled. Leffy only smiled. But Your Highness, I only speak the truth. There you go again with your lies. Oh, I did study politics, she said cheekily. Then, as she thought to herself, now's my chance. The prince began, what? But her attention drifted suddenly. Oh my goodness, he's a golden kitten, hold on, who brought in all these cute accessories. He might be a kid, but he's still the prince. With the emperor gone, he's the most powerful person in the empire. Who would dare to, she gasped. Who brought in these ears? And just like that, the two of them, an exasperated prince and his overly enthusiastic companion, shared yet another ridiculous moment. We had just met, but we bonded immediately. Get out. Both of you. The prince finally shouted, his patience gone. A few days later, the long-awaited day finally arrived. It was the day everyone, except Persilian, had been anticipating. The day of the grand welcome banquet. The grand banquet hall shimmered under the glow of countless chandeliers. Leffy squinted, her eyes stinging from the overwhelming brilliance. Oh God, my eyes, she thought, silently groaning. The servants of the imperial palace had clearly done their utmost to make this the most luxurious welcome banquet imaginable, as if all the grandeur could hide the emperor's absence. Nobles filled the room, some from the aristocratic society who sought to control the emperor, others loyal to the empire and its ruler. It was obvious that the servants wanted to prove that the emperor was still in power through the extravagance of this event. Ironically, the aristocrats would also find satisfaction in this grandeur, for the more powerful the throne appeared, the more influence they could exert over it. Turning to the young prince beside her, Leffy murmured, Your Highness, you should really look for a loyal noble to rely on tonight. But the prince's tone was firm as he replied, I will do no such thing. She sighed. Oh, come on. It's not a bad idea to get closer to a few nobles in order to get a closer look at the aristocracy. Persilian de Eckhart, the young crown prince, trusted no one but himself. The only noble he'd ever been close to was Cyril von Regina. He had survived this long solely through his own intelligence and magical talent. Yet now, Leffy thought, perhaps it was time for him to gather loyal vassals, those who could stand by him as he grew into his power. But the prince shook his head. A noble who would swear fealty to a kid can't be trustworthy. Guess so, Leffy muttered. He glanced at her sharply. And shouldn't you be looking for the cursed item instead of asking me to find a loyal subject? She smiled nervously. I think the search would go much more smoothly after you've gathered a group of trusty vassals and secured your standing. He cut her off coldly. Never mind. Then, a noble stepped forward with a bow. Glory be to Eckhart. I have prepared a small gift for you, your highness, to welcome you to the palace. That's not necessary, the prince said, his voice even. It isn't my birthday, nor is it a national holiday. The noble smiled tightly. It is only a small welcome present. Small gifts are always followed by requests, the young ruler said calmly. If you really want to welcome me, you can aid me while my father is absent. Leffy blinked. I thought I just saw him make a really weird face, she thought. Around them, whispers began to spread. If His Highness keeps maturing in such a way, the future of the Empire looks bright. I can already see his potential as a wise ruler. Leffy's eyes softened. Prince Perry is already in charge of the Empire's future as Emperor Persilian de Eckhart 21. Here we go, she thought. A woman in elegant attire stepped forward, her voice filled with formality. Your Highness, I'm finally able to greet you officially. This was Difk, the sister of the late emperor. Though the prince had no vassals, many nobles believed she would act as regent, for surely a 4-year-old child couldn't bear the empire's burdens alone. Difk bowed gracefully. I apologize for not showing you the appropriate amount of respect when we first met. The prince waved it off. It's fine. Don't apologize. You must be so overwhelmed by the sudden burden placed on your shoulders, she continued softly. The passing of your mother must have been difficult on its own, but now His Majesty, your father, is absent as well. Please let me know if it all becomes too much for you, Your Highness. I am your family, after all. Leffy thought quickly, that's right. Difk is the sister of the late emperor, so she'd be his great-aunt. Thank you, great-aunt, the prince said with a polite smile. But I will try to make it work on my own. Thank you for being so familiar with me, Your Highness, Difk replied. If ever you need me, I will be here for you as your great-aunt. That's very reassuring, the boy said, his tone gentle but sharp. But I heard that you said this to my father. If you want to survive, don't rely on anyone but yourself. All you have to offer is your imperial blood, so use that to your advantage. And didn't you say last time that I won't survive unless I grow up to be strong? Leffy froze. It's gotten really hard to breathe. Difk's face stiffened, her voice faltering. Ha ha ha, I believe you will do very well, Your Highness. The prince smiled faintly. Talking to the Arch Duchess is exhausting. Then talk to me instead, Your Highness, Leffy offered with a grin. Talking to you gives me a headache, he replied dryly. She puffed her cheeks. Okay, 1 cold glass of lemonade, please. Yes, miss, a maid answered quickly. Leffy handed the drink to him. Some lemonade for you, Your Highness. It helps with headaches. The prince wordlessly snatched it. She blinked. Sir Millard? She thought as the night approached. You can take your leave, Millard ordered a soldier. No, please, the soldier cried. What's all the commotion about? Millard wondered. The prince looked over. What's going on? One of the knights we picked to stand guard tripped on the stairs outside and hurt his leg, Millard explained. I told him to go home, but he insists on staying by your side, Your Highness. Such impressive loyalty, the prince said. The soldier bowed low. It is only a twisted ankle. Please allow me the honor of guarding you till the end, Your Highness. But Millard's eyes narrowed. You have a different sword. I saw you with another one earlier today. Pardon? It is the same sword, the soldier stammered. Leffy squinted. Is it different? It looks the same to me. Fine, the prince said finally. Thank you, the soldier replied with relief. Quiet down, the prince ordered. His expression darkened slightly, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Your Highness, did something happen? Leffy began, but she was abruptly interrupted. Your Highness, a loud voice boomed across the hall. I am so glad to hear that you have returned to the palace in good health. I am Viscount Glamavra. You must have had such a hard time growing up outside of the palace. You lost your mother at such a young age, and His Majesty left you here all alone as soon as you arrived. What a heartless father. If it is all right with you, Your Highness, you may call me father instead. Leffy froze, her lips twitching. Ooh. From the crowd, whispers rippled like a wave. Look at this guy. He just got a ticket for the express train to hell. Leffy found herself unable to believe that Glamavra had just insulted the Emperor as a heartless father right in front of Persilian, then demanded the prince call him father. She mused that she hadn't even heard of his family, meaning he was likely from outside the capital, and worried that such people tended to be erased from the story, hoping he would survive. Glamavra, oblivious to the danger, loudly proclaimed that he, too, had grown up without a proper father figure and could relate to His Highness better than anyone, but the king abruptly ordered him to leave. Whispers immediately spread among the crowd about the Countess' heinous rumors concerning His Majesty, calling him a heartless monster who would slaughter people easily. Glamavra, still attempting to stand tall, declared he would protect the prince himself, like a tree able to withstand any storm, before stammering when the prince suddenly shouted for a sword. Leffy instantly thought the Viscount's life was over. The king nervously handed the prince a sword. Leffy tried not to laugh, wondering how the child planned to kill the man, only for the prince to shout, "Draw that sword. And kill yourself with it." Leffy found the command ingenious. The surrounding people whispered that he was truly like father, like son. Leffy was suddenly halted by a realization. The king was actually there, and he spoke, warning Glamavra that insulting his father in front of him was no different from insulting the throne. Glamavra desperately pleaded that it was not his intent, but the king coldly replied that if he hadn't known his words would come across that way, he should have kept his mouth shut. Realizing how bad the situation was, Leffy interjected, suggesting His Highness shouldn't spill blood on such a happy occasion. The prince insisted the man had insulted him, no, his father. Leffy acknowledged that Glamavra had insulted the Emperor without realizing who he was speaking to, but agreed the Viscount had behaved too rashly by telling a child about his father's notoriety. She gently suggested that it wouldn't look good to be so violent when everyone was there to welcome him, and asked him to forgive the Viscount just this once, since he was so generous. Glamavra begged for forgiveness. Leffy then whispered a suggestion in the prince's ear. The prince, with an oh-ho, agreed that this was not the time for spilling blood and let the Viscount live. In exchange, the prince commanded that from now on, whenever Glamavra spoke, he must bark at the end of every sentence so everyone would know what a dog he was. When Glamavra stammered, the prince threatened to remove his head, causing the Viscount to yelp his thanks and attempt a pitiful arf, arf. The prince deemed arf too cute and changed the order to woof instead, with the Viscount repeating a miserable woof woof. The prince commanded everyone gathered to report it if Viscount Glamavra failed to add woof woof to his sentences. Announcing he needed fresh air, the prince accepted Leffy's company, dismissing her offer to leave him alone by stating he didn't trust her to not let something slip in front of the nobles. Leffy defended her loyalty, which the prince scoffed at, reminding her she was only there because he had threatened to kill her. Leffy couldn't deny it, thinking she might confess everything if the nobles kidnapped her and tried to kill her. She recalled the woof woof command, thinking it was both cute and horrible, confirming the prince was exactly like his father. She noted how every one of Prince Perry's actions was being watched and judged by the nobles, who were clearly wary of the throne. She admired the prince's strength in securing the throne by keeping the nobles at bay with only a few loyal knights, finding his constant vigilance tiring. The prince responded that it wouldn't be tiring if she hurried up and took care of the curse, to which she replied the future was still shrouded in darkness. She offered a shoulder massage, which he refused. Leffy noted that he must be getting sleepy, observing that Persilian tended to get tired more often in a child's body, and retaining an adult's mind seemed to be exhausting him further. She remembered he had started dozing off when they were dressing him up, which she found cute, and suggested he return to his room to sleep. The little prince, however, cried out that he couldn't leave his own welcome banquet early. Leffy insisted he was still a baby and everyone would understand, suggesting they go beddy-bye. The prince yelled at her not to treat him like a baby, but Leffy, observing how sleepy he was, insisted they return to his room. The prince huffed, then rejected her offer to carry him. After a brief argument, she simply told him, "Let's go back." The prince suddenly ran towards something, shouting about a sword, causing Leffy to think, "The sword? Watch out." Leffy barely had time to react when the sound of a sudden explosion tore through the air. "Watch out, Your Highness," she cried, throwing herself toward the prince. The prince staggered, his voice sharp with shock. "You, foolish." For a moment, Leffy thought it was over. The deafening blast had left her ears ringing, and pain spread through her body. "Are you insane? Do you wish to die?" the prince shouted, kneeling beside her. "Get me some water and a towel." The servant stammered yes and rushed off in panic. "Oh, ow, ow," Leffy groaned, clutching her arm. "Don't move," the prince ordered, his tone cold but steady. As he pressed a cloth against her wound, Leffy couldn't help but wonder, is he punishing me for not getting out of the way? Moments later, Millard entered the room, face grim. "Your Highness." The cause of the explosion really was the gem on the sword hilt. Judging by its blast radius, it's very likely an explosive artifact. The knight who was carrying it died instantly. "You said that knight went outside earlier," Millard continued. "And he twisted his ankle on his way back, that's right." The prince frowned. Someone may have cast a mind control spell on him. "That's enough for now. Go and help take care of the aftermath." "Yes, Your Highness," the knight replied. Leffy watched silently. The explosion was localized near the balcony. They were trying to kill the prince. This was supposed to be his welcome party. But even after finding out that someone tried to assassinate him, he's barely reacting. As if he's used to people wanting him dead. "I've never met someone as strange as you," the prince muttered, glancing her way. "You should have run when you were in danger. Why would you come to me when I have your life in my hands?" Leffy gave a faint smile. "I guess I was sure that you wouldn't die." His eyes narrowed. "What does that mean?" "If you weren't going to be killed by the explosion," she said softly, "then I'd surely lose my head for trying to save myself. In other words, you're a bigger threat to me than that explosion, Your Highness. I'm a very calculating person, you know." The prince scoffed. "You're so strange. Thank you for worrying about me. You should have injured your mouth instead." The prince's welcome banquet ended in chaos. The nobles were interrogated, the injured treated, and mages from the tower investigated the scene, though they found nothing. To protect Prince Perry, extra knights were stationed near his palace. That night, while tension hung thick in the air, Leffy made a bold decision. She would infiltrate Persilian's room. She crept through the corridors and pushed open the heavy door. "Let's sleep together, sire," she said with a straight face. "Are you insane?" the prince exclaimed. "We have to be on guard until we find out how that explosive artifact was brought here," Leffy reasoned. "If anything happens, I have to grab you and run." "I told you not to treat me like a baby." "I'm simply speaking the truth, sire," she replied calmly. "In that body, you won't be able to run very quickly. Sir Millard will guard outside, and I'll guard you in here." Sir Millard agreed to it as well. "I haven't agreed," the prince snapped. "Oh, you don't get a vote, sire," Millard called from outside. "Get out," the prince barked. "Thank you for giving me permission," Leffy said cheerfully. "Don't worry, sire. I'm really good at running. Just a few hours ago, I managed to leap to your aid, didn't I?" "And you got hurt." Sure, but I didn't die. He began, but Leffy interrupted with a grin. Also, if I get hurt, you'll just patch me up again, right? Moments later, a man burst into the room. Your Highness, the mages are here. That was fast, the prince said sharply. Heal this injury at once. Pardon? We're here to investigate the explosion. Did you not hear me order you to heal this injury? Oh, of course, Your Highness, Leffy chimed in quickly. Thanks to him, 3 mages healed her. It wasn't even a fatal wound, she thought, but it's nice to be healed anyway. The prince's gaze softened slightly. You'll get yourself killed if you keep acting like that. I'll try to avoid that then, she replied lightly. Besides, the nobles think of us as a set anyway. If you purchase Prince Perry, you get a fortune teller too. She sighed. There's a rumor that I might have a special ability. If you're ever in danger again, they might target me first, or torture me to death. So please let me stay under Sir Millard's protection. He's the only knight you trust. Truthfully, Leffy wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about Persilian. It wasn't just that he'd been in danger, it was the way he seemed so used to it, as though this kind of night was nothing new. I'll just hold your hand, I promise, she murmured. I'm actually a really heavy sleeper. Then you won't be able to protect me at all, the prince retorted. Sounds like I'll have to wake you. That would be great, but just kidding, she said quickly. I wake up fast if someone's nearby. And since you're a light sleeper, you just have to wave your hand in my face. I'll wake up, grab you, and run. His brows furrowed. How did you even know I'm a light sleeper? Because I read it in the novel, she thought in panic. You're very sensitive to noise, she stammered. So I guessed. I'm glad I was right. Persilian had always been a light sleeper, so much that even a whisper could wake him. Leffy once thought it was just his personality. Now she understood. It was because he'd lived his whole life surrounded by danger. So, why did you drag that over here? He asked, watching her pull a blanket closer. I'll sleep here, she said. I'll stretch my arm out, so please just hold my hand. And turn off the lights. Seriously? Come up here. Pardon. I'm telling you to sleep on the bed. It's big enough. I am a woman of modesty, sire. If you're going to spew nonsense like that, get out. She blinked in disbelief. The Persilian who trusts no one is letting me sleep next to him? Ooh, it's so soft. Hold my hand, sire, she whispered. Being this close is more than enough, he said. If we're in danger, I'll wake you. I wanted to hold his little baby hand, she thought wistfully. I said no, stop. He sighed, lowering his hand near hers. I'm just placing it closer so you can wake me more easily. If you have nightmares, you can hold it too. You're treating me like a baby again, he blurted. Leffy smiled softly. I'm your last resort, right? Grab hold of me whenever you like. The prince sighed, his patience wearing thin. Huh, who did you say the next noble was? It's Count Marhen's and, his daughter, Leffy replied, trying to stifle a laugh. Stop laughing, he warned, eyes narrowing. I didn't laugh, she said quickly, though her lips trembled. But it's just so funny, she thought, biting her lip to keep from laughing. A few hours ago. She remembered the earlier encounter vividly. Millard had stood before the prince with an unusually proud expression. May House Eckhart flourish, Your Highness. This is my daughter. A tiny girl stepped forward, bowing deeply. Hello, Your Highness. Why did he bring his kid? Leffy wondered. Did something happen? Now that I see you two together, she began. Your Highness, Millard interrupted enthusiastically, you and my daughter seem to make a wonderful pair. Leffy turned away, shaking with silent laughter. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Oh no, you suit each other so well. After that incident, Millard explained, Your Highness, at the welcome banquet, the nobles judged you to be bright and clever, and so they all began to scheme with only one thing in mind, marriage. Leaning toward the prince's ear, Leffy whispered, I shall take my leave, Your Highness. Farewell, Your Highness. Pfft, haha. The prince groaned. Stop laughing. After going through several such meetings, I managed to stop laughing, but it's still so funny. Millard, unbothered, continued, but at least Count Marhens used to be vice-captain of the Imperial Guard in the past. Don't you think he'll be able to help with the investigation? Leffy asked. He is one of the Arch Duchess's vassals, the prince replied flatly. So he won't be of any help then, Leffy concluded. The explosion incident still loomed over everyone's thoughts. The knight who had carried the explosive was killed instantly, leaving no clues about who had orchestrated the attack. With only 3 guards on duty that night, Millard among them, manpower had been too thin to properly secure the grounds. And the knight who died was in charge of patrolling outside, Leffy explained. So we have no way of knowing who he ran into. Though this happened because he didn't have enough people, Millard took it to heart and felt responsible. He's putting together a proper guard regiment now, even holding tryouts. Having a few more skilled knights would definitely be reassuring, she added. A knock echoed at the door. Count Marhens will be arriving soon. He's bringing his daughter, who is 5 years old, Your Highness, Leffy said playfully. I don't care, the prince muttered. You never know what the future holds, she teased, so you should take a good look. If I do, I'd be a madman. She's only 5, he snapped. Technically, she's older than you. You're just 4. Shut up. Leffy blinked. I think he told me to shut up, but it feels like he just cursed me. I thought he couldn't use magic. If you're just going to keep spewing nonsense, you can leave and rest, the prince said coldly. I really am all better now, sire, Leffy insisted. Do you really think an injury from an explosion can heal that quickly? Persilian mentioned it often, magic couldn't completely heal internal wounds. Magic can't fix everything, he thought grimly. I really am fine, Leffy said with a soft smile. You must be overprotective of me, sire. I'm sending you away because you're noisy, he muttered. The door opened again. May House Eckhart flourish, a man greeted. A small girl followed, her voice trembling. F. Flourish. Thank you for visiting me. The long trip must have been exhausting. Leffy leaned close to the prince and whispered, Your Highness, yet another little lady just fell in love with you. I told you not to tell me these things, he muttered, trying to remain composed. I was worried about you, but I'm glad to see you're well, Your Highness, the man said. Yes, the prince replied curtly. It hurts, Leffy whispered under her breath, watching the little girl's awkward attempt at charm. Are you all right, Daisy? The man asked, turning to his daughter. Look at her, Leffy thought. Trying her best, even though he's ignoring her. But compared to those other young ladies who threw themselves at him, she's calmer. Maybe it's because she's a year older. One of the others practically cried when he ignored her. Daisy's not giving up, though. Leffy smiled kindly. Which cookie is tastier? Oh, the chocolate chip cookie is good. It's as sweet. Your Highness, which cookie should I eat? The little girl asked eagerly. Whichever one you want, the prince replied. If you don't pick one for me, I won't be able to choose. Oh, haha, just pick one, Daisy, the man said awkwardly. I can't, unless His Highness tells me which one. The prince sighed. Eat the chocolate chip cookie. Okay, here. You can have some too, Your Highness, the girl said brightly, holding out the cookie. He ignored her. Leffy thought with mild horror. The little girl puffed up her cheeks. You. Oh no, Your Highness. Watch out, Leffy shouted, lunging forward. Did I just catch it? Great catch, she thought, holding up the cookie fragment triumphantly. Daisy's unbelievably weak throw turned into an unexpected trick shot. Your Highness, this is from your guest, Leffy said, handing him the piece. The man paled, turning away in shame. Daisy, you can't do that. Please don't. He bowed deeply. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. My daughter is still too young and immature. Please blame me for this. Of course, the prince said. Pardon. He straightened, his gaze icy. You didn't tell her to behave before stepping inside this room. Seconds, you didn't keep an eye on your immature child. You must take responsibility for both of these, he said coolly. Leffy hid her face, trying not to laugh. Maybe Bark Bark would be good this time, she thought. He glared sharply. First, you failed to teach her proper behavior before stepping into this room. Second, you didn't keep an eye on your immature child. You must take responsibility for both. A cruel smile curved his lips. Maybe Bark Bark would be good this time. Count Martins cried out, trembling. Ivy just started a new company, so I will have a lot of meetings to speak at. Please, please don't make me say Bark Bark. The Emperor raised his hand. His cold eyes flickered toward Daisy, who was trembling in her seat. Then he lowered his hand and said calmly, I'll leave it to you to tell the other nobles not to bring their children to see me anymore. Count Martins blinked. Pardon, the Emperor broke a cookie in half with a snap, smiling. After today, if any other noble dares bring their child here, your head will end up like this cookie. Count Martins paled and bowed. Understood, Your Highness. Thank you for your generous understanding. He fled the room, his daughter Daisy looking back one last time before leaving. The Emperor slid across the sofa and let out a heavy sigh, pressing his forehead with one hand. I'll have to tell them to serve only one kind of cookie from now on. Leffy grinned. The chocolate chip cookies would be good. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. You, she chuckled. But you never raised your voice at the little lady. How admirable, Leffy knew. In the past few days, many little noble ladies had tried all sorts of tricks to get Priscillian's attention. Daisy was only the first to throw something at him. Yet, not once did he take out his anger on a child. Just now he had glared only at Count Martins. Could it be that you let it slide because you were interested in Miss Daisy? Leffy teased. The Emperor snapped. What kind of garbage adult would have feelings for a child? Leffy flinched. Now I regret teasing him like that. He muttered lowly. Children shouldn't be blamed. They don't know any better. Perhaps they act that way because their parents were too doing. Then he suddenly stopped. His expression hardened, eyes turning distant. Leffy thought quickly. The novel never talked much about Priscillian's childhood. It was only described as similar to that of Lady Searle's, and Searle's childhood was miserable. Her mother passed away when she was young, and Searle had to endure bullying from everyone at the Duke's manor. No matter what she did, she had to be careful, and she spent her childhood trying not to get in anyone's way. Later, she discovered her immense talent as a sword fighter and even became the official successor to her family. But her miserable childhood would still haunt her at times. If Priscillian's childhood was similar to hers, I wanted those two to end up together because I loved how much they had in common. But it feels strange watching him reminisce about his past right in front of me. The emotions I see in his eyes are far too complex to simply be described as sadness. Determined, Leffy raised her voice. Your Highness, you can do whatever you want. Throw a cookie. Throw it as far as you want. She pushed a cookie toward him, smiling brightly. The Emperor's lips curved faintly. Huh. So, you're saying I can do anything I want, huh? He's been smiling more lately, and I'm the one making him laugh more, Leffy thought proudly. Yes, she declared. Then I'd like to sew your mouth shut. Be quiet, she froze. Does he really have to get so sensitive about a little teasing? He continued. Anyway, I'm keeping you by my side because you promised to uncover the curse. But are you even making progress? It doesn't look like it. I am doing my best, she stammered. It's just the cursed object is too well hidden. Go and look for it. Then he waved her away. She banged on the closed door. How could you kick me out like this? Who's going to protect you from flying cookies? Quiet down, he shouted from inside. Sniffling, she rubbed her eyes and sobbed, her shoulders trembling. She took a hesitant step forward, then froze at the sound of approaching footsteps. Another sob escaped her as the steps drew nearer. I guess I've been neglecting the treasure hunt quest lately, she thought miserably. I should be looking around more. Suddenly, Count Martins appeared before her. Miss Leffy, I have something to tell you. Leffy jolted in surprise. It's got kicked out right before me, Count Martins. Yes, he said. I actually had something I needed to give to His Highness, but I left so quickly that I wasn't able to. He held out an envelope. Could you give it to him instead, Miss Leffy? She accepted the envelope and opened it. Documents, her eyes widened. This is a detailed list of knights. Blinking at the names, she frowned. He must have compiled it because word got around about the prince's guard recruiting more knights. But most of the knights on here are children of nobles. I used to be vice captain of the Imperial Knights, Count Martins explained. All of the knights on that list are trustworthy men. Leffy only shrugged. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer. To be frank, the Arch Duchess asked me to make sure His Highness receives this list. Pardon? Arch Duchess von Didas? Leffy gasped. Yes, indeed. She ordered me to hand him this list, as it will be of great help. She really does care for him. His Highness is her only relative after all. Leffy smiled awkwardly, though her thoughts spun darkly. No matter how you look at it, this is an attempt at nepotism. Should I really give this to Priscillian? The Archduchess sent documents through someone. She's the most suspicious one in this situation. Clearing his throat again, Count Martins pulled a small box from his pocket and opened it with care. This is a sapphire bracelet. At the welcoming banquet, I noticed that your eyes were blue, so I thought this would suit you, Miss Leffy. Leffy stared at it. What an obvious attempt at bribery. I am very well aware that it is thanks to you, Miss Leffy, that His Highness has been able to adjust so well to life at the palace, he said earnestly. So there was a reason he wanted to give these documents to me instead of just having them sent to the prince, she realized. He added, this is just a little something I prepared as a thank you for continuing to take care of His Highness. Ha, she thought, because I'm the only person Prince Perry keeps close to him. What does this man take me for? As if bribery would work on me. Taking the bracelet, she muttered, I'll make sure His Highness receives these documents. The documents just happen to fit into my hands. She pouted inwardly, peeking into the Emperor's room. She slipped inside. Why are you back here? Priscillian asked. She grinned. I received a bribe, Your Highness. What? Count Martins asked me to make sure this gets to you. She lifted her wrist to show off the bracelet. And then he bribed me with this. Priscillian frowned. You seem not at all embarrassed about accepting a bribe. It would be wrong to hide it. But I told you about it, didn't I? So, it doesn't count. I'm letting you know that those documents were given to me along with this bracelet as a bribe by Count Martins. Letting me know, he asked unimpressed. Yep. So now, as a reward for being honest, you can allow me to keep this bracelet, Your Majesty, she said with a bright smile. He paused and then shook his head. I'll choose to ignore that. Oh, also, she added quickly, those documents were ordered to be given to you by Arch Duchess von Didas. By her? That's right. Apparently, she said they would be helpful to you. He jumped from the sofa and tucked the documents into a drawer. You're not just throwing it out, even though the Archduchess sent it, she asked, tilting her head. He answered, why would I throw out something so useful? I'll have to let Millard know not to let any of these knights join my guard regiment. All of these families must be on the Archduchess's side. Count Martins is a vassal of Archduchess von Didas, and he used to be the vice captain of the Imperial Guard, Leffy thought, so she must have thought this information would look legitimate coming from him. That's genius. But when the Count was unexpectedly kicked out of the room, he had to rely on me and let slip who was behind this information. Priscillian is so suspicious of everything that he would have found out eventually anyway. But thanks to me, he found out much faster. Smiling proudly, she said, so, I was helpful to you, right? Priscillian smiled faintly as well. Send that bracelet back, though. Her eyes watered as she reluctantly removed it. But then he added, actually, no. She beamed instantly. Are you letting me have it? No way. Write to Count the letter saying that you refuse to accept it. Nothing good will come of rumors spreading that someone at the prince's side is weak to bribes. She froze, staring at the bracelet in silence. If you want to keep it that badly, Priscillian smirked, I can put it in a coffin with you. I will send it back immediately, she said quickly. Later, while writing the rejection letter, Leffy groaned inwardly. I've been trying so hard not to be buried alive along with this gemstone. I even threw myself at Prince Perry to protect him from an explosion and was honest about getting bribed. But he wouldn't even let me have, he refuses to recognize all my hard work. My life is on the line, and even if I were to run away, Millard would send people to get rid of me immediately, which means I don't have a choice but to work here. But that doesn't mean that I have to live like this. I can't just let that cruel and evil Brazilian walk all over me. Slamming the door of the kitchen, she said, "I have to do something." "Oh my, Miss Leffy," one of the maids gasped. Another blinked in surprise. "What brings you here?" "We were just making some snacks for His Highness." "Would you like to join us?" Leffy's expression instantly brightened. "Sure," she thought. "He's like a feisty little animal, so I'll tame him with delicious food," Leffy asked. "Is it all right for me to be here?" "I wanted to see if you needed help," one of the maids beamed. "Of course, we're glad to have you with us, Miss Leffy." The palace servants were surprisingly friendly to her, despite her past as a street-side fortune teller. Maybe it was because that made her seem both mysterious and approachable. After all, who wouldn't be curious about someone who could see the future? She tilted her head. What are you making today?" "We're preparing cookies," a maid explained, "but it seems His Highness hasn't been eating sweets lately, so we're in a bind." Leffy thought, that's because of something I can't exactly explain." Suddenly, another maid's eyes gleamed. "Miss Leffy, you spent time with His Highness before he arrived at the palace, right? Do you have any ideas?" Leffy fumbled, then smiled. "He has the same tastes as his father." "Pardon?" The maid blinked. Leffy suggested quickly, "You could just serve him the same things you used to give the Emperor when he was young." "Why don't you ask someone who used to serve His Majesty when he was younger?" The maid frowned. "My aunt has worked here for many years, but she doesn't know what His Majesty used to like either. Ever since His Majesty's mana awakened, he spent all his time at the Mage Tower. He practically grew up there." "Oh, Priscillian was 9 when his mana awakened," Leffy thought, her chest tightening. "Does that mean they never gave him snacks before then?" The thought struck her. The 4-year-old Priscillian was so much smaller than she expected. She had figured it was because he used to be a picky eater, but maybe it was because he simply didn't get fed enough. Another maid smiled warmly. "I'm just glad His Highness is here now." Leffy blinked. "Why do you say that?" "You said they had the same tastes, right? That means we'll know what to serve His Majesty when he returns." "I am a bit worried because he left when things were looking bad." "What was looking bad?" Leffy asked quickly. The maid flinched, waving her hands. "Never mind. Now I want to know even more," Leffy thought, narrowing her eyes. "Come to think of it," Millard had said something similar. "The aristocracy has been behaving suspiciously, sire." Leffy couldn't quite remember why Lady Cyril left the Empire in the first place. Why would a lady of the Empire personally join a delegation going to an allied kingdom? The maid waved her hand, flustered. "Don't worry about it." "It's nothing." Just then, flour burst into the air like a smoke bomb. Leffy coughed. "What is this, a smoke bomb?" she wheezed. "What happened?" "I give up," another maid giggled. "I just meant I was worried about His Highness being here all by himself. So, please, Miss Leffy, help us feed him snacks. You are his one and only guardian after all." "Yes, he needs to eat well at his age," another chimed in, clenching her fists with determination. Leffy declared, "All right, I'll make sure he eats everything." Later, she peeked into the Emperor's room. He was buried in work. "He's working hard," she thought as she carried in a tray of sweets. He glanced up at her with that questioning stare. Clearing her throat, she announced, "This is a spread of the best desserts prepared with your tastes in mind, Your Majesty." "So, why are you the one bringing this?" he asked flatly. "I helped them make it," she said proudly. He smirked. "Did you add poison?" "Excuse me," she shouted. "Why would you ever question my undying loyalty?" "Oops. Did I go overboard?" To prove her point, she popped a pastry into her mouth. "I swear there's no poison in any of this, Your Majesty. Everyone is worried because you barely ever touch your snacks. They were all trying to find something you would like. Everyone is concerned about you," he said. "Concerned? You say I'm their employer. They're simply doing their job." "Well, maybe. But if they went this far to try and make something you'll like, isn't that their way of showing how much they care? They put so much effort into trying to accommodate you. Everyone cares for you, Your Majesty." He turned his head away, dismissing her words. He acted like he didn't understand why anyone would do anything out of kindness. Leffy couldn't help but wonder why he seemed so suspicious or unaccustomed to being told people cared about him. More importantly, he was completely ignoring the tray of desserts. "I didn't want to resort to this." Leffy narrowed her eyes. Picky eaters won't grow big and strong, you know. I'm already fully grown. He waved her away. Go and get me those documents if you're just going to keep spewing nonsense, she pouted. Fine. The servants were all so worried about him. Do I have to spoon feed him? But then they'd never figure out what he actually likes. Suddenly, she heard a faint munch. She froze, then slowly glanced back. He was eating. I couldn't look now or he'd stop eating. It felt just like successfully feeding a stray cat. By the time she returned with the papers, he muttered, "That took you long enough, Leffy." She bit back a grin. So, he ate the shoe. I'll have to tell Sophia to make more for him next time. A few days ago, Priscillian sent back the bracelet she had received as a bribe. Someone close to the prince, he said, shouldn't appear as though they could be bought. I gave His Highness the list of knights, but I cannot accept this bracelet, so I am sending it back. That was what he instructed her to write to the count. She had been truly sad to see the bracelet go, but disobeying his orders could very well cost her life, so she had no choice. At the time, she had no idea what consequences that single action would bring. More recently, she'd been wandering through the palace with a map in hand, trying to make progress with her treasure hunting quest. But the palace was so much larger than she had expected that she hardly made any progress. Hours would slip away with nothing but walking. Then, during one of these searches, she stumbled upon the unexpected results of her earlier actions. Suddenly, someone came and asked, "Are you Miss Leffy?" She replied, "Yes, I am." "What is it?" "I Count Harry Knowles has invited you to dinner." She blinked. "Why me?" "He said he wants to introduce you to one of his sons." She was surprised. "Pardon?" And just like that, Leffy had started receiving marriage offers. After that bribery incident, letters began arriving one after another, asking her to meet nobles outside the palace. She ignored them all. But when that didn't work, they began sending their secretaries. "Miss Leffy, did you not receive our letter?" they would ask. Sometimes the nobles even came to see her in person. Since the prince had proven difficult to manipulate, they decided to target her instead. They seemed to believe that because she had brought Prince Perry to the palace and had known him longer, they would be able to manipulate the prince through her. When ignoring them no longer worked, Leffy decided to report it to Priscillian. "Your Majesty," she began carefully, "I seem to be getting marriage offers." "What?" His eyes fixed sharply on her. "Marriage offers," she repeated. His lips twitched and he covered his mouth with his hand. Leffy frowned. "I thought I saw you trying not to laugh, but I must be seeing things right." After clearing his throat, he smiled faintly. "Yes, I suppose that makes sense. True, considering the rumors going around," Leffy thought. "Is he doing this because I laughed at him? Maybe I deserve this," he mumbled. "Right. Yes. It makes total sense considering the rumors. You can stop now." Several minutes later, he finally said, "Just reject them politely and give me a list of which families have made you offers." "Do I really have to reject them?" she asked nervously. Cold eyes met hers. "Are you saying you want to meet with them?" Leffy waved her hands frantically. "No, of course not. I am wholly dedicated to you, sire," she thought. "I don't understand how a child can be so scary. It must be so much worse when he's in his adult form." "Just ignore them," he ordered. "Even if they come to you in person, wouldn't a simple hello be all right? I'm worried you'll blab as soon as you talk to them." "I swear," she said quickly. "My lips are sealed." "Your lips are too loose for that." "Pardon." Later, Sir Millard approached her. "I am sorry for making you do most of the searching, Miss Leffy." "Well," she replied, "you've been busy recruiting more knights for the Prince's Guard, and His Majesty has to handle state affairs, so I'm the only one who has time." Priscillian seemed a bit concerned, too. "Considering that bombing incident, I'll assign a knight to you," he had said. So, he assigned someone to guard her. It might have been that he just wanted to make sure she wasn't going around blabbing. But she accepted the offer gratefully. "I suppose it's all up to me," she sighed aloud. "I have to walk around this absurdly gigantic palace, fighting the fear of getting lost at any moment." Millard teased, "It would be great if you could just locate it with your visions." Giving him a thumbs up, she grinned. "I'm doing my best every single day to lift the curse for His Majesty's sake." "I see." His smile was gentle, but his words were sharp. Sir Millard seems so kind, but he can be so cold sometimes, Leffy thought. It seems His Majesty values you quite a bit, he continued, seeing that he ordered a knight to guard her. No, she thought, he's just spying on me in case I get seduced by a marriage offer and blab. Aloud, she said cheerfully, I've been helping him in the office as much as I can. Sir Millard gave her a sidelong look. I heard you have been getting marriage offers too. The prospect of marrying into nobility may be tempting, but His Majesty's condition is top secret. Please refrain from interacting with too many people. My lips are sealed, she assured him. He ignored her. I'm sure he will reward you handsomely if things work out well. Please just hold out until then, Leffy thought. He didn't even pretend to listen to me. There will be more nobles trying to approach you, Millard added. But I should be able to stop them myself so long as they aren't of higher status than a duke, she blinked. He still doesn't trust me. Suddenly, a voice called out. Would you be Miss Leffy? Millard flinched. Leffy turned with a sinking feeling. Ugh. Another marriage offer. She looked up and froze. A tall, striking man stood before her, smiling warmly. Millard stiffened. What brings you here, my lord? The man smiled slightly. Hello, Miss Leffy. Who is this beautiful man? Leffy's mind screamed. I came all the way to the palace in the hopes of seeing you, he said smoothly. I'm glad to finally meet you. I am Castian von Hadar. Her eyes went wide. Castian. Castian von Hadar, a side male character from the novel who knows exactly what the female lead likes and gently courts her. But there was something about him that always sounded obsessive. I never liked him. His description always raised red flags in her head. You can have my precious Cyril, but seeing him in person, wow, she gasped. Then, forcing a polite smile, she said, Good day, my lord. What an honor it is to meet you. You seem shocked to see me. Have you heard of me before? He asked, his smile never faltering. Sweat prickled her forehead. Oh, I've heard of you, of course. But I can sometimes see people's auras, and I was just amazed by yours, Lord Castian. I am glad to hear such praise from a famous fortune teller, he replied clearly pleased. I would like to have a word with you. Why did you have to trigger this event? Leffy groaned inwardly, her eyes sparkling despite herself. In the novel, Cyril was totally uninterested in Castian. How could she resist him like this? He's gorgeous. He tilted his head. Do you have something to say to me, Miss Leffy? She quickly shook her head. No, it's just that your aura is so bright. The future of the Hadar Duchy seems very hopeful. Castian beamed. I don't know what to say. Thank you for your kind words. Wow, he might actually win me over. Clearing her throat, she asked, So, what was it you wanted to discuss with me? The whole empire is talking about His Highness and you, Miss Leffy, he said gravely. As the one and only guardian of the prince, I thought it my duty to pay you a visit as a member of House Hadar. My house is loyal to the imperial family after all. The recent chaos had me worried, but seeing you in person is very reassuring, Leffy thought. Hadar really was a family that supported the emperor from behind the scenes. They did things quietly, as if they wanted to avoid attention. Flattery should be answered with more flattery. She smiled and said, I know the capital has been in an uproar due to the prince's sudden appearance. That is why I am doing my best to support His Highness. Hearing that you are on our side is very reassuring, my lord. Castian inclined his head graciously. Indeed, please do not hesitate to let me know if I can be of any help. I spent some time with His Majesty at the Mage Tower, so I feel oddly connected to his son. Pardon? Leffy blinked. I spent a year at the Mage Tower when I was 14, he explained. Life there did not suit me, so I switched to being tutored after that. But I did run into His Majesty a few times while I was there. Come to think of it, Leffy mused. The two duchies of the empire were famous for their differing affinities, the Regina Duchy for its swordsmanship and the Hadar Duchy for its magic. So, in other words, Castian must be a mage. But were mages always this in shape? She thought they tended to be on the skinnier side. Is this what they call a strength mage? Her cheeks warmed as she stared, and Castian noticed. He chuckled softly, which only made her fluster more. She gasped. Does that mean you're a childhood friend of His Majesty? That would have been an honor, but sadly no, he replied with a wistful smile. I did actually try to talk to him a few times, but he always ignored me, so he was always a loner, Leffy thought. Castian sighed. I suppose His Majesty must not have wanted to associate with someone as ordinary as me since he has always been such a genius. Leffy waved her hands in a panic. Not at all. It's just that his personality. His personality, Castian tilted his head curiously. Ahem, she coughed, smiling awkwardly. He's always preferred to be alone. Castian's smile deepened. You also seem to know His Majesty very well, Miss Leffy. But according to the rumors, you've only met His Majesty once. Leffy answered with a smile. He left a very strong impression on me. And Prince Perry's mother often spoke of him, Castian said. I see. Leffy gulped, thinking, I couldn't help but tense up just now. For a split second, there was an edge to Castian's smile. Castian continued, I often tried greeting His Majesty, but he always ignored me. She thought, no, maybe I'm just biased because of the novel. Castian added, he barely glanced at me when I handed him a book and completely ignored me when I suggested we go to the library together, and then Castian laughed. Leffy thought, that's not just sad, it's borderline pathetic. Why is he telling me these stories? They're all about how he always got ignored, she said softly. I see, Castian explained. He always preferred to be alone. Naturally, he didn't like anyone trying to get close. I suppose he didn't want anyone by his side, but hearing now that His Majesty had a lover and even a child, Leffy thought, no wonder the nobles were so shocked. I guess that's why everyone's so curious about me, the guardian of that emperor's son. Especially if they knew Priscillian as a child. Wait, as a kid? May I ask how tall His Majesty happened to be when he was 14? She asked. Castian replied, HM. Oh, he must have been around your height, Miss Leffy, she thought with relief. Oh good. That means he won't realize Perry is the emperor. Castian added, and just when I was leaving the tower, he had a growth spurt and must have grown as tall as I am now. Leffy jolted and said, huh? That much. He said, I thought you had met His Majesty. Leffy replied, oh no, I was just amazed that he grew so much in a year. She thought, I can't even imagine him being as tall as you, Castian. Then she said, anyway, I heard you asked for an audience with His Highness. Shouldn't you be heading toward the main palace? He said with a smile, I came early today because I felt drawn here. I was fervently hoping to meet you, Miss Leffy. My wish seems to have come true. Leffy covered her mouth, thinking, I almost fell for him just now. He's good. He produced a bouquet from behind his back and said, but you seem to be busy, Miss Leffy. So, I suppose I shall leave you for today. Then he extended it toward her. Leffy thought, did he make that with magic? She asked, you're giving this to me? He answered, yes. This is not just a gesture of goodwill for the prince's guardian, but also an attempt at charming you, Miss Leffy. Leffy blinked, then said, those flowers are a bit much. She thought, handsome men are only ever nice to you to get you to buy insurance, invest, buy. And whatever it is, it's a scam. Besides, Castian is the second male lead in the novel, which means he also likes Lady Searle, so it makes no sense for him to use his good looks on me. He looked at her, dazed. Leffy thought, oops, was that too harsh? She chattered, you see, if I accept anything above a certain value, there's a law that makes me liable for up to 3 years in prison and tens of thousands of golden fines. He chuckled. Seeing him, Leffy thought, holy wow, talk about eye candy. My eyes have never been treated so well. He said while still chuckling, I didn't intend to burden you in such a way, Miss Leffy. Then he made the bouquet vanish from his hands and produced a single flower instead. Extending it, he said, if it's just a single flower, it wouldn't be in violation of that law, would it? Leffy thought, I guess it would be weird for me to refuse this, too. She accepted it and said, I suppose not. He said as he turned to leave, I look forward to seeing you again. Leffy thought, he's so hard to read. Millard came close and said, Miss Leffy. Leffy flinched and stammered, yes. Sweating, she thought, refusing a single flower would be an insult to the douche, right? I tried my best to turn him down. You know, should I make sure this flower doesn't have some sort of magic spell on it? He sighed and said, I really can't get a read on you, Miss Leffy. Later in the Emperor's office, Priscillian asked, "You met with Castian?" Leffy replied, "I did." He asked again, "Why?" She said, "That's what I'm wondering. But I figure he approached me because I'm close to you." Priscillian said, "I met him today too, but all he did was say hello. He never mentioned wanting to see you." Tilting his head, he muttered, "Why would the Dush care?" Leffy thought, "Sir Millard told me that House Hadar has no connection with Arch Duchess Van Dade. Duke Hadar himself is friends with her, but they're not particularly close, so it's mostly just the Dush playing nice with the imperial family." They were never opposed to Priscillian taking the throne and barely ever spoke up during assemblies between the aristocracy. So, you could say that House Hadar was pretty neutral. Priscillian frowned and said, "Getting them on my side would be useful, but I've never been able to get a good understanding of them." He yawned and said, "Well, he might have just come to see how things are going at the palace, since his family will be getting a new patriarch soon, and it makes sense for him to approach you." Leffy said, "Should we go to bed?" "I'll go and turn the lights off." He said, "All right." In the room, Leffy blew out the candle. Then she said, "Oh, that's right. Lord Castian offered me a flower bouquet." Priscillian asked, "What?" She explained, "I said it was too much, so he gave me a single flower instead, but I felt like there might be something wrong with it. So I gave it to Sir Millard. It was made out of magic, so who knows?" He asked, "Did House Hadar ask for your hand in marriage?" She was stunned and said, "Pardon." He said, "Never mind." Leffy thought, why would he ask that? Doesn't he know Castian like Cyril? There are a few scenes in the novel where the two of them meet, but I suppose you can't say that a few simple meetings necessarily mean dating when it comes to young nobles. She said determinedly, "Since you said having Hadar on your side would be useful, should I try and befriend Lord Castian next time I see him?" He stared at her and asked, "Have you fallen for Castian?" She exclaimed, "Pardon," he said. "Your quick reactions are very convenient." Leffy thought, "I almost misunderstood. Is he worried I might have fallen for Castian because he's objectively handsome? I might be into handsome faces, but that doesn't mean I'm into him. Besides," she said aloud as she laid down on the bed, "I like you, Your Majesty." He asked, "Why?" She replied, "Because you're cute," he said angrily. "Get out," she protested. "They say it's all over once you think a man is cute. It's like being stuck in a revolving door forever," he grumbled. "I wish that mouth of yours was gone." "I've never been nice to you," she admitted. "That's true. I just happen to like you." Turning away in bed, he said, "There is no such thing as affection without reason." Leffy thought, "You can dislike someone without a reason. So why wouldn't the opposite be possible too? Like family or friends?" He has neither killed his family and has no friends. Now that Cyril, the only person he ever opened up to, isn't here, it must be hard to deal with everything that happened. She smiled and then said, "My prophetic visions tell me I should like you." "You see, that's reason enough, right?" He remained silent. She thought, he's pretending to be asleep, but I know that Priscillian never sleeps before I do. Oh well, at least he's not telling me to stop spewing nonsense. Around 10 days had passed since the welcome banquet. Prince Perry had officially become the master of the Imperial Palace, and the Imperial Guards were newly appointed as well. When everything was beginning to find its place, Leffy, looking at her map, trembled and thought, "This is impossible. I just can't find the cursed item. This quest is harder than finding a needle in a huge haystack. The difficulty level is insane. Besides, what does a cursed item even look like? It's not like it gives off some sort of obvious dark aura. The only thing I've gained from wandering through the palace grounds is a fear of getting lost inside of this gigantic place. Now that he's a child, Priscillian can't sense magic anymore. He keeps freezing up when he remembers. Millard isn't a mage to begin with. And to me, mana is just something I've seen in video games. No wonder we can't find it. Our stats are terrible. But if Priscillian were to find out about this, I would lose my life in a heartbeat. So, I need more clues. The most likely suspect to have cursed Priscillian is Arch Duchess von Didas. Not only has she had an eye on the throne for a long time, but she also finances the Mage Tower, so she could have joined forces with them to put a curse on Priscillian. Hiding a cursed item in the palace would have been easy for her since the Arch Duchess has free access. All right, I'll look into the Arch Duchess. Then she went to Priscillian and said, Your Majesty, I'm going to attend a tea party hosted by Countess Roel. He asked, all of a sudden, why? And what's with that flower pin? She replied, My visions are telling me to go. I believe I'll be able to gather some information. He stared at her without saying anything. She added, So I'd be grateful if you let me a night to accompany me. In other words, it meant he could have someone watch her. He said, It's not like I suspect you or anything. She shrugged and said, Well, it wouldn't hurt for you to suspect everyone, so I understand. He asked with a slight cough, When will you be back? She replied, I'll be back by 5 o'clock. So promise you won't cry while I'm gone. He said, Hurry up and get out. She pouted. Later, her carriage reached the Count's manor. After the welcome banquet, she had started receiving many invitations from nobles. She chose to attend a tea party hosted by Countess Roel because her family wasn't on the Archduchess's list. She glanced around and thought, but why are there so many people? The invitation said there would only be about 5. Several noble women came forward. One said, Oh my, welcome, Miss Leffy. Another said, What an honor to meet you. And another added, I've been hoping to meet you. By the way, did you not come here with His Highness? Leffy thought, I see. So they brought all their kids here because they can't bring them to see Prince Perry anymore. She replied, His Highness did not join me today. They covered their mouths with fans and chuckled. I see, Leffy thought. Look at how in sync they are. Countess Roel then approached and said, Thank you for coming, Miss Leffy. You have no idea how surprised I was to receive your reply this morning. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you sooner. There were suddenly so many additions, so I had a lot to take care of. Leffy said, Not at all. Thank you for inviting me. The Countess said, I'll have someone hang up your cloak. Leffy shook her head and said, Oh, this cloak is part of my identity. I'm fine, she thought. Ever since I started being a fortune teller, I've always worn a long cloak like this. It's part of my identity now. A glass orb was too heavy, so I gave up on that. The Countess smiled and said, All right then. Shall we begin with the tea party? Leffy thought. The seating arrangements at a tea party are equivalent to rank. The fact that the host seated me in the center meant that I'm the center of today's tea party. A noble woman said, I didn't expect to be able to meet you at a social event like this, Miss Leffy. Another added, Me too. I've always wanted to speak with you, Leffy said warmly. As soon as I got up this morning, I had a feeling that I should come here today. I believe it was a sign that meeting all of you was meant to be. One noble woman said, Goodness, how wonderful to hear a fortune teller say such a thing. Leffy thought, This is good. I need to maintain this nice atmosphere. Sometime later, she thought, Now that everyone's more relaxed, I should start asking questions. She said, By the way, there's something I've been wondering about Lord Castian. One woman nodded and said, Oh, you mean the next head of House Hadar? All I know is that he is an almost astoundingly perfect young noble. House Hadar rarely ever attends social events, you see. But go ahead, please ask, Leffy said. It's nothing too deep. I was just wondering why he returned home after only a year at the Mage Tower. I heard that most mages spend many years there, so Countess Roel replied, Oh, I can tell you about that. Lord Castian's mana awakened at quite an early age as well. I believe he was 10. As House Hadar is known for its magic abilities, they have their own magic curriculum. But he joined the Mage Tower to gain some outside experience. I believe he lost interest and returned home quite quickly because he had already learned most of what they were teaching at the Mage Tower. Leffy said, I see. Another woman added, Come to think of it. That was just when Archduchess von Didas became an elder at the Mage Tower. Leffy asked, Pardon? An elder? The woman replied, Yes. She has supported them so much financially that they gave her an honorary seat as elder. Leffy said, So, the Mage Tower and the Archduchess have been quite close for a long time. The woman said, That's right. Leffy thought, Castian and Priscillian are the same age. That means that when Castian joined the Mage Tower, Priscillian was 14 as well, so he must have been at the Mage Tower for over 5 years then. Why did the Archduchess leave Priscilla alone when she must have had her eye on him back then? Everyone said Priscillian would become the Empire's greatest mage, so he must have been a dangerous opponent in her plan to ascend the throne. Maybe she went easy on him because he was underage. Another woman murmured, I wonder where His Majesty is now. Not that I would dare to assume the depths of his grief. Of course, Leffy thought. His Majesty is at the palace. Of course, she said aloud. It seems as though it may take a while until he returns. The woman flinched and asked, Pardon? How long? How is the young prince going to handle the situation? Leffy paused and thought. The situation. Sophia said something similar the other day. She remembered Sophia's words. I am a bit worried because he left when things were looking bad, Leffy thought. I almost remembered something back then, too. What was it? What could this situation be that's troubling both servants and nobility? The women began murmuring among themselves. I heard rumors spread from the outskirts of the capital. I thought the capital would be safe, but I heard them as well. I hope this doesn't mean the wells in the capital will dry up as well. I worry because it hasn't rained for so long. Leffy suddenly sprang up from her chair and thought, I finally remember the wells are drying up. This was the reason Cyril, the future head of House Regina, had to go herself. Why she had to be part of a delegation to an allied kingdom. It's because of the great drought of the Etchid Empire. As soon as Priscillian ascended the throne, it started raining less and less in the empire. Droughts are a devastating disaster in an empire reliant on its agriculture and commerce. Priscillian then kept the wells from drying up by casting a powerful spell with the palace at its center. But this wasn't a problem that could be solved by just one spell. That's why Priscillian had to continuously use his magic and why he refused to stray far from the capital. But despite his efforts, the drought couldn't be prevented. Wells began to dry up starting from the edges of the empire. And so Cyril ended up having to travel to an allied kingdom to make a trade deal for water. And it's at this pivotal moment that Priscil was turned into a child, preventing him from using magic. It's been so long since I came to this world that I forgot. One woman asked, What's wrong, Miss Leffy? Leffy quickly replied, clearing her throat, Oh, nothing. I just have a feeling that His Majesty might have to return soon. I just long for his return so much that I got emotional. The woman chuckled nervously and said, I see. Leffy thought, will breaking Priscillian's curse actually take care of the drought, though? And will trading for water even be a good solution? She sighed and thought, the Empire already dislikes Priscillian for being a tyrant. What if the drought is blamed on Priscillian, too? Leffy raised her head. One woman flinched. Leffy said, I have a favor to ask of you. Later, Leffy entered a bakery. The bakery clerk said, Hello. Welcome to Dreaming Bakery. Leffy looked around the bakery in amazement. After the tea party, she had headed to the most popular dessert place in the capital. Before arriving, she had asked the noblewoman, Do you happen to know? The noblewoman blinked and said, Pardon? Leffy had thought, if you don't lighten up sometimes, it's hard to come up with new ideas to do so. Something sweet might just work, and I didn't want to return to the palace empty-handed. Although, this is really just for Priscil's sake. Good luck with the drought, the clerk said cheerfully. Please take your time and look around, Leffy said. That's all right. Then she pointed across the counter and added, from here to there. Please wrap it all up. The clerk dashed off, flustered. Yes, Leffy thought with a smug smile, I've always wanted to do that, although she hadn't been able to make any money as a fortune teller since being brought to the palace. She was already on her way to becoming super rich. In other words, she had a lot of money saved up. She hadn't had to spend anything at the palace. But now that Priscillian had started eating desserts, the clerk returned and said, Thank you. Please come again. As Leffy walked out, she thought, I'll slowly bring it up while he's eating. If I make him feel like I've put a lot of thought into it. Suddenly, Arch Duchess Von Dade appeared in front of her. The Arch Duchess said, How fortunate that I was able to meet you this time, Leffy. Leffy flinched. Your Grace, the Arch Duchess said, Countessa told me you'd be here. Do you have some time to spare? Leffy stammered, I need to return to the palace. There's a little boy waiting for me, and the Arch Duchess smiled. I would like you to lend me some of your time because I'm not sure what I'll do if I were to waste my time once again. Leffy shuddered and said, Yes, ma'am. She thought nervously, You're not going to hit me next time, are you? Later, they sat together. The Arch Duchess said, Leffy, according to your story, you were close with the prince's mother and brought him to the palace when she died so he wouldn't be alone. Is that right? Leffy, sweating, said, yes, pretty much. The Arch Duchess smirked and said, but you see, you only seem to have existed for 3 months living in a village at the edge of the empire. Leffy blinked. Pardon. The Arch Duchess continued, I looked into your background. The street-side fortune teller Leffy, you appeared one day out of nowhere and began to tell fortunes about important events and high-ranking nobles of the empire. When all your prophecies proved to be true, you instantly gained fame, but she rose from her chair, leaned close to Leffy, and said, if you knew the emperor's lover, why were you at that village alone? Leffy gasped. Well, you see, I wasn't with her all the time. The Archduchess pressed on, Ellen Feeler Ruth de Mora Irenaeus River Margaret. When you came out of that well, why did you act as though you had lost your memory? Leffy thought frantically. Here goes nothing, she suddenly blurted. I really had lost my memory at the time. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes. What? Leffy said quickly. I was attacked by ruffians and thrown into that well. Didn't the villagers tell you they thought I had hurt my head? I then met up with the prince's mother and began to slowly regain my memories. But her health was poor, and in the end, I traveled to the palace with His Highness. And because I was gone for so long, Prince Perry developed separation anxiety, which is why I have to return to the palace as soon as possible. Just then, she saw the door open. Spotting Priscillian, she sprang up from her chair in relief. Your Highness, Priscillian said, I don't know why you would be here, great aunt. The Archduchess bowed her head slightly and said, I was simply having a conversation with Leffy, Your Highness. Priscillian said, I didn't know that you two had planned to meet. The Archduchess replied, we ran into each other by chance. Leffy tattled quickly. Her Grace heard that I would be at Countess Roll's tea party and had been looking for me until she found me here. Priscillian sighed and said, Leffy is one of my people, so I would like for you to contact me first if you want to see her. Treating one of my people as if they were nothing shows your disregard for me. Does it not? The Archduchess leaving said, I will keep that in mind from now on, Your Highness. Leffy exclaimed, Your Highness, as soon as you stepped in here, the lights, the temperature, even the humidity level improved drastically, he said, curly. Just get in the carriage. They sat inside as it began moving. Leffy recounted their conversation and said, that's what I told her. And I think I was pretty convincing, he said, HM. She added, I also said that you show separation anxiety when you are apart from me for too long. He yanked her hair and said angrily, you and your nonsense. Separation anxiety? As if, she yelped, it was the best I could come up with at the time. He demanded, why would you even meet up with the Archduchess and make such a fuss? She wailed, I didn't want to meet up with her. It's not my fault. I was just there to get some desserts for you, he halted. For me, she nodded. Yes, since you're only ever at the palace, I thought it would be nice to get some for you while I was out, he said. I do not enjoy sweets that much, she argued. But you've been eating them these days, he bickered. That's only because you keep nagging me, she countered. I was just asking you to think of the servants who made them. The coachman interrupted, we have arrived. They got out of the carriage. Priscillian began walking, but he glanced back at her. Then he said, bring all the packages from the carriage. You said there were more sweets inside. We cannot let them go to waste, she said happily. Yes, sire. Stepping beside him, she asked, oh, by the way, why did you come to the bakery? He replied, you told me you would be back by 5 o'clock, she beamed. Your Highness, he said, stop leering at me. She sputtered, pardon. The next day, Leffy asked, you got an invitation from House Hadar? Priscillian said, yes. There was one for you too. She opened it and saw it was for Castian's birthday banquet. She asked, we should go, right? Priscillian said, we don't have a good enough excuse to refuse. And since this is House Hadar, it is only right to show them some respect. I have already accepted. Then he asked, what kind of dress do you want to wear? She said, I'll just wear what I always do. He stared at her, then pointed and said, I thought you might say that, so I had one prepared. Wear that. She looked at it in awe. Later in the carriage, Leffy thought, even the cloak itself looks like a dress. It makes me look like I'm the secret daughter of the emperor or something. Also, she said aloud, I just noticed that we look like we're matching on purpose. Priscillian said, we are. You once said that Prince Perry and Leffy the fortune teller are a set. It's not an official event, so this should be fine. Leffy said, touched, how thoughtful. She thought proudly, mothers of the capital. Look, my child asked to match with me first. She said I knew it. Your Majesty, you really do like, he snapped. So, be on your best behavior. If you do anything to hurt your reputation, it will reflect badly on me too. When they reached the Hadar manor, Leffy gasped. Is it just me, or is that manor almost as tall as the palace? Isn't it forbidden to build anything taller? Priscillian said. I hear they made sure it was slightly smaller than the palace. The late emperor allowed it, she said. What's the difference? 1 centimeter, he replied. I hear it's 2 centimeters, she thought. Your approval of House Hadar has decreased by 2 points. Castian came forward and said, Glory be to Echet. Thank you so much for coming, Your Highness. Priscillian said, I have to come for such an important occasion. Castian chuckled and said, Thank you. Then he added warmly, I am overjoyed to see you again, Miss Leffy. She said, Likewise, Lord Castian. Thank you for inviting me, Castian said. Please let me show you the way. Seated in the garden at a table with Priscillian, Leffy said, Wow, is this a garden party? It didn't mention that in the invitation. The trees are sparkling, Castian then spoke to the gathered guests. Thank you all for taking the time to attend today. This will be my first time hosting a banquet at our capital manor, and it was all quite unfamiliar and yet fascinating. I enjoyed every moment of preparing for this banquet, and so I hope you will have a wonderful time today, too. Leffy thought, no wonder Castian is called the perfect young nobleman. He's so eloquent. Castian continued, lately, the empire has been in chaos because of the drought. Just a few days ago, a well dried up on the outskirts of the capital. As he spoke, he raised his hand and began casting magic. At House Hadar, we are loyal to both the Empire and the Imperial family, and we have been determined to find a solution, and so suddenly a drop fell from the sky. Leffy said in surprise, this sound. It started raining heavily on the forest behind Castian. Leffy thought in amazement. Wow. He's making it rain all over this huge forest, and he's able to control it so we don't get wet. Castian said, if His Highness wills it, House Hadar is ready to make it rain whenever necessary. Leffy thought, in any kind of relationship. Whenever someone offers to be this helpful, they usually have some sort of exchange in mind. He's offering to make it rain whenever, and over such a large area, too. It's heavy rain. Everyone was staring at Castian, hoping that he would aid the Empire. To anyone here who ran a business on the continent, Castian's magic must have seemed like an answer to their prayers. Priscillian said, thank you. I will give it serious consideration. Castian smiled, then snapped his fingers, and the rain stopped. Leffy thought, I heard that magic related to nature takes a lot of mana, so making it rain over this large of an area is really... The guests began greeting a new presence. Oh my, what an honor. Your Grace. Duke Indicio von Hadar had arrived. He smiled and said, May the Echet Empire flourish. Thank you for coming all this way, Your Highness. Priscillian said in surprise, I did not expect to see you here, Your Grace. The Duke laughed and said, I had to show up to my only child's birthday, ever since he became ill a few years ago. Duke von Hadar had abstained from attending any official events. Even Priscillian had only ever met him at his coronation 5 years ago. The Duke asked, could it be that you already know about me rarely showing up to events? Priscillian replied, I heard about you from my father and also rarely saw your name on event attendance records. The Duke said, I see. I would love to hear what His Majesty said about me. But you need not divulge that information, Your Highness. Leffy thought, that was close. The Duke said, but first, we cannot let our guests stay outside, so we should go indoors. We shall guide you to the ballroom. In the grand hall, soft music was playing, and there were various delicious desserts. Castian said, we have prepared a separate area for His Highness. As he gestured toward the children's section, he added, I wanted you to be able to enjoy this banquet with your peers, Your Highness. Priscillian stared in stunned disbelief. A noble woman exclaimed, oh my, Everything is decorated so nicely. You even prepared separate desserts for the young guests. How thoughtful." Priscillian flicked his finger, gesturing for Leffy to come close. She leaned toward him. He whispered, "Come get me in 30 minutes." I refuse to stay a full hour. Saying this, he stepped toward the children's area. Leffy suppressed her laugh and thought, "Yes, sire. I promise to come rescue you." In any case, the banquet finally began. Leffy had lost her shield, Prince Perry, so it got harder to avoid being swarmed by nobles. She thought she had gained enough experience to fend them off. But a noble said, "Miss Leffy, I heard that you do fortune-telling. May I ask you to read my fortune?" Another added, "Me too, Miss Leffy. I will be starting a new business in the West and would like to ask for your advice." Word must have gotten out about what happened at the tea party because she was quickly surrounded by nobles. They clamored to be the first to have their fortune read, having heard that she only read 1 or 2 fortunes a day. The only thing Leffy could do was, she said, I suddenly have a headache." She decided to show them the act she had been practicing for 3 months. One noble asked, "What's wrong, Miss Leffy?" Another asked, "Are you all right?" Leffy sighed and said, "Whenever I try to read the auras of so many people, I get dizzy. Especially since the auras of everyone here are so dazzling." Hearing this, they all smiled. Leffy thought as she looked around, "They love it. Now, if I just make my way to the balcony." She staggered and said, "Ugh, my head." She bumped into Castian. He asked, "Are you all right, Miss Leffy? Are you dizzy?" Leffy gasped and thought of Castian's firm chest. She stammered, "I'm fine." Castian said, "Bring us some cold champagne." Leffy quickly interrupted, "I do not drink alcohol while escorting His Highness." Castian said, "His Highness is having a good time on his own. Shouldn't you be allowed at least 1 drink?" Leffy said, "No, I'm afraid 1 drink would not work for me." He offered her a glass of water and said, "Oh, are you bad with alcohol?" "I was not trying to pressure you." "I'm sorry," Leffy explained. "No, I meant to say I have a policy of never stopping at just 1 drink," Castian said. The music changed. Leffy thought, "It must be time to dance." Castian extended his hand and said, "Would you do me the honor of this dance, Miss Leffy?" Leffy thought, "Huh? This is so sudden." She shook her head and said, "Oh, I can't dance because I have to watch over His Highness." Castian said, "His Highness seems to be fine. Besides, you are also a guest at my party, Miss Leffy. You are not here as just the prince's guardian." Leffy protested, "But I've never danced before." A maid suddenly took off her cloak. Castian said, "Just follow my lead." "The first dance is always easy," Leffy cried, "but my dress is too plain. I'm worried that I might make you look bad." She thought, "I can't believe this. I was relying on my fancy cloak to cover my dress." Castian reached for her hand and said, "The most eye-catching accessory at this party will be on your arm. There's nothing for you to be worried about. Would you say yes this time?" "I feel terrible almost being rejected a 3rd time." Leffy thought, well, Priscillian said it would be good to have House Hadar on his side, so this is just another way of making connections. She froze as she looked at Priscillian. She thought nervously, "What's with that face? Is he trying to tell me that if I don't dance well, it'll make the prince look bad, too?" She nodded at him. He looked at her in confusion. She thought, "I'll do my best." Waking up as a noble lady in a novel, she suddenly had to dance with the male lead. She felt nervous knowing that she couldn't dance, but her body remembered how, and she managed to do it beautifully. And so, their fates became intertwined. They fell in love, blah blah blah. But that miracle did not occur to her. And this body that came out of a well. In other words, she absolutely ruined that dance. How many times did she step on Castian's feet? Maybe she should just jump off right here. Castian came with drinks and said, "Miss Leffy, have you been enjoying the party? I've had a non-alcoholic drink made for you. It should be to your liking." Leffy was sighing, so she drank and said, "Isn't it obvious? I wasn't happy about having to dance. It was my first ever dance, but you made me into a spectacle for everyone to see." Castian chuckled. Leffy said, "You seem to be amused by my lack of dancing skills, my lord." Castian said, "No, that's not it at all. Would you still be upset with me if I told you that I was happy about being your first dance partner?" He placed his coat over her shoulders and said, "I would like to talk to you some more, Miss Leffy." You might catch a cold if we stay out here. So, shall we go inside? Leffy thought, is this standard etiquette for nobles? Is this how they make connections? If we need to be on good terms with House Hadar, should I take this opportunity? Then she said, no, I have to return to His Highness. It's his bedtime soon, so we must return to the palace. She thought, moreover, I totally forgot. After that dance with Castian and sulking out here, it's definitely been more than 30 minutes, she exclaimed as she dashed away. I'll be going now. Castian grabbed her hand and said, what a shame to have to say goodbye to you, Miss Leffy. Leffy said, please be straightforward with me if you want something. I can sense that you are teasing me rather than being truthful. He asked, is this what you meant by reading someone's aura? Leffy replied, basically yes, she thought. I don't know what he's trying to do with this obsessive secondary male lead obsessing over an extra storyline, but I'm already in the middle of surviving the palace and my life is on the line. Besides, I know how much he flirted with Surel. What is he trying to do? Castian said. Unfortunately, I must say that you are mistaken, Miss Leffy. I have never teased you. Not even once. He leaned closer and added. However, when it comes to a motive, I do have one, she asked. And what's that? Castian said. House Cedar has always supported the imperial family, Miss Leffy. So, if you ever reach out to us, we are more than willing to work for His Highness. Then Leffy went to Priscillian and said, Your Highness, it's time to head back to the palace. She thought, goodness, look how many desserts are piled in front of him. I can't believe those little kids already know how to offer bribes. They're going to be such good nobles in the political world when they grow up. Later, sitting in the carriage, Priscillian asked, why were you so late? She shrank back and said, I really tried to be on time, but he yelled in rage. You had too much fun dancing with Castian, didn't you? So, you forgot about me, she exclaimed. Pardon? Did it actually look like I was having fun? How could you say that when you saw how I danced? I do apologize for being late, but I cannot let you believe that. He said, all right, I take it back. She thought, you don't need to take it back that quickly. Their carriage was protected by soundproofing magic. He said, regardless. Did his pretty face finally win you over? You spent far too much time with him on the balcony. You must have been happy to stare at him after abandoning me, she said. I guess that's partially true, but ow. He grabbed her hair and yanked. She cried. Siri, I already told you that I like you more. I am devoted to you and you alone, he said. Treacherous subjects like you are the first to get sentenced to death, she groaned. My hair will fall out first at this rate, he retorted. I'm trying to rip out your hair so your head won't be too heavy to carry around, she said in shock. That's genius. He scowled and tugged her hair again. You little, she shouted. I didn't go to the balcony with Castian on purpose. He followed me while I was out there lamenting my terrible dancing skills. This is all your fault, sire. He paused and said, what? She explained, you told me that having House Hadar on your side would be good. That's why I tried to dance, even though I've never done it before. You have no idea how much I wanted to run out of that ballroom. He stopped tugging and said with a huff, then why are you still wearing Castian's coat? She began, oh, that's just, then a maid came and knocked on the carriage. Miss Leffy, I brought you your cloak just as you asked. Leffy handed her the coat and said, thank you. Please return this coat to Lord Castian. The maid replied, yes, Miss Leffy. Leffy thought, I was in too much of a hurry to speak in complete sentences, but I'm glad they understood me. She said, I forgot to return it to him because I left so quickly. I couldn't just throw it away. So, where's that, sire? I prefer the cloak you got me. You believe me now, right? Priscillian, without replying, knocked on the carriage wall. The coachman said, departing now, your highness, and the carriage began moving. She said, please don't abandon me again, sire. I never want to dance again, he said, you require so much maintenance. For days later, nobles were talking among themselves. I heard that when Lord Castian raised his hand, the sky split open and it began to rain. Is that true? I heard that the earth shook. Apparently, the sun rose in the middle of the night instead of the moon. Hearing them, Leffy thought, wait, wouldn't that last one be a catastrophe? The incident at Castian's birthday banquet was more impactful than anyone could have imagined. The whole empire was buzzing with the news that Castian could end the drought. Thanks to those rumors, Priscillian had been busy answering letters from the eastern continent where it hadn't rained for 4 months. Leffy asked, "Do you think it would be best to partner with House Hadar?" Priscillian said, "It would be better if they asked for something in exchange, but since they say they don't want anything, I'm suspicious," she said. "They might be trying to prove their loyalty to the Empire by solving this catastrophe," he replied. "That's the issue." Leffy asked, "Pardon?" He explained, "That is exactly what the people of the Empire will think." But what happens to Prince Perry in that situation? That amount of rain won't solve the drought issue. Otherwise, the problem would have fixed itself already, Leffy said, but it was a huge downpour. He said, "The longest that spell can be maintained is probably 30 minutes. A 30-minute rain shower won't be enough to end the drought in the east, let alone in half of the capital." Leffy asked, "But wouldn't even that tiny amount of rain be helpful in the affected areas?" He said, "I suppose so. But using that spell will require a lot of mana. So he won't be able to use it more than twice a day or so, which means that he would have to make a long journey starting from the east all the way back to the center." Leffy thought. He'd become the man who brought rain to the whole continent. Castian von Hadar, the savior of the Empire. That means he'll gain a lot of popularity with the people, and Prince Perry will pale in comparison. Priscillian said, "House Hadar may not be asking for anything in exchange right now, but Prince Perry will end up being indebted to them. And maybe even me too." He sighed and added, "I will take some more time to think about it." "You should refrain from attending any events for now," Leffy said, "All right." In the end, the nobles called for an assembly to discuss the drought. The Arch Duchess said, "Your Highness, I ask you to at least travel to the outskirts of the capital to ease the people's worries. The people are weighed down with worry about this problem. So if you were to travel to see them in person as a direct successor of the great imperial bloodline, the people would be able to rest easy." Another noble agreed. "I agree," Leffy thought. "They're directly targeting the prince." The Archduchess smiled and said, "You should inspect the state of the wells on the outskirts first. And if you wish to take further steps, then please let me know." She stepped closer and added, "Also, I urge you not to be suspicious of House Hadar's loyalty." She whispered, "You have no other options, do you?" Leffy gasped and thought, "I can't believe she's being so disrespectful. Is this allowed?" A few days later. "Did you hear? The prince isn't giving House Hadar permission to help because he's afraid of losing authority. He's power-hungry already. That greedy prince is going to ruin the empire," Leffy exclaimed. People were saying that the maid replied, "Yes, I feel terrible. I hope His Highness isn't hurt by this later." Priscillian said, "I should travel to the outskirts." Millard replied, "I will get the Imperial Guard ready." He whispered to him, "Do you think it'll actually help if His Majesty, I mean the prince, goes there?" He said, "There is a belief that the blood of the imperial family is sacred. It's a belief that stems from the founding of the empire, so Prince Perry should be able to ease the people's worries a little just by being there." They then traveled to the outskirts where Priscillian inspected a well. He said, extending his hand, "It really has dried up." Leffy said softly, "Your Highness." Suddenly, a clamoring noise arose. Turning back, Leffy thought, "What's all that noise?" A man shouted, "How dare you show up this late? My daughter hasn't had a single glass of clean water for days. What on earth took you so long?" Leffy saw a man holding a bucket of wine. The man threw the wine toward Priscillian, but before it could hit him, Leffy stepped in front just in time. Priscillian, shocked, said, "Why would you?" Leffy thought, "Oh good. It was just wine. I was worried it might be something dangerous." Thank goodness Priscillian didn't get wet. She smiled and said, "I'm glad nothing hit you, and thank goodness I didn't wear that cloak you gave me. I really wanted to, but changed my mind. My fortune-telling powers must have told me not to." Priscillian raised an eyebrow. "Why would you only protect your clothes and not yourself?" She blinked and said, "Pardon." He looked away slightly. "I was being arrogant. I should have partnered with House Hadar sooner." She shook her head and said gently, "You were just being cautious." He clenched his fists. "There's nothing I can do to protect myself. If it wasn't arrogance that brought me here, then what else could it be? Why do you have to suffer just to protect me?" She suddenly grabbed his shoulders and said firmly, "This is partly my fault, too. This is only happening because I still haven't found that cursed item. I've failed to help you in the way that would be most useful. So, please take this as me trying to help in any way I can." He looked at her, voice soft. "Why are you so?" Before he could finish, Millard approached and asked, "Your Highness, what should we do with these rebels? Should we arrest them or execute them?" Leffy thought, even an attempt to harm a member of the imperial family can be judged on the spot and the offenders sentenced to death. Priscillian said calmly, "No, I did not listen to them until they were forced to take up arms. I am partially responsible for what happened here. Sheathe your swords. I did not come here to exert my authority." Leffy thought he was ready to behead that noble at the welcome banquet. But now I'm glad to see Priscillian being merciful. But if he lets this go, things might worsen at our next stop. Priscillian continued, "Instead, I sentence you to go to the palace and bring barrels of water here yourselves. You will be allowed to bring wheelbarrows, but you must make the journey on foot. I expect to see you at the palace tomorrow." Leffy thought, "That's such a kind punishment." The people around them exclaimed with relief and gratitude. "Thank you so much." "Thank you, Your Highness," Leffy said cheerfully. "What a witty and wonderful idea, Your Highness. I was worried things might get worse if you didn't punish them. I was concerned that you'd become too soft, like some sort of pudding." Priscillian cleared his throat. "You were the one who taught me how to punish someone without beheading them. And since you ended up getting drenched, I couldn't just let this go." She looked touched. "Your Highness," he turned toward the carriage. One rebel man shouted, "A few barrels of water won't solve the issue. Are you even aware that the central capital fountain has dried up too? It's been nearly 5 years since the new emperor took the throne, and yet the drought only worsened. No wonder, since he was busy being in love instead of." Leffy screamed and dashed toward him, grabbing his arm. She shouted, "5 years? It's been nearly 5 years since the central fountain dried up." The man stammered. "What's wrong with her?" Millard stepped forward quickly. "Miss Leffy, that man is dangerous. Please get in the carriage." But she interrupted him, eyes wide. "It will rain." Millard halted. "What?" Leffy thought. "I remember it clearly. The letter Priscillian sent to Cyril, the one where he asked how she was and told her what was going on in the Empire. She said again, more certain this time, it will rain in the Empire." She thought, "I was so distracted by the drought that I completely forgot. On the day of Priscillian's 5th year on the throne, there will be a record-breaking amount of rain in the palace." Leffy said to Priscillian, "Sire, there will be a rainstorm on the day that marks your 5th year as emperor." He raised an eyebrow. "How do you expect me to believe that?" She insisted. "My powers tell me it will rain that day." Priscillian frowned. "There are still 5 days left. Do you really expect me to sit around and not ask House Hadar for help during that time?" Leffy said, "You said you didn't want to be indebted to House Hadar anyway." He shook his head. "More wells are drying up while I try to protect my pride. And what if it doesn't rain that day?" Leffy twitched, suddenly uncertain. She thought, it may have said it rained in the book. But what if Priscillian was lying to ease Cyril's worries? "That's entirely possible," Priscillian said. "If it doesn't rain in 5 days, it'll take even more time to send Castian east. The higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. If your prophecy fails, the people will be enraged." Leffy said, "Please trust me, just this once. On that day, it will rain enough to completely fill the central fountain." He narrowed his eyes. "Is there some importance to that particular well?" "Why would you mention that?" Leffy thought. "You're the one who talked about it in your letter." "Aloud," she said, "or I'll go and stand by the fountain all day. I'll go there in the morning, and if it doesn't rain, please publicly announce that you are cutting ties with me." Priscillian flinched. "What?" She continued, "With the public sentiment so against you, you have to do something. At a time like this, someone has to take responsibility. People are saying all kinds of things about Prince Perry, who grew up outside the palace, and his fortune teller. If it doesn't rain, stop it," he said sharply. But she pressed on, "Tell everyone that you were fooled by a wicked fortune teller who manipulated you. Then punish me." "You," he began. Leffy smiled. "You can secretly pardon me later, right? That's politics." She thought, "I say that. But if I actually get imprisoned, it won't be easy to get out. Even if I'm released, I'll never go back to the life I had. I won't be able to help Priscillian break his curse. But if I can help him, even just a little. Later, the Arch Duchess confronted them. "Your Highness," she said sternly, "are you really choosing to trust the words of some street-side fortune teller who hasn't even been acknowledged by the temple? The whole continent is drying up even now while you hesitate to make a decision. That woman may be your guardian, but you must not be fooled by some fortune teller of unknown origin." Leffy thought, "I was already planning to take the fall if my prediction didn't come true. But I had no idea they were already so biased." Another noble pointed at her. "What would a commoner like her know? Don't let yourself be manipulated by such a wicked woman. Please ask the Archduchess, your only blood relative, for help." Priscillian slammed his hand on the table. "Put your hand down." The noble paled and lowered his hand. "Yes," Priscillian said. "I will order House Hadar to travel east. However, I will tell them to hold off on making it rain until the evening of my father's 5th coronation anniversary. If it does not rain by then, I'll order them to use their rain-calling magic immediately." "Would that satisfy you?" The nobles nodded. "Yes, Your Highness," Priscillian said. "Then I conclude today's meeting." The Archduchess stepped closer. "Your Highness, even if it rains that day, it won't rain across the whole empire," Priscillian replied. "That can also be said for House Hadar's magic," she added, "but they could travel throughout the empire and bring rain to every region. The Mage Tower may help in the future, too. I wish you good luck, Your Highness." With that, she turned and left. Priscillian muttered, "I am taking a gamble here." Leffy smiled. "Sire, anyone who's 100% sure they'll win is a swindler, not a gambler," he smirked. "So, you're calling yourself a swindler?" she chuckled. "No, I'm about 99% sure. And on that 1% chance it doesn't rain, I'll take responsibility." He looked at her silently, eyes unreadable. On the day of Ikhart 21's 5th coronation anniversary, they went to the central fountain. The nobles whispered among themselves, "So that's the fortune teller, Leffy. She assured everyone it would rain today. What happens if it doesn't rain?" Leffy stopped and gulped. She thought, "What do you think? I'll be erased from existence." Even though everyone is so desperate, Priscillian chose me instead of the safe option. "If it really doesn't rain." Then Priscillian turned and looked at her. "Leffy, what's wrong?" She forced a smile. "It's nothing, Your Highness," she thought. "Nothing is certain yet." "There's no need to panic," he asked. "Why did you choose noon?" Leffy had predicted rain that day, but since the nobles were all very busy and unable to just stand around staring up at the sky all day, they had to announce a specific time. She gave a thumbs up and said, "Oh, that was just a random guess." He blinked. "What?" She grinned. "Either it'll rain or it won't. So, there's a 50% chance, right? So, I thought noon was a good time since it's the midpoint of the day. If it doesn't rain, please head inside, Your Highness, and please order Sir Millard to quietly drag me away," he sighed. The temple rang the noon bell," Leffy said. "Your Highness, would you stretch out your hand toward the fountain?" Priscillian looked confused. "I cannot use any magic," she replied. "I know that, but I thought it might make this look good." He extended his hand. Suddenly, he wobbled. Leffy gasped. "Watch out, you're high." She also staggered and grabbed the well's edge. The crowd cried out, "The ground is shaking." Leffy thought, "No, this isn't the ground." Suddenly, the fountain erupted, shooting water high into the air. They all looked stunned. Leffy thought, "The fountain is shooting out water. What is going on?" Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and within moments, heavy rain poured down. The nobles began cheering, shouting, "Long live His Highness." Leffy thought, "Wow, this is going to go down in history." Priscillian asked, "Are you actually able to tell the future?" She chuckled and said, "It's raining, Your Highness. On the 5th anniversary of Ikhart 21's ascension to the throne, it had rained. It was a historic downpour that covered the whole empire." A downpour was really the only way to describe the amount of rain that fell that day, and the people called it a blessing. Since Prince Perry was present at the location where the rain began, and it happened to be the Emperor's 5th anniversary, everyone's loyalty to the throne was solidified. Leffy said softly, "Everything went so well." Millard replied, "It was all thanks to you, Miss Leffy." She cleared her throat and said, "I see your tone toward me has become more formal, Sir Millard." He explained, Anyone who was present that day is bound to see you in a different light. Leffy asked, anyway, were you able to get any answers about what I asked you to look into? The reason the fountains suddenly started working, Millard nodded. It does seem to have broken. They had shut it off because of the drought, but the water started coming through when the regulator broke. The water started coming through, she asked in surprise. Yes, he said. Those who work there said they would investigate further, but they told me it would be hard to look into. Leffy thought, how did water suddenly come out like that when there wasn't enough of it? Where did it come from? Maybe Priscillian subconsciously used his magic. Or maybe it really was a miracle. At the main palace, in front of Priscillian's office, Leffy and Millard were walking when Leffy spotted Elaine coming out of the office. She said, "It's nice to see you again, Elaine." Elaine smiled politely. "Hello, Miss Leffy. Are you on your way out from work?" Leffy asked. "Yes," Elaine said. "I just had His Highness sign some paperwork I prepared this morning." Priscillian had been taking care of all state affairs by himself after he turned into a child. He had sent all his officials home since they didn't know who might have brought in the cursed item. But now that he was so little, he needed regular naps and enough sleep. Handling everything on his own became too difficult. He decided to hire a secretary. And that very morning, Elaine von Spade had arrived. As the daughter of Marquis Spade, she had graduated at the top of her class at the Imperial Academy and was so talented that she took over running her family business as soon as she became an adult. Priscillian apparently hired her as soon as he read her application. On top of that, Elaine was also the younger sister of Rowan von Spade, Cyril's lover and the male lead of the novel. Leffy thought, I liked her a lot because she was written as curt but kind and because she seemed more like an older sister despite being younger. Elaine said, "Before my arrival, I thought the paperwork was being done by court officials or you, Miss Leffy. I was amazed to see that His Highness has been doing it all by himself." Leffy sweated nervously and said with an awkward laugh, "His Highness said he couldn't leave such important matters to just anyone." Elaine observed, "It is fascinating that His Majesty and His Highness do paperwork in the exact same way." "He learned really quickly," Leffy said with a forced laugh. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right?" "I see," Elaine said instantly, accepting it. "There are rumors that the imperial bloodline is sacred after all. They also say that members of the imperial family are blessed at times. That must be the case for His Highness." Leffy thought, "Wait, that's a thing?" Smiling, she said, "He has always been very clever, just as I thought," Elaine said with a nod. Leffy thought, "It's a little strange that she doesn't seem to doubt me at all." But inside his office, Leffy asked, "Your Majesty, is there a specific reason you chose someone from House Spade to be your aide?" Priscillian replied, "She's intelligent, so she's quick and efficient." Leffy said uneasily, "I worry she might realize that something is off about Prince Perry just now." Priscillian asked, "What did you talk to her about?" She said she was surprised that he does all the paperwork himself. Leffy explained. "So, what did you say?" he asked, curious. "I just told her that you learned quickly and that you were always a smart kid and that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and so on. I tried my best," she said. "That's fine then," Priscillian assured her. "Pardon?" Leffy asked, blinking. He explained, "She'll believe everything you told her. I think it's a House Spade characteristic. They tend to be very trusting." "I see," Leffy said. She thought that explains why she supplemented my explanation with stuff I'd never heard of before about the imperial family being blessed. She really did just believe what I told her. She'll have to be wary of cults and pyramid schemes. Priscillian added, "Cyril said as much. She thinks that the family lacked the ability to doubt others." She said, "It's amazing that the family is still thriving considering how naive they are and that they're so different from us." Leffy gasped in her mind. This wasn't in the novel. "I can't believe I'm hearing about an unknown conversation between these two." Aloud, she said, "Oh, you're writing to Lady Cyril. Do you write each other often?" "No," Priscillian said. "This will be the first time, but Cyril asked me to reply if only to prove I'm still alive." Then he asked, "What do you usually put in a letter?" Leffy thought, I suppose he wouldn't want to tell her about Prince Perry, the child of Priscillian and his dead lover. She might have already heard since it's become so well known. Instead, she said, I guess you would mention that you're doing well and what's going on, and then ask how the other person is doing. And what if I'm not doing well? Priscillian asked quietly. If you feel bad about lying, you could just tell her about what's been going on in the Empire. Like how it rained, she said, then stopped abruptly. That's a good idea, Priscillian said. She must have been worried about the drought. I should tell her about the downpour, Leffy thought. Wait, I predicted that it would rain based on Priscillian's letter in the novel, but here I am suggesting he write that very letter. Isn't this too paradoxical? Or am I just making sure the novel storyline is being upheld? Priscillian sighed and said, I hear Castian got back to the capital today. He asked for an audience with me tomorrow. And you might have to see him as well, so be prepared. Oh, right. Today is the day he was going to get back from the east, Leffy said. But suddenly, Priscillian slumped onto the table, panting. Sire, she shouted. She touched his forehead and thought, he's burning up. He must have gotten sick from being out in the rain. Your Majesty, Millard shouted, panicked. Oh no, Sir Millard, get me hot water and a towel, please, Leffy said. Yes, he said, rushing out. Leffy thought, we can't call for a doctor or a mage right now. I should get him to his bedroom for now. I thought he looked a bit flushed today. Did he keep working without realizing how sick he was? His pain tolerance is way too high. Later, in his room, Leffy slipped a blanket over Priscillian. His fever wouldn't break, and he was sweating a lot. She murmured in worry. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and little Priscillian transformed back into his original adult form. Leffy looked shocked. She blushed furiously, thinking, who's this hottie? How did his curse break so suddenly? I have to get Sir Millard. But Priscillian grabbed her hand. Leffy, he said weakly. Yes, she stammered. You really are strange, he mumbled. You keep making me. Leffy flushed deeply, thinking, I have no idea what he's saying. But I need him to stop holding onto my hand. But he entwined his fingers with hers. Not so fast, sir, she thought in panic. Don't go, he whispered. I won't, she said softly. And then he finally fell asleep. Leffy blushed and thought, what's going on? It had been 2 days since Priscillian collapsed. Leffy thought, I thought his curse had suddenly broken that night, but by the time Sir Millard got back, Priscillian had turned into a child again. I wonder if my hopes of breaking his curse had caused me to hallucinate, but it felt so real. Thankfully, his fever quickly broke after that, but in order to ensure he got enough rest, Prince Perry took a few days off work. Technically, it was because Sir Millard begged him to do it. But still, Sir Millard went really pale when Priscillian fainted. Leffy wondered if it reminded him of something scary. Leffy asked, does it taste all right? Priscillian replied, well, it just tastes like soup. She giggled and said, I made it myself. He muttered, oh. She gasped. Wait, what's with that reaction? He cleared his throat and said, it's nothing. She quickly added, sure, Sophia was the one who made it, but I taste tested it at the end. He said, all right, all right. Leffy declared, I'm quite the connoisseur. Just then, a servant knocked and said, is here to see you? Leffy thought, is that another noble paying Prince Perry a visit? They've been trying to get a glimpse of him all day. She said, I'll take care of this, and went to open the door. Without looking up, she began, hello, His Highness is currently resting to recover from a cold. He will recover soon. If there is anything urgent you need to tell him, you can tell me. But as she raised her head, her voice faltered. Chills ran down her spine as she said, Your Grace, what brings you here? The Arch Duchess replied, It is only natural for me to stop by after hearing news that His Highness collapsed. Leffy stammered, I see, thinking as if she'd actually be concerned for him. It's not like they're close. Noticing her expression, the Archduchess said, You are terrible at hiding your emotions. Leffy gasped inwardly and thought, I forgot to smile. The Archduchess sighed and said, I am simply here to bring him the notes from today's meeting. Leffy thought, the one from this morning? They said they would discuss the day it rained and what to do next. The Arch Duchess continued, "Streetside fortune teller Leffy, it was surprising to see you predicted the day it would rain, but I swear I will find out how much of what you have said is true and how much is a lie." With that, she turned and left. Leffy scowled in thought, pretending to be worried about the prince and acting like she was so considerate for bringing him the notes. She muttered angrily once the Arch Duchess was far enough, and yet, she actually just came by to threaten me. What a cheap trick. At that moment, Castian appeared. Having overheard, he paused before saying, "Hello, Miss Leffy." Leffy greeted quickly. "Hello, Lord Castian." She screamed internally, thinking, I'm so embarrassed. If you want to maintain our amicable relationship, you'd better pretend that you didn't see anything." Castian laughed lightly and said, "I had asked for an audience with His Highness today, but I just found out he is sick." Leffy thought, "Thank you for being so quick, Castian." She asked, "Did no one send word to House Hadar?" He chuckled and said, "I fell asleep as soon as I got back to the capital yesterday, so I must have missed it." Leffy thought, how surprising to hear that the perfect Lord Castian didn't hear about this because he overslept. He then asked, "Would you like to walk with me?" She said, "All right." As they walked in the garden, Leffy said, "The flowers have already bloomed in the palace gardens." Castian nodded and said, "The flowers had all bloomed in the east as well. I was surprised to see a huge field of flowers the day after the rain." She remarked, "It must have been quite the long trip, Lord Castian." He smiled and said, "Not at all. I was glad to go and happy to return, so it did not feel like it took very long. On my way there, I was happy about His Highness's trust in me. And on my way back, I was glad to see that it had rained across the whole continent. Rain clouds came toward me out of nowhere, and I suddenly found myself in a downpour. It can only be described as a miracle." Leffy thought, "I was worried that he'd be mad about having to take that trip for nothing." She said, "Actually, I was a bit concerned that you would be upset about having taken such a long trip in vain. But what a relief." Castian admitted, To be honest, I was a bit disappointed." She stammered, "What?" He explained, "The fact that it rained is wonderful, but I did lose my chance to contribute after all." She said quickly, "What a coincidence, right? The vision came to me out of nowhere too." He asked softly, "Are you perhaps worried about me?" She replied, "I guess so." He grinned and said, "In that case, I have a favor to ask." She asked, surprised, Castian said, "I hear there will be a festival in the capital square soon. It's in celebration of the rain." She said, "Is that so?" Taking her hands, he asked, "Yes, so would you please go with me? I have never been to a street festival myself and would like to enjoy it with you, Miss Leffy." Leffy thought, "A street festival?" She said cheerfully, "What a great idea." Castian smiled and said, "I am so glad that you are so eager." But Leffy interrupted brightly, "We can go with His Highness. He should be better by then, so we can all go." Castian froze. Leffy thought, "I'll use the festival as an excuse to get Priscillian away from his desk." She added, "It's good for children to see and hear as many things as possible to make pleasant memories." Seeing his expression, she thought, "What's wrong with his face? That expression seems familiar. It reminds me of an orange kitty." She teased with a giggle, "Didn't you say you wanted to get closer to the prince?" "This is the perfect opportunity," he replied quietly. "You are very thoughtful, Miss Leffy," she said proudly. "Sometimes I have great ideas," Castian murmured. "I see." Later, Priscillian went incognito as the son of a nobleman out to see the festival, and the three of them dressed up as his bodyguards. Leffy pointed excitedly and said, "Look at that, Your Highness." In front of the central fountain was a sign that read, "His Highness, Prince Perry, was here." She smirked and chuckled, "You should leave an autograph." Priscillian muttered, "Shut up," and moved toward the well. Then he halted. Seeing that, Castian stepped forward and said, "If you would like to take a closer look, may I lift you up?" Leffy rushed in and said, "I'll lift you up." Castian cleared his throat and said, "I believe I would be able to hold you more steadily, Your Highness." Leffy snapped, "Excuse me. How could you bring strength into this?" Priscillian sighed and said, "Never mind. I'll have Miller do it." Then they saw the well. Leffy said, "It's filled to the brim, Your Highness." He replied, "I see." They had used temporary dye to hide his hair color. Seeing him smile faintly, Leffy thought he was happy. Priscillian tended not to show positive emotions, so even that small smile was enough to make it clear just how happy he was. Leffy said, "All right, now that we've checked out the well, let's go enjoy the festival and eat yummy food." The group headed off to enjoy the festival and sample the stalls. While exploring, Leffy spotted an angelic statue of Priscil and eagerly asked for one. Beaming with joy, she was caught off guard when Priscillian yanked her hair in quiet annoyance. Soon after, Leffy bought a box of chocolates. She placed one in Castian's hand, saying, "Here, Lord Castian, have one." He looked at her in surprise without saying a word. Noticing his hesitation, she smiled and offered more, saying, "Oh, you like sweets, don't you? Have some more." Castian protested, "I am an adult. Why do you think I would like sweets?" Leffy said with certainty, "I just feel like you do." She thought, "I only know because it was in the novel." Cyril once gave him some chocolate after sword training. In this world, people believe sweet things like chocolate are only for children. So Castian said he wouldn't eat it. But eating chocolate doesn't make you a child. By saying that, Cyril made it sound like it was okay for Castian to like sweet things. He must have felt some sort of kinship to her because Castian started being much nicer to Cyril after that. So she encouraged him. "You can be honest about what you like. It's not like it's bad." Castian hesitated, clearly conflicted. Leffy turned to Priscillian and said, "Oh, young master, did we happen to come out here with Lord Castian of House Hadar?" Priscillian asked, "What are you talking about?" She said playfully, "The three of us are just your servants, right?" Priscillian smirked and said, "Right, I don't see Lord Castian anywhere." Castian chuckled, "True, I don't see him either." Leffy nodded and said, "Right?" He admitted softly, "Indeed. Thank you for the chocolate." They were walking around, exploring the festival. Priscillian ate a piece of chocolate. Seeing him, a woman said, "Oh, how cute." "Hello, little boy." Ignoring her, he zoomed forward. Another woman chuckled and said, "He must be shy." Leffy thought, if you saw his face, you wouldn't think so. But then, Sir Millard is looking at him like a pleased father. She turned to Millard and said, "You seem to be happy about being at a festival with the young master." Millard shrugged and replied, "I suppose I am. I didn't realize I was smiling. My younger brother always wanted to go to a festival." Leffy said with surprise, "Oh, so you have a sibling?" Millard answered, "Yes, I did." Leffy thought, did he? Explained he didn't survive past the age of 4, but he looked a lot like the young master does now. "I know I shouldn't, but sometimes I tend to see him as my own brother," Leffy thought. So that's why he reacted like that when Priscillian fainted. He had begged, "Please take more time to rest, sire." Priscillian knows about it, so he couldn't say no. "This must be why Sir Millard is so overprotective, too," she said gently. "I'm sure your brother is in a better place." Millard nodded and said, "I suppose he must be, if you say so, Miss Leffy. I am sure he is with Simeon." Simeon was the god worshipped by the Ehart Empire and involved in its founding myth. Millard suddenly gasped. "That reminds me, I had something to tell the young master about the Simeon faith." He quickly moved forward. Seeing Castian and Priscillian together, Leffy thought, they seem to get along better now, too. "I hope everything stays peaceful just like this." Suddenly, someone pressed a cloth over her head from behind. She panicked and thought, "What's going on?" She managed to cry out, "Young Ma," but a harsh blow struck her and her body went limp. She was dragged away from the group unnoticed. The kidnappers carried her into a hidden place and slammed her against the wall. A scream of pain escaped her lips. One kidnapper said in surprise, "Wait, she isn't unconscious?" Leffy had only pretended to faint so they wouldn't hit her again. Another kidnapper stepped forward and said coldly, "Streetside fortune teller Leffy, you're mistaken. I get that a lot because we look alike, but I'm actually not related." A sword was drawn and pointed at her throat. "You had better tell us everything you know about Prince or your life ends here." Leffy yelped, "Yikes." "Of course. His Highness Prince Perry is 4 years old and lives in the Central Imperial Palace in the same bedroom as His Majesty. He wakes up at 7 a.m. and has breakfast at 8 o'clock, has lunch a bit past noon, and snacks around 2 or 3. There are all kinds of desserts at the palace, but he especially likes choux and looks really cute with crumbs on his face." The kidnapper looked confused. What's wrong with her? But Leffy kept babbling, now rambling about herself. The kidnapper shouted furiously, "Just answer our questions. Where's the Emperor now? You must be in contact with him, so don't lie." Leffy thought, "I was just about to tell them about getting dragged to the palace. Why is everyone so obsessed with where the Emperor is?" A kidnapper snarled, "I'm going to kill you if you keep talking nonsense." She pouted and thought, "It's not nonsense, though. Isn't it way better for them to try and manipulate the prince while the Emperor is gone? Don't tell me they're trying to get rid of the Emperor while he's away. That way, the prince is left without his support. Are they trying to take their chance while the prince is grieving? That must be it." "Answer me now," one demanded. Leffy said, "First, I have to correct you. I am not in contact with His Majesty." "Stop lying," the man yelled. "You're so biased," Leffy snapped. "BIA, what is that? Where the Emperor is? You're spewing nonsense again, aren't you?" "I'll kill you," the kidnapper roared. Leffy gasped and blurted, "I swear I'm not in contact with him, but I could use my powers to try and find out. You've heard about my predictions, right? How I foretold the day it would rain." The kidnappers exchanged uncertain glances. Leffy thought, "There we go. Priscillian must have noticed that I'm gone by now. So, I just need to buy them time to find me." She said seriously, "I need to concentrate really hard to use my powers. So, please be quiet for a moment." The kidnappers hesitated, then fell silent. 10 minutes passed. Leffy sweated and thought, "Why aren't they here yet? Shouldn't they have found me by now?" One growled, "Is it working?" "You're taking too long." She said, "I am focusing. I need more time because he's so far away. So, please wait a little." But the kidnapper raised his sword, stepping forward. "How dare you try to buy yourself some time right in front of us? I guess we'll have to torture you until you feel like talking." Leffy leapt back in fear. "Eek. I see it," she stammered. "His Majesty." Another asked sharply. She blurted, "He's enjoying the early autumn breeze out on the streets and eating chocolate." "Why, you little, kill her," a man shouted. The sword lifted. Leffy closed her eyes, hands raised to shield herself. "I'm going to die," she thought. Suddenly, a flash erupted in the room, followed by screams and the sound of bodies crashing to the ground. Leffy opened her eyes and saw the kidnappers down. She blinked. "What?" She stared at her hands. "Am I actually strong?" she thought in shock. One of the kidnappers staggered up. "What did you do?" "Tie up her arms." She extended her hand forward like Spider-Man, trying to cast magic again, and shouted one more time, but nothing happened. "Wait, give me back my power," she cried. She thought desperately, "What is this? A free trial?" Suddenly, the door slammed open. It flew off its hinges, crashing into a kidnapper. Millard stormed inside. "Miss Leffy," he called. "Sir Millard," she cried, but one kidnapper seized her cloak by the neck. "I'll kill her if you come any closer." Castian raised his hand. "Get your hands off of her," he commanded, and with his magic sent the kidnapper flying into the wall. He stepped forward, offering his hand. "Are you all right, Miss Leffy?" "Yes," she said shakily. She thought, wow, that was just like what happened earlier. Was that Castian too? Maybe he did it through the window behind me. I thought I had hidden powers sealed away in my left hand or something." Another figure rushed into the room. "Oh, Your Highness," Leffy said. Priscillian, panting, gasped, "You? What or no, are you hurt?" She came close, taking his hand. "I'm fine. I'm not hurt." Millard frowned. "There's a wound on your arm." "Huh? When did that happen?" Leffy said, startled. Priscillian grasped her hand and pulled her forward. You have to get treated right away. Follow me. Leffy turned her head slightly. Oh, thank you for your help, Lord Castian. You saved me by blowing them all away earlier. Castian blinked. Pardon? Hurry up, Priscillian urged. Yes, sir, Leffy replied quickly. Millard bandaged her arm and said, There. This is just first aid. So, you must be treated properly once we get back to the palace. Thank you, Sir Millard, Leffy said softly. She thought, he's great at treating wounds. I guess he has experience from being a mercenary. Looking at Priscillian, she thought he's still pale. He was stuttering earlier too. I guess he was spooked. Scratching her head, she said aloud, You'll have to avoid eating choux pastry from now on, sire. What? Priscillian said, confused. They threatened me, so I had to give out some information, she explained. They were asking for your Majesty's location. I stalled for a bit by saying I would use my powers, but it didn't work for long, so we'll need to come up with an excuse. How about we tell people you're taking a grand tour? Priscillian shouted, Is that really all you could think to do in that situation? Act like a disloyal subject? Huh. What else was I supposed to do with a sword at my neck? I had to tell them something. Should I have cried instead? Leffy said indignantly. Priscillian trembled, putting a hand to his forehead. Hi, I really thought something terrible happened to you. You keep getting put in danger. Leffy reached out and hugged him tightly. He stammered, What are you? She whispered, I was actually really scared, but I knew you would find me, Your Majesty. I know your weakness, right? I knew you would come, even if it was just to keep my mouth shut. You, Priscillian said quietly. Leffy thought, he smells like a baby. How nice. Slowly, he hugged her back. She smiled and thought, I'm so glad everyone is safe. The festival went on for about 4 days in the capital and came to a close without much incident. The thugs who kidnapped Leffy were forcefully interrogated with Priscillian's permission and confessed that they had been helped by a noble. But when the knights arrived at the noble's manor, Priscillian asked as a knight reported they were all unconscious. The knight replied, yes, they were unable to answer any questions. The culprit seemed to be a commonplace viscount who had hired mercenaries from a far-off region. The knights went to his manor as soon as they discovered this information, but they found the whole family unconscious in the dining room. And when the family members awoke, they trembled as they clung to the knights, begging for forgiveness and tears. They seemed incapable of saying anything else, so they were taken to the palace to be imprisoned. Each time they woke up, all they did was beg for forgiveness, Priscillian said thoughtfully. If they were attacked and fell unconscious in the dining room instead of the foyer, it would mean that the culprit was someone they knew. He then asked, are there any other nobles they were close to? Millard answered, there weren't any notable connections. They attended Lord Castian's birthday banquet, but don't seem to be very close to House Hadar. I see. Keep investigating, Priscillian said. Leffy thought, someone must have ordered the Viscount to do this. And since it didn't work, they tried to dispose of him. But it's hard to determine who is behind all this just based on the Viscount's connections. This is getting complicated, Priscillian said firmly. Let's go. They sat in the carriage, which soon began moving. They were on their way to the temple for Prince Perry's baptism. A baptism was a religious ceremony in which Simeon blessed members of the imperial family. So whenever a new member was added to the imperial family, they had to undergo the ceremony at the temple. After the day it rained, there had been rumors about the prince possessing the power of Simeon, which was probably why the temple sent a message for him to come and receive his baptism. Usually, the imperial family asked for the blessing themselves. But Priscillian seemed uncomfortable with the idea as he got ready. So Leffy had asked Sir Millard what was wrong. Is His Majesty on bad terms with the temple? She asked. Millard replied, there hasn't been any real conflict, but he did receive his baptism quite late. He was 19. It only happened when he returned to the palace from the Mage Tower, which is very late for a member of the imperial family. Leffy thought, they usually get baptized at 3 or 4 years old. Does that mean he was only recognized as part of the imperial family once he was called the Genius Grand Mage? Millard hesitantly said, in truth, His Majesty has called the Temple of Simeon an incompetent group. Now in the carriage, Leffy thought, I didn't think Priscillian's aggression would be directed at the Empire's religion as well. She saw something through the window and gasped. Huh? A child. Elaine explained, they're apprentice acolytes. They come here each year from every region. Oh, I see. There must be some sort of formal education for them, Leffy said. There are temples in the countryside as well, Elaine added, but children with particularly pure auras are sent to the capital. The capital is a divine place guarded by Simeon. So it is said that the acolytes here are closer to his protection. Protection? How ridiculous. Close the curtain, Priscillian said sharply. All right, Leffy murmured. Outside the temple building, acolytes greeted them. Glory be to Ehart. May Simeon's grace reach the little son. Leffy thought, I knew that this had been the Empire's religion for nearly a millennium, but who knew it would be this grand? Priscillian replied to the acolytes, May Simeon's grace be with you. The baptism of a member of the imperial family was usually accompanied by all kinds of fanfare, but Priscillian refused all of it and asked for a simple baptism. An acolyte said, Please follow me to the chapel. Leffy thought, they seem to be touched by the prince's humility. We don't have to tell them this is mostly because he can't be bothered, right? Later, Leffy and Elaine entered the temple library. Glancing around, Leffy said in awe, wow, even their library is so grand. Is it just me or is the air somehow cleaner in here? They say the Temple of Simeon is blessed with a clear aura, Elaine replied. Ooh, I want to get baptized too, Leffy said eagerly. As she looked at the books on the shelves, Leffy thought, the baptism is a simple ceremony held by emptying your mind through prayer and then receiving the blessing from the high priest. But the problem is that this prayer takes a whole hour, with the exception of Sir Millard, since he needs to guard Prince Perry. Everyone else has to stay behind so the prince can concentrate better. I'm sure one of the reasons he didn't want to come here is that prayer. She took one book and thought, this whole shelf has just one book series. Maybe it's some sort of introduction to the Simeon religion. She started reading, Simeon, the god of fire. According to legend, though the continent is surrounded by water, it used to be a barren desert. And this was due to the divine familiar of Simeon, Siker, who took the form of a red dragon. The first emperor, who was able to talk to the divine familiar, became his friend and family. And so, Siker, who had once turned the land barren, became its protector. And Simeon blessed the first emperor for looking after his divine familiar. This legend is passed down to this day in the form of the belief that the imperial family is a bloodline blessed by God. Leffy thought, I guess it's hard for someone like me from the 21st century to believe, but it seems like everyone in the Empire firmly believes this legend. How else would they allow a boy who's only 4 to step in as the ruler of the Empire? I would have moved away, she then said aloud. I thought Simeon was the god of fire, but the acolytes seem closer to the element of water. Yes, together they keep the balance, Elaine explained. Among the acolytes who have a lot of divine power, there are some who can even use abilities related to water. There was even a case of someone purifying contaminated water. They can apparently heal people using their abilities as well, and a few are even able to summon water. Ooh, that's amazing, Leffy said with wonder. If you like the Simeon doctrine, why don't you get baptized as well, Miss Leffy? Elaine suggested. Are you suggesting that I become an acolyte? Leffy asked. Being baptized doesn't make you an acolyte. You simply become a believer, Elaine clarified, then paused. Seeing her hesitation, Leffy asked, what is it? Acolytes must go through exams and specific preparations. And also, His Majesty's mother was an acolyte of Simeon, Elaine said quietly. Leffy was surprised and thought, I knew that Priscillian's mother died when he was young, but I'd never heard that she was an acolyte. She asked, does getting married make you forfeit your status at the temple? Elaine hesitated. Not exactly, Leffy whispered. I am His Highness's guardian, you know. If he ever asks about his grandmother, I don't know what to tell him. In that case, Elaine lowered her voice. This is something only a few people are aware of, but she used to be an acolyte, but she was erased from the temple records. The Simian order was incensed to hear that she had run away and had a child with the late emperor out of wedlock. So, they had her name removed and ordered her name to never be mentioned. As you know, the marriage of a member of the imperial family is sacred, and the late emperor had an inappropriate relationship with an acolyte. Leffy frowned, thinking, it's all starting to make sense. The reason why Priscillian and his mother were confined to one of the outer palaces, and why Priscillian never had any sweets as a child. The Empire's religious order was angry at her very existence. At that moment, an acolyte entered and said, "His Highness's baptism has been completed. I will lead you to the next location." Leffy thought, I wonder if Priscillian's mother used to live her life like this acolyte. I don't know all the details yet, but I feel like there's a darker truth to all of this. At the next location, Leffy asked a wish. The acolyte explained, yes, making a wish is like sending your heart's desire to Simeon. The wishes are regularly sent to the holy place of Shina, and sometimes you receive a reply. The reason the First Continental War during Ehart Vai's reign came to an end was all thanks to a reply he received from the Guardian Dragon. I see, Leffy said softly. The acolyte continued, face east toward the first ray of sun that rises on the continent. This was the reply sent to the Emperor in response to his wish to find out how to stop the war. It allowed him and his army to intercept a surprise attack from the enemy and led to a decisive victory. Priscillian asked, no one else will read my wish, will they? That's right, Your Highness, the acolyte replied. Once the wish is put in the box, it will be lowered into Lake Shikina. The ink will fade first before the paper also dissolves. Priscillian began writing. Watching him, Leffy thought, I thought he wouldn't care, but he's putting a lot of thought into his wish. He glared at her and covered what he was writing. Is he telling me not to peek? How cute, Leffy thought. In that case, I'll have to put thought into mine too. She wrote, please let the wish of the person next to me come true. Smiling proudly, she said, my penmanship is immaculate. Priscillian glanced toward her paper. Quickly, Leffy covered it and said with a little huff, why are you looking at mine when you won't let me see yours, Your Highness? What? I didn't look at it on purpose. It was just out in the open, he said. Do you really need to act like a disloyal subject right now? What did I do? Leffy asked innocently. Later, as they stepped together, Priscillian whispered, I wish for everything to go back to the way it was. Surprised, Leffy said, are you telling me this because you saw my wish? I'm so moved. Ahem. Stop making a fuss, he muttered. The next stop of their temple tour was the central pond, considered sacred and accessible only through a single passageway. The acolyte turned to Priscillian and said, the sacred pond can only be entered by 2 people at a time. Is there someone you would like to go with? I will go with Leffy, Priscillian said. Pardon, Leffy exclaimed. I'm choosing you, he said firmly. Pardon, she repeated, stunned. What does he think I am? Some kind of Pokemon monster, Leffy thought. I thought he'd pick Millard. Hold on. Maybe this means he feels more comfortable around me now. The legend says that the pond reflects your true nature, which is why it is also called the Pond of Truth, the acolyte explained. Leffy froze. The acolyte continued, it also answers questions at times. And if a water droplet falls, it means yes. It shows your true nature and answers questions. Leffy's mind spiraled. Wait, is he taking me in there to test me? Is he trying to check whether my fortune-telling powers are real? I thought we were getting along. Where is this coming from? They reached the door and Leffy was sweating nervously. The Pond of Truth lies beyond this door, the acolyte said. Excuse me, Leffy asked quickly. Do we have to go in with you? Pardon. Well, we were going to tell you more about the pond and instruct you how to ask questions, the acolyte replied. Could we hear those instructions out here and go just the 2 of us? Leffy suggested. Pardon, the acolyte blinked. If it's just me and Priscillian, I can at least pretend that there was a water droplet, Leffy thought. But my bluff would totally be exposed with the acolytes at our side. We've never done it that way, the acolyte admitted. Fine, I'll use my last resort, Leffy decided. She leaned close and whispered, "You see, His Highness would like some time to himself." "Pardon," the acolyte said again, startled, sniffling dramatically. The responsibility on his little shoulders has been a bit too much. He told me he wanted to view the pond in peace. That's not to say that he dislikes your presence, but the prince is so young, and oh, I see. One moment, the acolyte said gently. She went to speak with her companion before returning. "Please take your time to view the pond in peace, Your Highness." "Perfect," Leffy smirked inwardly. Leffy and Priscillian entered together. "I knew you'd manage something," Priscillian sighed. "Pardon? Hold on. Did you choose me knowing that I would ask for us to be alone?" Leffy asked. "That's right," he answered. "So, you really do trust me," she exclaimed. "You always make such a fuss." "I knew you'd be able to convince them," he said. So he trusts in my ability to make a fuss, Leffy thought. "Are there actual records of supernatural things happening here?" she asked curiously. Priscillian knelt beside the pond and said, "The stories all sound like myths, but there's no harm in checking." He peered into the water, but it only showed the reflection of his current little body. "I suppose I am a fool for believing the stories," he sighed. "Wait, Your Majesty, I think I can see your true self," Leffy stammered. "What?" Priscillian asked, looking at her. He's talking," she yelped at the reflection. "Are you making fun of me?" he asked sharply. "No," she gasped. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind, the moment when Priscillian, feverish and weak, had called her name while holding her hand, their fingers entwined. Flustered, Leffy thought, that face is definitely the one from back then. I'd nearly forgotten. Priscillian kept staring at the water. What do you see?" he asked. "I see a very handsome face," she answered quickly. He looked at her silently. Then he cleared his throat and said, "That isn't something you say to someone directly." "But it's a fact, just like how grass is green," Leffy replied. "Enough. Why are you the only one who sees it?" Priscillian asked. "Could it be because you don't believe in Simeon?" Leffy suggested. "And you do," he shot back. She twitched nervously. Earlier, when they had entered the temple, she had said, "This place is huge. Power really is shown best through property." Now Priscillian reached out his hand to touch the pond water. "Huh," Leffy exclaimed. "What is it now?" he asked. "Your handsome face disappeared," she said in surprise. "You just have to quickly lift the curse then," he muttered. "Never mind. I think I prefer you as a cute little boy," she teased. "Forget it," he sighed, rising to his feet. Then they came to the fountain. "I'll return to normal within a week," Priscillian declared, but no droplet fell. "I'll return to normal within a fortnight," he tried again, still silence. "I'll return to normal within a month," he said. No response. Within 2 months, 3 months, he shouted in frustration and kicked the fountain. "Your Majesty," Leffy gasped, grabbing him. "I'm the fool for choosing this thing," he seethed. "It must not be working anymore because it's so old," Leffy said quickly. "You try it," he demanded. "Pardon?" I don't have any questions," she said nervously. "Even famous philosophers do not know why life is the way it is. So how could a mere plebeian like me possibly question life?" "Do it," he said, glaring. "Yes, sire," Leffy said at once. She sat beside the fountain nervously while he stood, still seething. "I will be able to become the richest person on the continent. I will be rich without having to work. Riches will fall into my lap," she said with forced cheer. But nothing happened. "I guess it really is too old." "It doesn't work anymore," Leffy said quickly. "Is that really all you have to ask?" Priscillian asked coldly. "It's not like Simeon has nothing better to do. So there's no way he could answer all our questions," she said quickly. "Expecting an answer is blasphemous in my opinion." "Hey, we're done here. Let's go," he said, turning away. "All right," Leffy said, watching him step ahead. She leaned close to the fountain and whispered, "Will I be able to lift Priscillian's curse? I'm not going to get killed for failing to help him, will I? His Majesty is really cute, but he gets really scary sometimes when he threatens to kill me. These days, he snuggles up to me a little, and I know he'll have to turn back to normal eventually. But isn't he cute as a little boy? He isn't as terrible a person as people make him out to be. I know I won't be getting an answer, but it's nice to speak my mind. I hope his curse is lifted soon. What are you doing back there? Priscillian called. I'll be there in a second, Leffy said, rising quickly. You're too slow, he complained. She chuckled nervously. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a drop falling. She looked back. What is it? Priscillian asked. Did you hear something? Leffy asked. Hear what? He said flatly. Never mind. I must have misheard, Leffy said quickly. Since there's a pond and a lot of trees, it must have been a dewdrop, she thought as she followed him. The news that Prince Perry went to the temple to get baptized spread quickly. The maids whispered to one another. He didn't want a formal celebration. How humble of him. The future of the empire looks bright. Everyone seemed to be impressed with the prince for not insisting on a fancy celebration. And the story about him making it rain made the rounds once more. And just as Priscillian began to solidify his position as the prince, Leffy was forced to go through some sort of test of courage. This is what happened. There's a ghost at the palace, Leffy asked. She thought to herself. Why did the genre suddenly change to horror? Yes, Sophia whispered. People have heard screams every night, and they've seen the form of a burning person near that part of the palace. That part of the palace where? Leffy asked quickly. You don't know? Sophia replied. It's where His Majesty's siblings passed away. Oh, Leffy gasped. This was where all of Priscillian's siblings burned to death by his hand. As soon as Priscillian took the throne, the whole area was abandoned, so no one went there anymore, and it hadn't been mentioned since. But recently, screams had been heard coming from the area, with visions of someone burning alive being witnessed. No wonder ghost stories had popped up, an abandoned building, dead members of the imperial family. Sophia sighed and said, there have been several witnesses ever since His Highness returned from the temple. The rumors seem a bit too specific and realistic to just be made up in order to make the prince look bad. Leffy thought, it's not like those rumors would even reflect badly on the prince. It might make the emperor look bad, but not prince. Thank you for letting me know, Sophia, Leffy said. No problem. You be careful, Miss Leffy, Sophia replied. Later, Leffy relayed the rumors to Priscillian in his office. I should have that place destroyed, he said. What? How did you get to that conclusion? Leffy jolted. That building is no longer being used anyway, so it should be demolished. No one will want to investigate because of the rumors, so I should just have it blown up, Priscillian explained. Wait, do you really believe those rumors? Shouldn't you have it checked out first? Leffy asked nervously. Priscillian grinned. Why? It'll be destroyed anyway. How many explosive artifacts do we have at the palace? Leffy thought bitterly. It's obvious he's just happy about having an excuse to blow the place up. If there really are ghosts, Priscillian muttered, can they be killed again? I guess it's hard to kill someone who's already dead, Leffy thought, a chill running down her spine. And that's what happened. Leffy felt like demolishing the whole place was a bit much, so they decided to at least make a show of investigating the place themselves. That night, they walked through the forest. You're being unusually quiet, Millard said. I know that in these sorts of scenarios, the noisy ones get killed first, you see, Leffy replied. The ones who run off screaming about escaping from here are the ones who always end up dead, she thought nervously. Are you cold? Millard asked, noticing her clinging to his arm. No, just think of me as a wart on your arm, she muttered. Priscillian turned back to glance at her without a word, then suddenly quickened his pace. Your Majesty, slow down. Wait for us, Leffy cried. Why is he going faster all of a sudden? And how is he even so quick with those little legs? She thought half panicked. Your Majesty, Millard called as well. They arrived at a decaying mansion, hauntingly beautiful under the full moon. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the rustling of leaves. Vines choked the towering structure and shadows clung to its walls. A cold wind whispered through the trees, carrying ghostly secrets. Moonlight cast a silvery chill, painting eerie shapes across the facade. "This place is straight out of a horror movie," Leffy gasped inwardly. "They must have it easy," Brazilian said suddenly. "Just because they were killed, they're being pitted as victims. Other people are erased from memory when they die." "Oh," Leffy murmured softly, then thought. "He's talking about his mother. I don't know what to say." "Do you sense the curse anywhere?" Brazilian asked. "Well, it is pretty creepy here," Leffy answered uncertainly. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Millard's hand went to his sword. "I can sense someone," he said tensely. "Eek," Leffy squeaked. "There really is something here," Brazilian said calmly. "There. A fire," Leffy cried, pointing. "So the stories were true," Brazilian muttered. Then he ordered, "Go and capture it." "Yes, sire," Millard shouted, dashing forward. "Pardon?" Leffy cried. "How do you capture a ghost?" she thought frantically as Brazilian strode forward. Leffy panicked. "Sire, please wait for me." "Sire, identify yourself," Millard shouted, raising his sword. He slashed through the glowing flame, but nothing happened. The fire continued blazing and began floating toward Brazilian and Leffy. "What?" Millard said in disbelief. The fire grew taller, reshaping into the form of a human. Leffy cried out. "Sire," Millard yelled, slashing again, but it had no effect. The fire only grew larger and advanced closer. "Your Majesty, watch out," Leffy screamed. Suddenly, Brazilian shoved her back. She hit the ground hard. When she looked up, fire engulfed Brazilian. "No," she screamed. From within the flames, Brazilian's voice came. "Quiet down," shocked. Leffy saw the fiery figure clinging to Brazilian's back. "Stop making such a fuss about nothing," he said coldly. "Your back is on fire," Leffy pointed, horrified. Brazilian looked at it with confusion as the fiery shape gripped his shoulders. "What is this?" he asked, tapping it. "Sire, you'll burn your hand." "Isn't it hot?" Millard cried in alarm. "Not at all. Get this thing off of me," Brazilian ordered. "If it isn't hot, why don't you just take it with you? It will make your baby angel image more mysterious," Leffy suggested nervously. "I said, get it off," Brazilian snapped. Effects like that usually cost money in online games," Leffy thought with a pout. Millard reached for it, but yanked his hand back, singed. "It seems like you're the only one who can touch the fire, sire," he said. "Oh no, are you all right?" Leffy exclaimed. "Here, I have some fake holy water with me. I was going to use it on the ghost. Cool down your hand with this." "Thank you, Mill," Brazilian said quickly. Before she could hand it over, the fire moved beside her. Leffy screamed. Brazilian called, but instead of burning her, the fire shrank into a small flame hovering in the air. Leffy said, frozen in place. "Are you all right?" Brazilian asked. "I am. It's floating away on the wind," she said quietly. "That area," Brazilian muttered, watching it drift. "Is there something over there?" Leffy asked. "The sacred heart tree is in that direction," he answered. "A sacred tree?" Leffy repeated. "Yes," Brazilian said. "Whatever it is, it's not a good sign. We must go back." In the end, the ghost incident finally came to an end. After Prince Perry's visit, the strange apparitions stopped appearing altogether. Thanks to that, the people grew even more loyal to the prince, and Brazilian quietly began searching through magic tomes, trying to uncover the true nature of that mysterious wisp of fire. Meanwhile, Lay headed to the palace library to investigate something else entirely. As they walked, she suddenly asked haggardly, "Lady Elaine, what's the sacred etchit tree?" Elaine calmly explained that it was a tree that had been growing inside the palace since the founding of the empire itself. Legend said the tree was a gift from Simeon and that it was connected to Shina as well. Hearing that, Lay murmured, "It must be really old," before thinking to herself that, considering all of that, there wasn't much written about it at all. Elaine nodded and continued, saying, "The tree bears a transparent fruit with a magic stone as its seed, and they say the fruit is like a panacea. She added that the number of fruits the tree produced each year varied, and the more fruits it bore, the more people believed the reigning emperor was a good ruler. On average, it produced about 10 fruits per reign. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lei asked eagerly, "So, how many pieces have there been since His Majesty took the throne?" Elaine replied honestly, "There has not been any yet." "Oh," Leffy muttered under her breath, thinking that this was yet another reason Priscillian was called a tyrant. Elaine quickly clarified that there was no direct correlation between the number of fruits and an emperor's rule, explaining that it was merely a myth people believed in. She added that even the tree's leaves could be used for healing, which was why many nobles tried their best to receive them as rewards for their good deeds. Lei asked, "Are there a lot of leaves then?" Elaine answered that she didn't have access to the tree, so she wasn't sure, but there should be. Noticing Lei's expression, Elaine asked, "Why does your expression look like that?" Feeling nervous, Lei asked back, and Elaine explained that there used to be a tradition where, when a new emperor ascended the throne, he would reward leaves to the nobles who supported him. However, Priscillian had risen to power in an unusual way. Still, a few nobles approached him, insisting they had supported him and demanded leaves from the sacred tree. But instead, his response had been cold. "But why should I reward you?" That was what he said before taking the leaves back. Lei's mouth fell open in shock as Elaine continued. She explained that the leaves were never meant only for nobles. Medical facilities for commoners across each region were sent leaves once a year. It was just that, traditionally, nobles received them first before they were distributed throughout the empire during special occasions. Naturally, this angered many nobles. To retaliate, they spread rumors, saying things like, "The tyrant is trying to cover up his sins by using the leaves of the sacred tree, all to damage His Majesty's reputation." Lei frowned and asked suspiciously, "How do you know that the nobles spread those rumors? You're part of the aristocracy as well. Are you sure it's all right for you to be telling me this?" Elaine answered calmly, "Not all aristocrats share the same opinions," adding that this information had come from Lady Surel. Lei gasped. "Does Lady Surel help His Majesty like that often?" "She does," Elaine confirmed. She added that Lady Surel and her brother had even taken over an information guild to help the emperor. Lei had thought they were rivals because they both liked Surel, but in reality, they were friends. Overwhelmed, Lei's eyes filled with tears as she began to weep. Elaine asked in surprise, "Miss Lei, why are you crying all of a sudden?" "I'm just so moved," Lei said softly. "Pardon? Because of what?" Elaine asked in confusion. Leffy then asked curiously, but isn't your brother jealous?" Elaine tilted her head. "Jealous?" Leffy explained, "because Lady Surel is so close with His Majesty." Elaine laughed lightly and said, "Oh, I forgot you knew about the two of them because of your abilities. According to my brother, His Majesty and Lady Surel's relationship isn't one that can be ended." She admitted that he hadn't told her the details either. Hearing that, Leffy thought, goodness, so Surel's future lover wouldn't even dare to be jealous of them. Just how close do Priscillian and Lady Surel look? She also recalled that Marquis Spade was known as kind and friendly, but surely even he could feel jealousy. Smiling gently, Elaine said, "I remember him telling me that he would go wherever Lady Surel asked him to." She added that she was relieved her brother was courting someone so wonderful. It seemed like Elaine truly liked Surel as well. With renewed confidence, Lei said aloud, "I'm sure Lady Surel will succeed in her mission as a delegate." Elaine asked, "Is that a prediction?" Lei replied, "We can call it both a prediction and a representation of my faith in her." 4 days later, inside Priscillian's office, he sighed deeply. "I guess I have to go to the Mage Tower." Lei smiled cheerfully and said, "Don't worry. The Mage Tower wouldn't dare refuse you entry." "That's not the issue," he muttered. "If I go there, the Arch Duchess will know about it." Lei suggested, "You could tell them you're just visiting because you're interested in magic." Priscillian frowned. "I don't even have any mana yet." Thinking quickly, Lei said, "You could say you want to see where your father lived." "I have no interest in using that excuse," Priscillian replied with a scowl. Lei began to say something else, but stopped when a servant knocked at the door. Miss Leffy, Lord Castian is here to see you, the servant announced. Hearing that name, Lay thought Castian, and an idea flashed through her mind as she realized he was the key to entering the mage tower. Smirking, she said, "That's it. I'll handle this, Your Majesty." "Huh," Priscillian asked nervously. Outside, Lay greeted Castian with a bright smile. "I really wanted to see you, my lord," she said warmly. "Pardon? Me?" Castian asked in surprise. "Yes," Lay replied, her eyes glittering. "You see, there's somewhere I really want to go with you." "And that's why you were eager to see me?" he asked. "That's right," she said firmly. "Because I wouldn't be able to go there without you." Intrigued, Castian asked, "A place you would like to go with me?" "Where could it be?" Taking his hand, Lay answered dreamily. "A place full of hopes and dreams, where stars litter the sky at night, and you can see all kinds of pretty lights even during the day." Then she revealed it with excitement. "The Mage Tower." Castian froze at her words. Watching his expression, Lay thought, "Wait, I think I've seen that expression on Priscillian before." Smiling brightly, she said, "I'd be so grateful if you could take me there." Castian replied slowly, "The Mage Tower should be open to you, Miss Lay." "Actually, His Highness would like to go," Lay explained quickly. "He's very shy, so he would like the trip to be a secret." "He is shy?" Castian repeated, uncertain. He then admitted, "I haven't been to the Mage Tower in a while, so I may not be welcome there." "What? Why not?" Lay asked in shock, wondering if it was because he had told them they weren't a good fit and left after only a year, and whether the mages were still upset about it. Changing the subject, Castian asked, "Have you recovered from the injury you sustained at the festival?" Lay realized he didn't want to talk about it. "I have. It healed completely," she replied. Castian added that the nobles who had hired the thugs were found unconscious, suggesting someone else was behind it all. Lay explained, "It was Viscount Dolls, but they said there was nothing to be found at the manor. There was no sign of breaking and entering either, so it must have been someone they knew." Castian looked at her seriously. "You will never have to suffer through anything like that again, Miss Lay." Taking her hand, he said, "The Knights of House Hadar will help in finding who is responsible, so please don't worry too much." He kissed her hand softly and promised, "House Hadar will take care of everything." Lay thought that involving the Knights seemed like too much, when suddenly she sensed someone watching her. Glancing toward the palace, she saw Priscillian staring through the window before quickly pulling the curtain closed. What was that? She wondered, blushing as she thought. Is he worried I lost track? Looking back at Castian, Lay asked softly, "Will you really take care of everything I'm worried about?" "If you wish, Miss Leffy." "Of course," Castian replied warmly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "You see, His Highness is really looking forward to going to the Mage Tower, and I'm worried he'll be disappointed if I don't make his dreams come true." Castian froze for a moment before finally saying, "If it is your wish as well as the prince's, then I will help you." Lay squealed in delight, beaming. "I'm so happy to hear that." Castian explained that he was busy until tomorrow, so it would have to be after that, and asked which day would be best. "The day after tomorrow would be great," Lay replied eagerly. "All right, I will make the arrangements," Castian said. As he smiled, Lay thought to herself, "Am I imagining things?" I feel like Castian's smile got bittersweet. She quickly shook her head. "I'm probably just overthinking it." On the day they got ready, Leffy stood in front of the mirror, making a deliberately scary face. She thought smugly, nice and scary. "Perfect. This way, no one will recognize me." Brazilian noticed and said, "Are you that excited about seeing Castian?" "You won't stop smiling." "I'm excited about wearing disguises," Leffy replied. "We get to coordinate outfits again. Today, we would be accompanying Castian as his servants." The cover story was simple. Leffy was Castian's secretary, and her little brother refused to part ways with her. Priscillian frowned. "You really have no trouble saying things like that." "Should I stutter a bit from now on?" Leffy teased. "You." Priscillian muttered, then gave up. "Never mind." Later, they met with Castian. Looking haggard, he greeted them. "May the Ehart Empire flourish, Your Highness," Leffy asked with concern. "Huh? What's wrong, Lord Castian?" "You look really tired." Castian admitted, It took me a while to make the arrangements. Arrangements for what? She pressed with a weary smile. He explained that since she trusted him to make everything go smoothly, he had ensured that this covert visit to the Mage Tower went perfectly. What kind of preparations did he make? Leffy wondered, noting his weak, tired smile. I am grateful, Brazilian said softly. It was nothing, Your Highness, Castian replied, trembling slightly. They entered the carriage, which began to move. We will be using a warp gate to get to the Mage Tower, Castian announced. Leffy leaned out the window excitedly. Wow, that gate is glowing blue, she exclaimed. We're getting closer. This is so cool, she thought. Please be careful, Castian said quickly, pulling her gently back inside, closing the window and holding her close. When passing through a warp gate, you could get sucked into a crack in space. So, you must be careful, Miss Leffy. Oh, right. I see, Leffy murmured. Across from them, Priscillian sat silently, observing. When Leffy noticed his gaze, he turned his head away. Huh? What's up with him? She thought. He was acting like that the other day, too. Did I do something wrong? A flash of light filled the carriage as they passed through the gate. Leffy peeked out the glass window and gasped. Wow, is that the Mage Tower? Yes, Castian explained. This was where mages were taught to use magic and trained in their responsibilities and duties. After that, they could leave or stay longer if they wanted to research magic more deeply. It took about 8 years to complete the basic curriculum. Why would anyone want to stay even longer after studying for so long? Leffy wondered. As they entered the tower, something felt awfully familiar about these mages. The scent of coffee permeated the air. People with dark circles under their eyes and blank expressions stared back at her. I see. They're like grad students. This feels so familiar. 2 mages came dashing up. Welcome, Lord Castian. What an honor to have you visit us. We've put together all the documents, the list of names with the amount of money. Wait, Castian interrupted. He turned to Leffy. There is something I must see. Would you wait a moment for me? All right, Leffy nodded. He said he might not be welcome here, but that didn't seem to be the case at all, she thought. It's like they're all intimidated by him. Anyway, I'm sure I can take a look around. Look, this is fascinating, Leffy exclaimed. Stay put, Priscillian warned. Do people fly around on brooms here or play sports with flying balls? Are there owls that deliver the mail? She asked curiously. That's not what the Mage Tower is like, Priscillian said flatly. People entered at varying ages. The 8 years of classes weren't mandatory either. It was actually strange that they would teach such useless classes for 8 whole years. Did you stay longer after finishing the basic curriculum? Leffy asked. I didn't have any sort of support back then, Priscillian admitted. If I had entered the palace before becoming an adult, they would have forced me to choose a guardian. Priscillian had moved into the palace many years after his coming-of-age ceremony, Leffy recalled. I wonder what he did here for all those years after finishing his classes. I'll show you the elementary classes. Follow me, he said. Ooh, sure, Leffy agreed. By the way, did you get a flying letter telling you to attend this place? I told you it's not like that, Priscillian replied. Suddenly, he bumped into someone and staggered. Leffy caught him. Are you all right? The documents in the stranger's hands fell. Leffy glanced at them. The documents? That looks like records on the amount of money donated by a sponsor. How many zeros is that? The person was revealed. Your Highness, she said coldly. Arch Duchess von Didas, Leffy gasped. Priscillian twitched at the sight of her. I did not receive word that you would be visiting the Mage Tower, the Arch Duchess said. What brings you here, Your Highness? Sweating, Leffy stammered. His Highness is interested in magic. I believe his mana has yet to manifest itself, the Arch Duchess replied. It's just an academic interest, Leffy said quickly. What's going on? It's not like this is a plot point in the novel. Why do we have to run into her? She panicked, trying to cover, she added. His Highness's potential is unlimited, so he wants to study all kinds of, then he could have made this an official visit, the Arch Duchess interrupted. Why did he have to come here privately? And if you wanted to learn magic, you could have just called for a mage to teach you. Why are you here in secret, Your Highness? What do we do? Leffy thought frantically. Talking about the sacred blood of the imperial family won't work here. Because I miss my father, Priscillian said innocently. Huh? Leffy blinked. She remembered suggesting that excuse earlier. He had said he wasn't going to use it. I knew I'd be of help, she thought. What did you just say? The Arch Duchess demanded. I miss my Brazilian, mumbled Priscillian, pressing his face into Leffy's clothes to hide. He must be too embarrassed to repeat himself, Leffy thought. Don't worry, sire. I've got this, she declared aloud. In truth, His Highness came here because he misses His Majesty. He was told that the Emperor spent his childhood here, so he wanted to see it for himself. How dare you intimidate my kid? Leffy seethed inwardly. The Arch Duchess flinched. Don't cry, Your Highness. It's all right. Hush now, Leffy soothed, picking him up and patting his back. No, actually, you should cry all you want. Missing your father isn't a sign of weakness. Stop it, Brazilian muttered. It breaks my heart to see you like this, Leffy wailed. Castian returned, looking confused. Miss Leffy, I was told the Archduchess is here. Huh? What's going on here? What's so wrong about wanting to follow in your father's footsteps? Leffy shouted. Your scary great-aunt will be gone soon, Your Highness. The Archduchess bent to pick up her documents. Huh? That name? Leffy noticed as she glimpsed one. Gathering her papers, the Archduchess said, I seem to have misunderstood. She glanced toward Brazilian. He peeked at her, then flinched and turned his face away. The Archduchess twitched. Leffy stared at her in confusion. After a pause, the Archduchess stepped closer and whispered to Leffy, in the library on the 7th floor, the farthest seat to the right by the windows. That's where His Majesty, often Saturday. Then she stepped away, allowing Leffy to set Priscillian down. How does she know which seat he often sat in? Was she watching him? So that's why His Highness wanted to come here in private, Castian said softly. Oh yes, Leffy laughed nervously. Your Highness, Castian exclaimed. It was only a year, but I also spent some time here with His Majesty. We weren't close, but I can tell you a few stories about him. It's fine. I'll just take a look around, Brazilian said. They reached the 7th floor library. The library on the 7th floor is where His Majesty spent most of his time, Castian explained. Only the most elite higher-level students ever came here. His Majesty entered the higher level when he was just 14. Wow, Leffy whispered. Castian began to speak again, but Leffy interrupted softly. His Highness doesn't wish to be seen like this. We should give him some time to himself and go somewhere else. All right, Castian agreed. As they turned to leave, Leffy glanced back at Priscillian one last time before walking away. The 7th floor, Leffy said, looking around. It's so different from the 1st floor, Castian explained. The elementary, middle, and higher-level students are usually separated by how many years they've studied, but the elite and regular classes are based on skill level. The exam to enter the elite class is so difficult that not many get in, which is why this floor tends to be quiet. His Majesty was always in the elite class, she said. How impressive, he added. By the end of his time here, the professors at the Mage Tower said they no longer had anything to teach him. They actually started studying his new method of using mana. Well, Leffy thought. Priscillian must have really been an incredible genius. So that's why he was so frustrated that he lost his magic, she added. I suppose he was a genius from the moment he stepped foot in the Mage Tower, Castian murmured. They say His Majesty's mana was quite unstable when it first awakened, she asked. What? Why, he explained. I heard that it exploded all at once, so it was hard to control. His mana also had a distinctly murderous aura. A murderous aura? Leffy echoed, stunned. So apparently, it took him close to a year to get it under control. He was only able to start taking classes after that. At just 9 years old, Leffy thought that must have been around the time. She recalled overhearing people once. He must have grown up oddly because he lost his mother too early. That's why he became such a tyrant. His mother died when he was only 9. Her parenting must have been terrible too. Why else would he kill his own siblings? Now Leffy thought, the Priscillian I know isn't like that at all. I don't think it was bad parenting. I wonder what his mother's death had to do with his mana awakening, she frowned. Something feels off about this. What are all these nameplates? She asked, spotting a wall covered in plaques. Oh, those are the names of donors, Castian answered. Those nameplates are put up as a sign of gratitude for those who fund academic research or the classes themselves. This person, Marquis Chatties, Leffy thought. I saw that name on the documents the Arch Duchess dropped earlier. He donated a lot of money several times this year. She added, this family seems to donate a lot even though they're not mages. You don't need to have one in your family if you want to donate, Castian explained. I see. Everyone knows the Mage Tower is controlled by Arch Duchess von Didas, Leffy said. She thought, why would that house donate such an astronomical amount of money then? Is it money laundering? If the donations increased ever since Prince Perry appeared, it must be related. Why else would it all have been donated this year? Could it have something to do with Priscillian's curse? They might have been in on it with the Arch Duchess. Castian placed his hands on her shoulders and turned her gently. There are far more interesting things to see at the Mage Tower. I will take you there. Oh, sure, Leffy agreed. As they walked, Leffy halted suddenly. Huh? Is this another library? Oh, yes, Castian replied. This is connected to the elite class library. The library encircles the 7th floor, you see. But this is where the forbidden tomes are kept. We should move on. Leffy's eyes twinkled with interest. Ooh, she thought. I can't let this chance pass me by. She hurried inside. Whoa, she whispered, scanning the shelves. The titles are already super suspicious. What makes these books off limits? Demon summoning or summoning a giant octopus? She asked enthusiastically. Castian blinked. Pardon? Oops. I heard that Western cultures had folk tales about a giant kraken, but I guess not here, she thought. Miss Leffy, this place is off limits for students, Castian warned. But I'm not a student, Leffy countered. I heard that forbidden tomes are especially interesting. I get to come to a place like this thanks to Castian. Nice. She gaped at a display. This whole section just had crystal balls on display. They're so much shinier than any crystal balls I've ever seen, she thought. She recalled the ones she had once considered buying as a fortune teller. I guess these are the real thing. They look so much nicer. I wonder how much one of these would cost. Are they for sale? She reached her hand toward one. Castian blocked her hand gently. They might be activated if you touch them. Crystal balls are often used to contain spells. Oh, Leffy gasped softly. I was so excited that I nearly made a huge mistake. It might have been goodbye forever. Why are you suddenly so interested in forbidden tomes? Because of the magic they hold, Castian asked. Well, forbidden things always catch one's curiosity, don't they? Leffy stammered. I thought I might be able to find something related to Brazilian's curse, she admitted inwardly. Curiosity, Castian said quietly. You know, Miss Leffy, they say progress is founded on human curiosity. But the same goes for ruin. If you are curious about forbidden magic, I could show you a spell. Pardon? Leffy blinked. No, I don't, she began. But Castian continued, there is a curse that can confuse a person and make them do your bidding. Anyone affected by this curse obeys the spellcaster without question. As he tapped her forehead, he added, nothing seems to be wrong with them, but their minds are enslaved. Did you just try to cast that curse on me? Leffy exclaimed. Castian beamed. Pardon? Of course not. I find you very entertaining. He made it seem like her being entertaining justified it somehow. What does he mean? She wondered. Someone who is cursed by that spell becomes more like a doll, Castian continued. They appear to understand you, but it's no different from talking to an inanimate toy. They can't tell good from evil and only follow the orders of the spellcaster, he smiled. I was just saying that I would not want you to turn into a mindless doll since I enjoy talking to you so much. I see, Leffy murmured. He's speaking as if he's seen someone curse like that before, she thought uneasily. Shall we go? Castian suggested. All right, Leffy agreed. This is scary. I want to get out of here fast, she thought. But then she slipped and bumped into the shelf. Oh no, this is the shelf with all the crystal balls, she panicked. As a crystal ball toppled, she squeezed her eyes shut. I messed up. Castian pulled her close and, with his magic, floated the balls safely back onto the shelf before they could crash. Brazilian entered and asked, "What happened?" "Oh, I nearly made a huge mess," Leffy said quickly. Seeing his stare, she thought, why is he staring at me? Then she realized she was still standing close to Castian. She quickly stepped back and bowed. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just glad you weren't hurt," Castian said. "We can leave now," Brazilian said firmly. "But there are still so many places His Majesty used to frequent," Castian began. "I have more to show you. If you would like, we could also hear stories about him from the professors." "Never mind. I do not wish to take up their time," Brazilian said, waving his hand. "But still," Castian started. Leffy held his arm gently and whispered, "His Highness must have been overcome by emotion while searching for traces of his father. We can come back here again anytime, right?" "Right," Castian answered quietly. "I shouldn't push him," Leffy thought. "He seems annoyed about not finding any clues here either." As they made their way out, Leffy glanced back at the shelf. "Those crystal balls probably aren't for sale, right?" "Some of them contain spells," Castian said, "but they're so shiny and pretty." Her gaze fell on one crystal ball. "That one used to be blue with some purple tones. Why is it black now?" "Maybe the colors changed throughout the day, but that color gave off a very different vibe. It looks more like an impurity that failed to mix in." Stepping outside, she tried to reassure herself. "I'm sure it's just my imagination." Later, on their way back in the carriage, Leffy, sweating, thought, does he really have to glare at me like that? All I did was accidentally fall asleep on Castian's shoulder. Sure, I slept for a long time, but still. When they reached the palace, the carriage stopped and Brazilian suddenly pushed the door open and hopped out. Peeking through the door, Leffy thought nervously, he must be furious. He threw open the door. Turning to Castian, she said, "Thank you for today, my lord." "I enjoyed our time together," Castian replied warmly. "It was my pleasure." Coming up behind Brazilian, Leffy called, "Your Highness." "Oh no! Is he going to kill me?" She panicked inside, tears welling as she cried out, "Your Highness, I'm so sorry." Without turning back, Brazilian demanded, "Why would you sleep on his shoulder?" "Well," Leffy stammered, sweating, "it's not like I meant to. I just—" "Why didn't you lean on me?" Brazilian pressed. She blinked in shock. "Pardon?" He paused, covering his mouth with his hand. "Did he just ask why I didn't sleep on his shoulder?" Leffy thought in disbelief. How was I supposed to lean on his shoulder with the way we were sitting? More importantly, she'd blurted out, "I'd get arrested for child abuse." "You," Brazilian shouted, exasperated, stomping off. "Never mind, Your Highness." "Wait for me," Leffy pleaded. "Stop following me," he barked. Why is he so mad? "I don't get it," Leffy thought miserably. A few days later, Leffy was heading to House Chatty's. She already had doubts about their connection to the Arch Duchess, so when they invited her to dinner, she quickly accepted. "I'll go have dinner with House Chatty's," she had said earlier. "You shouldn't underestimate the Marquis. Be careful," Brazilian had warned. Now in the carriage, Leffy thought smugly, "I can't believe he let me go without suspecting me at all. He didn't trust me at first. I guess that means I've earned his trust." At the Marquis's manor, a man greeted her. "Welcome, Miss Elenfila. We've been awaiting you." "Hello," Leffy said politely. This was Lzad von Chatty's, the second son of the Marquis. He was the captain of the 2nd Regiment of the Imperial Knights and held significant influence among them. "I was surprised to hear that you accepted our dinner invitation," Lzad admitted. "I even skipped out on my afternoon training to hurry back to the manor." "I worry my visit is disrupting your schedule," Leffy said carefully. "Of course not," he assured her. "Please take it as a sign of my eagerness to see you. I saw you in passing at the palace, but this is the first time I've seen you this close, Miss Elenfila." Wow, that name sounds so weird. "I know it's my name," Leffy thought. "Please just call me Lay," she suggested. "May I?" Lzad gasped, blushing. "In that case, please just call me Sid, Miss Leffy." "Pardon? Isn't that your nickname?" she asked in surprise. "I thought nobles only let those close to them call them by their nicknames," Leffy mused. "Isn't Lay a nickname as well?" Dang, there's more to that name than just being a nickname, Zad countered. Never mind. This just makes me sad, she thought. All right, sir, she said. It's nice to meet you. Beaming, Zad replied, It's nice to meet you too, Miss Lei. I will escort you to the dining room. Why does he need to do that when we're just walking across even ground? Leffy thought. All right, she muttered aloud as they entered the dining room. Many other noble families are looking forward to having dinner with you, Miss Leffy, the Marquis said. I'm honored that you have chosen to dine with us first, so having me over for dinner will improve his standing among his peers, Leffy thought with a faint laugh. This is my eldest son, Solon, the Marquis continued. He spent some time abroad and just returned to learn how to succeed me and to start a business. What do you think? Will he succeed? Oh, abroad? Leffy asked with interest. Yes, Solon said. I spent some time in the Other Kingdom and its surrounding areas. The Other Kingdom, one of the places Lady Sorrel went abroad as part of a delegation. It's the wealthiest nation among the 4 allied kingdoms on the continent. But I feel like I've heard of it somewhere else too, but where? Leffy wondered. Is this your first time starting a business? She asked. Yes, Solon admitted. That's why I may be a bit worried. I have no experience. You see, your aura is clear and pure, so you will not have any difficulties starting a business, Leffy reassured him. If he's asking me this, he must be putting his own money in it. There's no way it'll fail. But the hard part is keeping it profitable. I'd better avoid saying anything unnecessary. Beaming, she added, remember the virtue of humility. Never be conceited, and you will succeed at whatever you put your mind to. Thank you. Thank you, Solon said, moved by her words. The Marquis chuckled and asked, What about my second son, Lazad? Oh, sir, Sid is already part of the Imperial Knights, so you need not worry about Lei, she began. Sid, the Marquis interrupted with a broad grin. You two must have really gotten along well when you came in together. I thought it was such a nice sight. You and Sid are just around the same age, so perhaps this is meant to be. That's right, the Marchioness chimed in with a smile. And since he's part of the Imperial Knights, you could see each other quite often. Oh, so this is why they invited me, Leffy realized. They want me to marry their son. I used to get marriage offers from viscounts and barons, but I guess I've gone up in the world. Darn it. It gets harder to refuse when it's high-ranking nobles. I'll have to pull out all the stops. If His Highness were to find out I was already thinking about this sort of thing, he would be so sad. Ever since he lost his mother, he's been showing signs of separation anxiety when I'm not at his side. This kind of thing happened before, and His Highness got so anxious. It hurt me to see him like that. We must have brought it up too soon, the Marchioness said apologetically. I just hope I haven't ruined the dinner by saying this, Leffy replied. Not at all. Please do not worry about that, the Marchioness assured her. The Marquis, however, was unable to hide his disappointment. I'm glad to hear that, Leffy said gently. Just then, a servant knocked. Dinner is served. As they ate, Leffy thought, the chef here makes really good food. I should ask for his name. While they were talking, Solon was saying, and I had a great time. That sounds very nice, the Marchioness said kindly. And there is this gigantic canal and other than that. Solon continued. Leffy froze and thought, I remember now why Othern sounded so familiar. The Othern Kingdom was where Arch Duchess Vondideus lived after quietly leaving the Empire once her brother ascended the throne. She was the oldest of 6 siblings and was the most talented leader among them. Everyone expected her to eventually succeed the throne. But during the 4th Continental War, everyone except the youngest of her siblings took to the battlefield, and all but her were killed. Though she survived, she was shipwrecked. When she finally returned to the Empire, her youngest brother had just ascended the throne. So she quietly left again, spending around 15 years elsewhere before returning. Since Marcus Chatties was around her age, Leffy assumed he must know about all of this. After all, the Arch Duchess was still in Oin when Solon went there to study. I have a question for you, my lord, Leffy said. I will endeavor to answer any question you have, Miss Leffy, the Marquis replied politely. Straightforward as ever, Leffy asked, I heard that Arch Duchess von Dado spent 15 years in Oin. Is there anything you know about that? Pardon, the Marquis faltered. The more important the topic, the more you need to act like it's not important at all, Leffy reminded herself. Then she pressed on. I was wondering why she left before the coronation was over. Oh, that's... His voice trailed off, and Leffy noticed his hand shaking. He's not just caught off guard. He's afraid. But why? She wondered. Finally, the Marquis sighed. The Fourth Continental War was very bloody. I suppose Her Grace left the Empire because it was all too much. Oh, Leffy murmured, then thought to herself. I guess that makes sense. She might have realized how empty it felt after her siblings all died at war. But why is she after the throne now? Then the Marquis glanced at Lizette, who gave him a subtle nod. Do you drink it all, Miss Leffy? Lizette asked suddenly. We have a bottle of a very well-known rum, and I would love to try it with you. Oh, I tend to avoid alcohol, Leffy answered quickly. I only meant to stay for a quick dinner. I see, Lizette said with a hint of regret. That's a shame. I thought you might stay longer. I guess you won't be able to meet my sister. Leffy paused, considering. The youngest child, there wasn't much information about her. She wondered if she had anything to do with the Mage Tower. Curious, she asked, what does she do that keeps her away until late? My sister is studying theology at the Temple of Simeon, Lizette explained. The temple? What does that have to do with anything? Leffy thought out loud. Is she a priest of Simeon? No, Lizette replied. For now, she is just a regular disciple. I see, Leffy said, though her thoughts raced. A businessman, a knight, and a disciple. None of them have anything to do with magic. So those donations weren't given for any particular reason, but that much? And that often? Miss Leffy, the Marquis interrupted gently, would you like to take a quick stroll with me before you leave? We have a nice walking path that leads to the other building. All right, Leffy agreed. I guess I'll just have to be satisfied with getting to know these people for today. As they walked, Leffy noticed the structure ahead. Their annex building looked like a temple, she thought. You must be very devoted to Simeon, Leffy remarked. You built a temple to him in your home. The Marquis chuckled. This is where my daughter lives. She lives here, Leffy asked in surprise. She started living here when she was 10 years old in order to practice a chaste lifestyle, the Marquis explained. She prays to Simeon every night. A chaste lifestyle at 10 years old, Leffy frowned inwardly. She heard their daughter is 18 now. Is it some sort of bridal training? Wait, but what does becoming a bride have to do with the temple? Just then, a carriage stopped in front of the building and a young woman stepped out. Welcome home, Swana, the Marquis said with a warm smile. I have returned, Mother, Swana answered, then turned politely to Leffy. This is Miss Ellen. You've heard of her, right? The Marquis added. Swana curtsied. Oh yes. Hello. Leffy smiled faintly. Hello. Her studies must be taking a lot out of her, Leffy thought. She's got the dead eyes of a student studying for college exams. Swana is actually studying to become the Ardal, the Marquis revealed. Leffy gasped in shock. The Ardal was known as the companion of Siker, the guardian of the Empire and the very first prophet of the Empire. Subsequent Ardals appear whenever Simeon calls for them. In actuality, the temple elects a new Ardal every few decades. Whenever great danger looms over the Empire, Siker foresees it and lets his companion and spokesperson, the Ardal, know. The Ardal then lets the world know what Siker told her, which is basically a prophecy. She gains her own divine insight by spending time in a holy place with the Guardian. I need to get out of here now, Leffy thought desperately. I see. Well, then I should be getting back, she began. The Marquis caught her hand. I have a favor to ask of you, Miss Leffy. You do, Leffy asked cautiously. Would you pray together with Swana tonight? The Marquis said eagerly. Pardon? Miss Leffy, you are able to predict the future, the Marquis insisted. I would be overjoyed if you could spend some time with Swana. An Ardal is chosen through a complicated selection process. She needs to know everything about Simeon's teachings. Be devout. Live chastely. And if she's just come of age, her chances rise. Leffy's thoughts raced. She wants me to awaken Swana's powers or something. But I'm just a fake. I'm sorry, but there's someone waiting for my return at the palace. This is an earnest request, the Marquis pressed, holding Leffy's hand tightly. If you pray with her tonight, I will make sure to repay you. Repay me? Leffy thought, tempted. House changes are pretty influential. Having them owe me a debt might be useful, especially if one of them is the next Ardal. Finally, she nodded. Thank you, the Marquis cried in delight. Swana, make sure to treat her well. I will, Swana promised. As Leffy followed the girl, she thought, according to Zid, Swana goes to the temple first thing in the morning and studies there until late at night. Then she has to pray as soon as she gets home. What a packed schedule. Miss Swana, I have a question for you, Leffy said cautiously. Please go ahead, Swana replied. I heard you were studying to become the next Ardal. Is there a reason you don't stay at the temple? Swana turned her head, gazing at Leffy in silence. Then Leffy realized guiltily, I used to study nearly 14 hours a day myself, only going home to sleep. But it's not like I ever wanted to live at school. How thoughtless of me. I'm sorry, she began. There are male priests at the temple, Swana interrupted softly. Is it because of the role that an Ardal can marry since she is the companion of Siker? Leffy wondered out loud. But priests should be fine, right? My parents do not like the idea, Swana said. She gestured ahead. This is the prayer room. Your parents must be donating a lot of money to various places in the hopes of it helping your future, Leffy stammered. What I'm saying is if this is too hard for you, you shouldn't hesitate to talk to them. I'm sure they would be willing to listen to you. I worry about someone your age being too busy studying to enjoy her youth. Donations, Swana murmured, then gave a serene smile. Thank you for your concern, but devoting myself to Simeon has never felt difficult at all. Any step I take that brings me closer to him is a joy. I see, Leffy whispered. I guess that was unnecessary of me. 2 hours later. Reach out to us and save us. Swana finished her prayer. Leffy gasped softly. Is that the end? Yes, Swana replied. I'll walk you to the doors. Oops. I ate too much, and Swana's voice was so calming. I hope she didn't catch me dozing off, Leffy thought nervously. As they walked out, Leffy noticed Swana's faint smile. She must be feeling much better now that she's done for the day. She looks like a child when she smiles. I guess at 18, she's still a teenager. You should be able to call for a carriage once you get to the main building, Swana explained. I am not allowed to wander beyond the annex at night. I apologize. That's all right, Leffy said kindly. Thank you for walking me this far. Thank you for praying with me, Swana said with a small smile. I was able to focus much more tonight. It must have been thanks to you. All right, I'll get going then, Leffy said, turning away. Miss Leffy, Swana called. Leffy glanced back. Yes, they say gaining more knowledge is always better, Swana said carefully. Pardon, Leffy asked. But to not look into things that you need not know, Swana continued. Even if you knew, would you be able to change anything? I don't believe so. In other words, Swana said calmly, please do not overstep and meddle in other people's business. The next day in Priscillian's office, he noticed Leffy and asked, did something happen? She flinched, shaking her head. No, I'm just tired. To be honest, she thought, I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Swana said. It wasn't that I was upset. It just felt so strange. Swana's words echoed in her mind, but do not look into things that you need not know. Even if you knew, would you be able to change anything? I don't believe so. What was she talking about? Could she have seen through my lies because she really is the Ardal? But then again, while she said that, Swana's eyes were empty, almost dead. A servant knocked and announced, Miss Leffy, a guest has arrived for you. Pardon? For me? Leffy asked. Yes, your guest is waiting for you in the back garden, the servant said. Leffy glanced out the window and thought, who could it be? Then spotting him, she realized, oh, it's Lizit. The Marquis did say, I'd see him at the palace. I can ask him about Swana. She dashed out, calling back, Be back soon. Priscillian followed her with his eyes from the window, frowned, then turned away quietly. Lizzie extended a gift box toward her. I brought this for you. I thought it would suit you. Where was he keeping a gift box? Leffy thought, staring at it. She accepted it, thinking, so they haven't given up on marriage yet. It'll be hard to ask him about Swana if I refuse this gift. So, may I open it now? She asked. Of course, Lizzie replied. She lifted the lid to reveal an ornate yellow gemstone brooch. You often wear cloaks, Miss Leffy, so I thought this would look pretty as a cloak pin, he explained. Leffy fastened the brooch to her cloak and smiled. Really, it is pretty. Thank you for the gift. I am glad you accepted it, Miss Leffy, Lizzie said warmly. His expressions were so telling, Leffy thought. I'm glad he's naive since it makes him easy to read. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed that the happiness he's showing right now isn't because he likes me, but comes from a sense of satisfaction at fulfilling a duty. His parents must have put him up to this. Are you usually very busy, Miss Leffy? Lizzie asked. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps we could meet up like this regularly and take walks, have afternoon tea or meals together. I'm afraid I don't have very much free time. I have to be at His Highness's side at all times, she replied. I see. Would you not be able to spare even a moment here and there? He pressed. I guess his mission is to make plans with me, Leffy thought. I can't tell you exactly when, she said carefully, but I may be able to slip out for a short walk at times. Oh, he began. But it all depends on my regular schedule, she cut in. I can't just make you wait for me. So I'll come and find you when I do have the time. So, don't be a stranger when I come and visit you, Sirlzid. Of course not. You can come see me anytime, he said enthusiastically, pointing down the path. If you want to get to the 2nd Regiment, just go that way and follow the path. He has no idea I just rejected him in a roundabout way, Leffy thought. Huh? Oh well, at least he won't come to see me every day. By the way, sir, she asked, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know how long Swana has wanted to become the Ardal? HM. Oh, Swana. HM. Since she was born, maybe, he guessed. Pardon? Oh, well, you see, we're not very close. We used to play together when we were kids, but once she turned 10, we lived apart. Then why would you say since she was born? That's because our parents told me so. Even before she could walk, they said Swana would become the Ardal. Since before she could walk, Leffy wondered. I wonder if she had any special divine energy as a baby. After all, some people show an amazing amount of divine energy before they even become acolytes and end up joining the temple. People have even asked whether I'm an acolyte. But what did Swana mean when she told me not to overstep and meddle? By the way, Lizzie said, I heard something interesting today. Is it about Swana? Leffy thought. What is it? She asked. The other knights said that they saw a ghost in the back gardens last night. It looked like a person on fire walking around. And one of the knights apparently burned his arm. Huh, Leffy gasped in disbelief. A fiery ghost? He stammered. Pardon? Pardon? She asked. Why would that appear there? Leffy thought. She asked quickly, how many knights saw it? 5 or 6, Lizzie replied. There weren't many witnesses, but they were knights, Leffy reasoned. Many of the Imperial Knights are nobles, so this rumor might spread quickly. Thank you for telling me, she said hurriedly. Something urgent came up, so I must get going. Pardon? Oh, all right, Lizzie answered. Leffy dashed back to Priscillian's office. Your Majesty, she called. You spent an awful lot of time with him, Priscillian mumbled. I just heard that that thing appeared in the back gardens of the 2nd Imperial Knight Regiment, she exclaimed. That thing, he asked. Yes, that ball of fire. Priscillian froze. Where did you get that information? He demanded. From Sirlzid, she explained. He's the captain of the 2nd Regiment. It seems to have appeared at dawn and about 6 knights witnessed it. Apparently, one of the knights tried to catch it and burned his sleeve. Are we going to go hunt it tonight? Hunt it? Priscillian repeated. Didn't you get rid of it last time? I don't know. It just disappeared, she admitted. I suppose I should look into it. Oh, is that why you went to see Marquis Chatties for dinner yesterday? Oh, right, Leffy thought. I told Priscillian that I needed to go because of a premonition I had. This is perfect. Everything I do is for your sake, your majesty, she said. In that case, Priscillian asked, did you accept that brooch for my sake too? I forgot to take it off because I hurried to get up here, Leffy thought. Removing it, she said, this could be considered a bribe, so I'll send it back. If you want jewelry, you can use the money I give you and keep up appearances that way, Priscillian said. Buying jewelry yourself is different from receiving it as a gift, Leffy replied. Not that this was a well-intended gift or anything. Would you consider it a gift if I were to buy you some then? He asked. Pardon? That feels a bit like extortion. I can't make a 4-year-old buy me gems. Then what on earth would you consider a gift? He shouted. I mean, I guess buying someone what they asked you to could be considered a gift. But for me, when it comes to gifts, it's usually more about the time and energy spent preparing something, like the meaning behind the gift. You know, just like how you were happy when Lady Crow gave you those cufflinks as a gift. Priscillian paused. When are you ever going to use them, by the way? She asked. You always keep them in your drawer. After I have achieved everything, he answered. We agreed to use each other's gifts once we achieve what we set out to do. Sorrel said she would wear the bracelet I gave her then, too. Why is it that you make a face like that whenever I mention Sorrel? He pressed. What face? I don't know what you're talking about, Leffy said defensively. Your expression makes me want to kick you out, he muttered. I am simply looking forward to the day you and Lady Sorrel will be able to use each other's gifts, she insisted. But why does that matter to you? He asked. It's nice to have something you treasure, she said softly. They say it's good for your mental health to have something or someone to treasure. And if you are able to look forward to a certain day in the future, it gives you a lot of strength to carry on, don't you think? His fist clenched. Something like that can be made a weakness. I suppose so, she admitted. That's what he began. But that doesn't mean you should keep refusing to treasure whatever it is, she said firmly. Besides, it's not like you start treasuring something because you decided to. They say you realize things like that later on, and by that time, it's too late. You can't just throw it away. If it gives you strength, you should hold on to it tightly. And how do you know if you treasure something? He asked quietly. Well, I guess that depends on the person, Leffy answered. But the easiest way to tell is whether you want to protect it or cherish it. Priscillian stared at her, stunned. Was I speaking out of turn? Forget what I said. I was just rambling, she said quickly. Seated in a daze, he picked up a document. He's holding that document upside down. Should I tell him? Leffy wondered. Later, standing in front of the 2nd Regiment building, Leffy said with admiration, it's much better than the other building. The Night Regiment buildings are well taken care of, Millard replied. Leffy thought, we're out again to take care of the fires, but that's 100% Perry's job. So, we're just here for support. With a grin, she added aloud, sneaking around to get rid of a fire ghost makes me feel like we're on a secret mission. That's no ghost, Priscillian muttered. How else would you explain it then? It's a ghost that likes you, your majesty, she teased. Nonsense, he dismissed. I shouldn't be able to sense divine energy from a ghost. Huh? Divine energy? She echoed in surprise. That's right, he explained. I thought about it during my research, and I believe that's what I felt back then. I thought someone was playing a trick using mana, but it was closer to divine energy. Does that mean that ball of fire has something to do with Simeon? It flew toward the sacred tree, too, Leffy asked, concerned. She thought, if that's the case, the temple will probably get involved. It's too early to ask the temple about it. Priscillian sighed. I'll take a closer look this time. There, look, Millard pointed suddenly. Nothing around it is catching on fire, Leffy observed. Come to think of it, it didn't set anything on fire last time either, Millard noted. Leffy thought, but when Millard reached out to it, he was burned. Maybe it only hurts people who try to touch it. They said a knight got burned too. Come here, Priscillian, he commanded the fiery figure. The fiery figure looked toward him, then suddenly started running. What the? Catch it, Priscillian shouted, but recalling Millard's burned hand, he dashed after it himself. "Your Majesty," Leffy cried. Both she and Millard rushed after him. Leffy thought, "Be careful. Why are we suddenly playing tag?" Then realization struck. Hold on. That fire, it's teasing Priscillian. It's always just out of reach. What are you? Priscillian roared, hurling a stone at the fire. The fire figure suddenly vanished. Why did it disappear? He asked sharply. Oh, Leffy recalled. According to the servants, it disappears close to morning and appears again the next night. So maybe it was time for it to go. That little, Priscillian scowled. We should try again tomorrow, she suggested nervously. Your Highness, what brings you all the way out here? Lizard stammered as he appeared. Priscillian glanced at Leffy. She understood and thought, look at him, using me when he's too lazy to explain with a polite smile. She explained, His Highness actually walks around the palace like this a lot. He likes checking on things in person. Oh, could it be because of that incident I told you about? Lizard asked, bowing. There aren't very many people here at the moment, so I wasn't able to welcome you properly. Don't worry, Leffy reassured him. He didn't announce his visit because he didn't want to cause a commotion. His Highness is always grateful for the work you do. Please smile, she whispered quickly to Priscillian. You're treating me like a doll, he muttered with a smirk. Seeing him smile, Lizard exclaimed tearfully, Your Highness. Leffy thought, Lizard will probably be the first to join Perry's side. We'll be going now, she said warmly. Please let us know right away if anything like that happens again. There won't be any issues now that His Highness came here himself. Lizard sobbed. Huh? What's that? A knight shouted suddenly. They turned and saw a tree on fire. Leffy gasped and thought, an issue immediately just happened. The fire that swept over the 2nd Imperial Knight Regiment went out about 30 minutes later. The knights splashed water on it and even used magic artifacts to no avail. At last, the fire died down on its own. The news of this commotion quickly spread throughout the capital and caused a stir. People whispered among themselves. They say water didn't work, and neither did magic, but the tree was completely unharmed. Could it have been Simeon's fire? In his office, Priscillian's head throbbed. This means acolytes are going to come to the palace to investigate, he muttered. What if they're able to find out what it is? Leffy asked anxiously. They lack any sort of abilities to do so, he growled. I see, she murmured. There wasn't a single mention of a ball of fire appearing in the palace, in any of the court or temple records, he continued. That means there's no way to fix this either. It could be something about the tree. What if they look into that? Leffy suggested carefully. That's even worse, he snapped. The acolytes would come into the palace with the excuse of taking care of the sacred tree. It could last for just a month, but it could easily become years. Wow, she breathed. Leffy thought, Prince Perry's position isn't politically stable yet. My status as the prince's guardian may be steadily improving, but I'm just a fortune teller from the streets, a commoner unsanctioned by the temple. If the acolytes of Simeon come into the palace, they would take over as the prince's guardians, which means that they'll easily gain more power and influence. We've already had our hands full with the nobles and the mage tower, and now the temple is getting involved, too. We must get going now, Your Majesty, she urged softly. It's obvious what they'll talk about. I don't want to go, Priscillian grumbled. What Priscillian dreaded now was the assembly held every few days where all the high-ranking nobles gathered to discuss imperial matters. Leffy thought, but you have to go. You're the head of the assembly. As they approached the assembly room, Elaine rushed over and said, Your Highness, you've received a message from the temple. What? Priscillian asked sharply. He saw the letter, which read, We ask that our acolytes are allowed in the palace, since the fire may reappear at any time. They just announced this official statement, Elaine explained. If you allow it, they said they'll send acolytes right away. I guess this is why the meeting room is so noisy, Priscillian sighed, handing the letter back. I'll reply once the assembly is over. Yes, Your Highness, Elaine said respectfully. They entered the assembly room. As Priscillian moved toward his seat, the nobles bowed. Leffy followed beside him, glancing nervously at a noble. Seeing his stare, she flinched and thought, huh? What's that look for? Priscillian sat down. Immediately, noble voices rose in protest. Your Highness, our people are trembling in fear at the rumor of a strange fire appearing in the palace. There is a long line of people gathering at the temple to pray. What do you intend to do about this situation? Leffy thought while standing beside him, wow. They started yelling as soon as he sat down. I am looking into it, Priscillian declared. You did not even contact the temple first. Arch Duchess Von Dade smirked. You did nothing until the High Priest issued a request. What exactly are you looking into? I also heard another fire appeared the night before this recent incident at the 2nd Regiment. Why did you not mention this to any of us when you knew about it? That's because I only heard about the fire from the Knight Captain that afternoon and reported it then, Leffy explained quickly. At first, the Knights considered it a harmless phenomenon, but His Highness insisted on checking up on it. I was not asking you, the Arch Duchess cut her off coldly. Leffy flinched. The nobles erupted in anger. How dare you act so rudely toward her grace? She may be His Highness's guardian, but this is unacceptable. She is hiding behind His Highness and acting out of turn. You're just a commoner. The Archduchess slammed her hand on the table, and all the nobles quickly fell silent. She said firmly, So your Highness, what do you intend to do? Please ask for my assistance if you need it. Marquis Chatties spoke up. Exactly, your Highness. Her grace is related to you and part of the sacred Etchet imperial family. My youngest daughter prays at the Temple of Simeon, and since I watch over her, I can assure you that I'm also well-versed in theology. And Priscillian asked. The Marquis continued, The palace is a sacred place watched over by Simeon. But the fact that fire has appeared here, it must be some sort of message from Simeon. There could be an issue with the sanctity of the imperial palace. So, it may be wise to let the Archduchess into the palace, since she's also a member of the imperial family. Lei thought to herself, he's acting completely differently from when we had dinner. He really is a staunch supporter of the Archduchess. Her grace is also an elder of the Magic Tower, the Marquis added. So she will certainly be able to help if you allow it. I will call for a few grand mages to come to the palace right away, Your Highness, the Archduchess offered. The nobles began murmuring excitedly. Grand mages, how wonderful, one said. Only the Archduchess could make you such an offer, Your Highness, another agreed. Lei thought uneasily. Even the prince would struggle to bring in grand mages. Thank you for the offer, Priscillian said. But I will have to think about it. The Archduchess smirked and asked, Do you have another solution then? The nobles pressed in. Your Highness, merely thinking it over won't solve this issue, one insisted. That's right, another cried. Not only will public sentiment be shaken, this may also hurt the Empire's reputation if foreign nations hear about it. There are even rumors about Simeon punishing the palace by sending fire, a third exclaimed. What? Priscillian said sharply. Don't tell me, Lei thought in alarm. This is just like what Elaine told me about how they tried to make Priscillian into a tyrant. Are they trying to make Prince Perry look bad too? Pointing directly at her, a noble accused, no wonder Simeon is angered. Someone who hasn't even been recognized by the temple is acting like a prophet. Me, Lei thought, realization striking. That's why they were glaring at me when I came in and yelling at me for answering the Archduchess's question. They're trying to make me look bad. We must get rid of this wicked person, another noble declared. They're trying to kick me out and bring the Archduchess into the palace to make her the prince's guardian. Lei realized they intend to isolate Prince Perry. Pressing a hand to his face in frustration, Priscillian said, I will bring in acolytes of Simeon, but Your Highness, that's not enough to resolve. The High Priest himself made an official offer to send acolytes. Priscillian interrupted coldly, and yet you have already decided they are not the answer. Do you not realize that you are insulting our faith? I apologize, the noble stammered. I am ending today's assembly here, Priscillian announced. Yes, Your Highness, the nobles replied as they filed out. You did well, Lei said softly once they were gone. With a headache pressing at his temples, Priscillian reassured her, Don't worry about what those nobles were saying. have you had any premonitions about how to get rid of this fire? Acting as though she concentrated, Lei muttered, I don't see a thing. Aren't you worried? He asked. She answered honestly, well, I was worried about what would happen to you if I got kicked out. Why would you get kicked out? He shouted suddenly. Lei jolted, thinking in shock. Did he just get mad at me? Without another word, Priscillian stormed out of the room. What? What just happened? Lei thought, stunned. He must really hate the idea of the Arch Duchess becoming his guardian. Maybe I should get baptized at the temple and become a follower so that this doesn't happen again. Waiting outside, the Arch Duchess called, Lei, I want to talk to you. I thought she left, Lei thought nervously. His Highness is waiting for me, she said, sweating. So, I must get going. You say you are worried for him, the Arch Duchess said coolly. Yet you refuse to do something that would help him. Pardon? Lei asked in confusion. Stepping closer, the Archduchess said, if His Majesty were in the palace, it would help Prince Perry, but you've made no attempt to find His Majesty. I wonder why. I am incredibly worried that His Majesty may be in a state in which he is unable to help, Lei thought quickly. The Archduchess is asking about the Emperor's state of being, not his whereabouts. In other words, she knows about the curse, but she doesn't seem to know what it did. I can't react. You were the last person to see His Majesty, the Archduchess pressed. Since he supposedly left on a journey as soon as he heard about the death of his former lover, you must have been the last to see him. That's right, Lei admitted nervously. Did His Majesty look strange in any way? The Archduchess asked. I don't know, Lei stammered. That was the first and last time I ever saw His Majesty, so I had no point of comparison. I was already anxious enough about moving into the palace all of a sudden. I don't know why everyone thinks I know where His Majesty is. I even got kidnapped by some thugs the other day for it. What? Tell me more, the Archduchess demanded. Looking up at her, Lei explained, it was just a few hired mercenaries. They asked me about His Majesty's whereabouts. And when the knights went to investigate who had hired them, they were all unconscious. I see. The Archduchess smirked. Yes, I suppose they would have fainted. That reaction. It's not like she was caught in a lie or anything, Lei thought uneasily. It's more like she's laughing at them. If you really are the prince's guardian, the Archduchess advised, I have some advice for you. Even if you see something, only talk about what you can handle. That afternoon, the acolytes of Simeon arrived at the palace. One of them said in awe, so, this is the tree that was on fire. It really is amazing to see that there are no burn marks whatsoever. The fire usually comes out between midnight and 1 a.m., Lei thought. But there's no sign of it tonight. I suppose it's not coming out today, Priscillian said. It's late, so you should. A servant came running in, shouting, Your Highness, that's the head butler of the main palace. Lei realized, don't tell me. The butler cried out, the main palace is on fire. When they reached the site, the entire building was engulfed in flames. What is? Millard gasped. Oh, great Simeon. An acolyte prayed, dropping to his knees. That fire is out of control, Lei thought, horrified. Just then, a maid came dashing toward her, her face pale. Miss Leffy, she cried. The maid wept. Sophia? I can't find Sophia, Lei exclaimed. Her mind raced back to earlier. Sophia had said cheerfully, You said you'd be going out on patrol tonight, right? I'll prepare a snack for you when you return. Things are a bit chaotic right now, so I hope the sugar helps. And Lei had replied with a grin, Yue. Thank you. Now the maid sobbed. I think she's still in the kitchen. What do we do? The kitchen is at the far end of the first floor, Lei realized without hesitation. She dashed forward, thinking, I have to save her. Leffy, Priscillian shouted, grabbing her hand. Are you insane? Can't you see the place is on fire? Sophia is still in the kitchen. Lei cried desperately, then you should tell me instead of running off. Why are you so reckless? He snapped. But Lei started. Suddenly, a violent blast of fire tore through the building, the flames rushing toward them. Lei, Priscillian shouted in alarm. Without thinking, she threw herself over him, shielding him with her own body. "No," he screamed. Suddenly, murmurs rose among the crowd. How could this be? The fire, it's fading. Seeing it, Priscillian muttered in disbelief, "What?" An acolyte stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, there has been a prophecy. The sacred child emerging from the flames will show you the way." The people began cheering loudly. "Long live His Highness! May Simeon's blessing be with you! May Eckhart prosper!" Lay saw Sophia coming out of the palace with a knight and felt relieved. "She's safe." Priscillian looked down at his hands and asked quietly, "How did the fire?" Lay called softly, "Your Highness." He turned his gaze to her. She asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "I." He began faintly, but then smiled gently. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Now you've truly become a sacred child," she said. And so the incident of the palace fire came to a shocking close. The fire faded as soon as the prince arrived, even though no one had been able to put it out before. The prophecies, which had become less frequent after Echet 18 ascended the throne, suddenly reoccurred in all the temples across the continent simultaneously. The sacred child emerging from the flames will show you the way. The citizens rejoiced, reassured that God was watching over the empire and fulfilling their wishes despite the absence of an Ardal. And since the sacred child seemed to refer to Prince Perry, it was only natural that everyone started worshipping him. Looking at a newspaper, Priscillian grumbled, "I can't tell whether this is good or bad for me." "You could take this opportunity to really consolidate your position and become the next emperor," Lay suggested brightly. Priscillian glared at her and warned, "You had better not be serious." "I apologize," Lay said quickly. But inside, she thought, "We just lied about him being the prince in order to keep his curse a secret, but his position is becoming a little too significant." A servant knocked and announced, "Your Highness, the vestments sent by the high priest himself have arrived." "Wow, that was fast," Lay said in surprise. Everyone at the temple had been so deeply moved by the first prophecy in years that they suggested holding an event, a parade of the sacred prince throughout the capital. Apparently, the temple practically begged him to agree, saying that they would take care of everything. "Inform him that it arrived safely," Priscillian ordered. "Yes, Your Highness," the acolyte said and left. "Your Highness, these vestments," Lay began. But Priscillian, uninterested, turned away. "Huh? Where are you going? Are you not going to take a closer look?" Lay asked in confusion. Watching his face, Lay thought, his expression, does he have some bad memories related to these clothes? Later, while choosing jewelry for Priscillian's vestments, Sophia murmured thoughtfully, the temple and His Majesty didn't have a good relationship, so there was never a reason for them to send him any vestments. "I thought they kept up appearances in public, but I guess that wasn't the case." "Well, there was some conflict starting from the coronation," Sophia explained. "Oh, so just a little?" Lay asked curiously. "Actually, it was a lot," Sophia corrected. "Pardon?" Lay blinked. Sophia elaborated, usually, whenever a new emperor took the throne, the high priest would come and bless him in person. But for His Majesty's coronation, the high priest announced that he wouldn't participate. It was the temple's intention to criticize His Majesty, who was said to have killed his siblings and even his own father. But His Majesty's reply was, "I never sent an invitation to the temple in the first place, and things have been bad between them since then." "Oh," Lay whispered. The temple and the emperor had always respected each other, but technically, the emperor had much more authority. Those serving God couldn't possibly be above the imperial family, who were said to be blessed by God. As the prophecies slowly disappeared, the temple began to lose its authority. By the second year of Priscillian's reign, a new high priest was appointed, and the temple started to bow down to the emperor, asking to be included in palace ceremonies and other matters. They failed to gain the upper hand. Serves them right, Lay thought. But actually, I think the conflict between them began when His Majesty went to the temple to be baptized when he was 19, Sophia added. Did something happen that day? Lay asked. Sophia explained, when you go to the temple to be officially baptized, you're expected to wear white as a sign of respect. It was all right for Prince Perry to wear blue the other day since his baptism happened in private. The only other color allowed is red. His Majesty did wear red, but he was mostly dressed in black. One of the priests fainted when he saw. Besides, when the temple invited him, they said they would pardon his sins with a blessing. So, Lei gasped and thought bitterly, they should be thankful he didn't dye his white clothes red with their blood. I guess it makes sense to call him a sacred child now, considering everything they did before is just insulting. No wonder his face was so sour. Anyway, Sophia continued, I know those vestments are meaningful, but I'm a bit disappointed that he has to wear them to his first parade. There are much fancier outfits he could wear. I really wanted to put those cat ears on him this time. You brought those? Lei asked, startled. I always keep them on hand, Sophia said confidently. Lei looked at them and murmured, HM. I guess he should wear the vestments, right? Yes, since the high priest sent them himself, Sophia replied. Lei stared at the vestments, thinking for a while. Then she said, so all he has to do is have them on, right? HM. I suppose so. As long as he's wearing them somehow, Sophia admitted with a grin. Lei exclaimed, please help me find something. A few hours before the parade, she brought out a red cloak. What's that? Priscillian asked. I told you. I don't intend to look cute. That's not it, Lei said, slipping it onto his shoulders. I brought this cloak for you to wear over your vestments. But why? It's too big, he complained. Because it felt like you don't like the vestments, she explained. What? He asked, frowning. You have to wear them since the high priest sent them himself, right? All you have to do is show that you're wearing them and then put on this cloak to keep warm. It'll make the temple look bad if the prince catches a cold from the parade. So when you meet the high priest, don't forget to cough. I'll hand you this cloak right away. Why are you going so far from me? He asked quietly. Because your mood is my priority, she replied warmly. Besides, you have to wear the vestments again in a few days for the sacred day, right? So, for today, you should do whatever you want. You're so. Priscillian muttered, then frowned. Why does everything you say sound so treacherous? I thought he'd be touched, Lei thought in frustration. What? Now, I understand why they say to watch out for people like you, he mumbled. Then he added, when I cough later, make sure to hand me this cloak right away. Surprised, Lei lit up and said happily, of course. Later, after returning from the parade, Brazilian flopped onto his bed and said, my mouth feels like it's cramping. Leffy replied, still, everyone's loyalty for you must have been reinforced by today's parade. Everyone was calling you an angel. Yeah, right, Priscillian muttered. The prince's parade around the capital had taken longer than expected. As soon as word got out about the event, people came in from other regions, so the original short parade around the square was expanded to go all the way around the palace. It ended up lasting half a day. This cloak seems to have done its job well, Lei said with a smile. Red suits you so well. You were really eye-catching. I was staring at you the whole time, too. Brazilian twitched. Seeing him, Lei thought, is he being shy? He turned his head away and asked, you left at the end. Where did you go? After the parade, Lei had left, saying to Millard, I have some urgent business to tend to, so I'll be back. Please let His Highness know. Now she pulled out a doll and giggled. You see, I went off to buy a doll. Isn't it cute? Priscillian frowned and said, you really do see me as a baby, don't you? Yes, Lei answered promptly. He only pouted in silence. Seeing his expression, Lei said, to me, you're the cutest, most exciting child who always shows me new cute things. Wait, she thought, then added, actually, you're more like a baby angel that has come here to defeat all evil and shine a light. Get out, Priscillian shouted. Out in the hallway, Lei pouted, thinking, he kicked me out. I guess he didn't like that. But she recalled during the parade how she had seen Priscillian staring at something. Following his gaze, she had noticed a mother holding her child who had a doll in his hands. Oh, a child his age, Lei had thought back then. Seeing his longing eyes, she had assumed he wanted a doll and decided to get one for him. Maybe I should have gotten him a cat doll instead, Lay sighed inwardly. Later in his office, Priscillian pressed a hand to his face and muttered, "I must have gone insane for a brief moment." Priscillian had been acting oddly ever since Leffy gave him that rabbit doll. He kept muttering to himself whenever he looked at her. Priscillian glanced up at Lay, their eyes met, and he flinched. "What?" "I wasn't looking at you," he shouted. "Sure," Leffy said dryly. And he kept reacting like this whenever their eyes met. Whenever she said she also wouldn't go to a party he had declined, he would respond. "You should go if you want to," Priscillian said. "Why would I?" Lay replied. "You're my one and only, Your Majesty. I'll have to dance again if I go," she thought in dismay. "You watch your mouth," Priscillian shouted. "Huh? What did I say?" she asked, blinking innocently. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Shut up and get out." Lay left the room thinking, I got kicked out again. Maybe it's puberty. Isn't it a bit too early for a 4-year-old? As she wandered outside, she thought, I guess I'll have to look around the palace again today. She spotted someone and called Siren. "Oh, Miss Lay, how nice to meet you like this," Solon said. "I'm looking for the diplomatic office building, but couldn't find my way. Do you happen to know where it is?" "The diplomatic office should be at the front of the palace," Lay explained. "I see," Solon said awkwardly. Then he added, "The palace is so unfamiliar to me since I've only been here a few times. I guess the same goes for the whole empire." "Oh, right," Lay said. "You've just come back from living in the other kingdom." "Yes, I spent the last 20 years there," Solon confirmed. Since Solon is 30 now, the Ehart Empire must seem more like a foreign country to him, Lay thought. "I'll take you there," she offered. "Thank you," Solon said with a nod. As they walked, Leffy asked, "By the way, why are you headed to the diplomatic office?" "The business I am trying to start mostly involves trade with the other kingdom," he explained. "International trade must be tricky." "How impressive," Lay remarked. "I actually know quite a few people in the Ministry of Trade and so I'm pretty lucky," Solon admitted. "Even luck is a skill," Lay teased. "By the way, if you spent 20 years in Own, did you ever meet the Arch Duchess while you were there?" "Oh, yes," Solon answered. "I met her a few times when I first moved there. Back then, I would meet with her every couple of months. I don't quite remember the details, but I think the butler who went with me arranged it all." "It wasn't the Arch Duchess who invited you first?" Lay asked curiously. "That's right," Solon replied. "It might have been my father pressuring me to try and earn her goodwill." The Marquis hands trembled when I mentioned her at our dinner, Lay thought. So I assumed he was scared of her. But I guess he didn't mind sending his eldest son to meet her alone. Then again, during the assembly, he sat next to her and took her side without shaking at all. Does that mean he supports her despite being scared of her? "But I remember the Archduchess treating me quite warmly back then," Solon went on. "She would make cherry pie for me whenever I visited her." "Pardon? That Archduchess?" Lay asked in surprise. "It's hard to believe, right?" Solon chuckled. "I believe we were quite close back then, but when she moved back here, we lost contact. I wanted to greet her the other day, but she's gotten so much scarier. Both Castian and Solon are scared of her." "Does that mean Priscillian is insanely strong for going up against her?" Lay thought. "Oh, but she did send us a present for Swana's recent birthday," Solon added. "Lady Swana's birthday? I would have sent a card if I had known," Leffy said softly. "It's only natural that you didn't know," Solon assured her. "We never told anyone. Since she will be joining the temple soon, we didn't hold a party for her. She needs to maintain a calm and peaceful mind after all." "I see," Lay said quietly. "Still, it was her birthday. I wonder if that's really how she wanted it to be celebrated. Never mind. I shouldn't get involved," she thought. Then she asked what was her Grace's gift. "It was a small dagger for self-defense purposes," Solon explained. "Father said he didn't understand why she would need one since the temple is so safe. But Swana seemed to like it." "Oh," Lay murmured. "A dagger for self-defense." As they reached the building, Lay said, "Oh, here we are." Thank you, Miss Lei. I would like to repay this favor sometime, Solon said sincerely. Haha, there's no need for that. Wait, no, actually, you can repay me right now, Lei replied. Pardon? Solon asked. This is a family matter, so an outsider like me shouldn't get involved, Lei thought uneasily. And this might be meddling, which is what Swana told me not to do. But she asked cautiously, has Swana ever mentioned not wanting to become the Ardal? Solon paused, and Lei gulped nervously. With a calm smile, he said, of course not. She sincerely wishes to become the next Ardal. Really? Lei asked. Yes, Solon continued. Actually, I was a bit worried about her since she seemed to be very tired. So, I talked to her on her birthday. Swana, are your studies at the temple very difficult? If it's too hard for you, I could send you to Oin. It's all right, Solon. I must become the next Ardal. That's my only goal in life. That's what she told me with a bright smile. Oh, my question was too forward. I apologize, Lei said quickly. Not at all. Swana will be happy to hear that you are so interested in her, Solon reassured her. Actually, would you be able to keep it a secret that I asked? Lei requested. Of course, Solon said as he entered the building. I don't have much time to meet with her anyway. He went inside, leaving Lei standing in thought. Swana's words came back to her mind. Even if you knew, would you be able to change anything? I don't believe so. Lei squeezed her eyes shut and thought, I shouldn't get involved. Later, Elaine explained, given its 1,000-year history, the Empire of Ehart has many annual events, the anniversary of the Continental War's end, days to honor past emperors, and so on. Among all these events and anniversaries, the most meaningful and important would be Sacred Day and Founding Day. Sacred Day had been around the corner, and since Leffy had known nothing about it, she had asked Elaine to give her a quick lesson. You already know about the founding myth of the Empire, right? Elaine asked. Yes, ma'am, Leffy replied eagerly. Siker, the Dragon of Light, was best friends with the first emperor and became his guardian dragon. Then Simeon blessed the emperor and Ehart was founded. Elaine gave a small laugh and said, that's a strange summary, but yes, the day that Ehart the first met Siker is called Sacred Day. So, Founding Day is just a few days later. That's right? Leffy asked. That's right, Elaine explained. They say it took the first emperor 3 days to calm Siker and reason with him. So, Founding Day came after Sacred Day. That's when Simeon blessed him and the emperor declared the foundation of his empire, she added. People believe Sacred Day is hosted by the temple and Founding Day by the palace. But they actually prepare both events together, though it was somewhat different while His Majesty was here. Oh, makes sense, Leffy murmured inwardly. She thought Priscillian was on bad terms with the temple and the temple wasn't doing well. So she guessed the emperor was at the center of Sacred Day too. Just then, a servant entered and announced the temple sent more vestments. Leffy opened the suitcase and exclaimed, this time they sent a bracelet and necklace as well. As far as I know, Elaine said, examining them carefully, this is the first time the temple has put in so much effort. That includes during the late emperor's reign as well. This must be the prophecy's influence. My little Tyrant is pretty amazing, Leffy thought with a grin. These seem to be genuine holy relics, Elaine remarked gravely. Pardon? You mean they're not just for show? They're real, Leffy asked in shock. Yes, Elaine confirmed. These are over 500 years old. During the second of the 4 continental wars, the Empire was at great risk. Right when the enemy tried to chase after the Imperial army, which had fled to a holy place, fiery lightning was said to have blocked the enemy's way. And on that spot, they discovered 3 crystals imbued with the energy of fire. Those crystals were made into a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring, and became holy relics kept at the temple. Oh, Leffy gasped. Then she frowned and asked, but there's no ring. Does that mean it's still at the temple? No, Elaine said quietly. The ring was lost about 200 years ago. Oh no, Leffy whispered, thinking. The person in charge of the holy relics must have been in so much trouble. So he has to wear these holy relics and head to the holy place, right? She asked again. Shina, The Empire's holy place and the land where Siker is said to live, Elaine explained. It was the place Siker and the first Emperor met, and apparently where Simeon is closest to us. Sacred Day makes it sound very grandiose, but it's actually merely praying at the holy place for 10 hours. There are some festivities, but the actual event isn't very grand. All the temples in the Empire hold events for Sacred Day, and it's a time when every citizen thanks God and the Guardian Dragon. They say that once Sacred Day is over, fire energy decreases and the weather gets colder. So there's a custom of gifting each other scarves, gloves, or coats. That's such a sweet custom, Leffy giggled. Then she froze and exclaimed, "Hold on. A 10-hour-long prayer? There's a vast forest in the holy place." Elaine reassured her, so it's a good time for meditation. Is it that long? Because the first emperor allegedly talked to Siker for 10 days. Is this some new kind of torture? Leffy thought, trembling. Then she asked nervously, does that mean His Majesty prayed that entire time as well? Elaine mused, I believe His Majesty only stayed for about an hour and then he left. An hour, Leffy sobbed quietly, thinking. Please let His Majesty turn back into an adult just for that day. Finally, the morning of Sacred Day dawned. Inside the carriage, Leffy sat in a daze, looking completely worn out. The priest sitting across from her asked gently, are you all right? This time, Priscillian and Leffy rode in separate carriages. Earlier, Leffy had exclaimed cheerfully, these vestments look amazing on you as well, Your Highness, and with the weather so gloomy, you really stand out. Priscillian had paused and stared at her for a moment. Then he said curtly, you should ride in a different carriage. Pardon? Leffy had asked in surprise. Now in her carriage, she sighed inwardly. But why? Because I told him he looks good in his clothes. Mothers of the capital. My child seems to want independence. After some time, she gazed out the window and asked, do fewer people live around the holy place? More people make the pilgrimage here as opposed to living here. The priest explained, the environment is not very vibrant, and since this is where Siker is said to live, the earth has a strong fire energy. Oh, Leffy murmured. That must mean the soil here is barren, she thought. The closer we get to the holy place, the priest continued, the drier the soil is, and there's even a desert area, but right next to the holy place is a large river. It borders the forest, so most people live around there. A river next to a desert. How does that work? Leffy wondered, peering outside. Wow, she gasped aloud. It's true, she thought. It's just like a border. It looks like the water level has gone down a little. There are hints of wet mud over there, she observed. That's right, the priest confirmed. The river has slowly been drying up ever since Ahart 18 took the throne. Since Ahart 18? That was 100 years ago. How can it still be here? Leffy thought in disbelief. But it has been drying up more quickly in recent years, the priest added. He must mean ever since Priscillian took the throne. Leffy thought darkly. Everything that's been happening in the Empire points to him being an evil tyrant. It's as if someone planned it that way. The carriage stopped and the coachman announced, we have arrived. Leffy stepped out and upon seeing the forest whispered, wow. The high priest greeted warmly, may Ahart prosper and may Simeon's blessing reach the little son. Thank you for sending me such precious items, Brazilian replied. The high priest bowed his head slightly and said, I was simply showing the respect I owed to you, a sacred person. I will lead the way. As they walked, the high priest explained, there is a temple with a history of 1,000 years here, and this place is closest to Siker's breath. The guardian dragon lays slumbering deep within the forest. Priscillian muttered, clearly bored. Priscillian must have heard all this before since he's gone through 4 of these celebrations already, Leffy thought. Anyway, this place feels like a nice vacation destination. Suddenly, she heard a rustle behind her. Turning her head quickly, Leffy wondered, what was that? Someone dashed past, and as she whipped her head around, she thought in shock, is that a child? Are there children living in this forest? Leffy asked. Pardon, the priest replied. The high priest chuckled, saying, the only people here at the moment are us and the priests waiting at the temple. Shina is not accessible to just anyone. But I saw a child with red hair over there, Leffy began. Priscillian narrowed his eyes at her with doubt. I guess I was mistaken, Leffy mumbled. But there was, she thought uneasily. Why has he been so mean to me these days? When they reached the temple, the high priest explained, beyond this temple lies the territory of the divine familiar. Deep inside that forest is where the Arda lives. They said the forest gets more dangerous the farther you go in. But she lives in there, Leffy wondered. I guess she needs to stay as close to Siker as possible. We will share a simple meal first before we start the prayer, the high priest announced. So we do have to go through with the prayer, Leffy thought, sobbing inwardly. Our meal was prepared using fruit and vegetables gathered from this holy place, the high priest continued. That's right, Leffy thought, drooling. I didn't come here to pray for 10 hours, but to savor this food for 10 hours. They sat at the table and began eating. Turning to Priscillian, Leffy said, Your Highness, if you like the red fruit, should we ask for some of their recipes? I'll make sure it's served to you during meal times. Why? He asked flatly. Because it's good to eat what you like. They say eating your favorite food gives you energy, she explained brightly. It's fine. Don't bother, Priscillian replied coldly. All right, Leffy said softly, her eyes dimming. Did I do something wrong? She wondered sadly. After the meal, Leffy slipped outside. I snuck out because it looked like the talk between Priscillian and the Pope would go on forever, she thought. She came across a building and whispered to herself, This must be where the Arda lives. As she touched the door, her heart fluttered painfully. As soon as we got here, my heart has been feeling strange. It's a flutter as though I'm excited, but it also throbs in pain, she thought, resting her head against the door. For some reason, I feel like I've missed this place too. Suddenly, a rustle came from behind. She quickly turned, but there was nothing. Geez, she scolded herself, getting spooked by leaves. I should head back now. Hey, you, a voice called out. Leffy looked down and saw a red-haired child. Who are you and why are you here? He demanded. She stared at him in shock. The high priest's words echoed in her mind. The only people here at the moment are us and the priests waiting at the temple. A ghost? Leffy thought, chills running down her spine. No, that's impossible. But how did this kid get so far into the forest? I asked you who you are and why you're here, the child repeated firmly. I'd like to ask you the same thing, Leffy countered. Me, he struck a pose and declared, I'm the master of this land. He stood proudly. Leffy blinked in confusion. How dare you not kneel when I just told you I am the master of this land, the boy shouted. What the heck is he saying? Leffy thought, baffled. I said I rule this land, he stomped, his voice echoing. Settle down, will you? You'll hurt your feet, Leffy said nervously, bending slightly. The child grabbed her collar and forced her to her knees. Humph. You finally kneel down. Regular people are so rude. Oh, right, Leffy muttered. Is this kid really into acting or something? She thought, judging by how dirty he was. I don't think he's the master of anything. I'll play along for now. When you say you're the master of this land, are you speaking of Siker? My lord, she asked carefully. He beamed. I thought you were just a fool, but I guess you know something. I am the Great Protector. Why is the Great Protector in the form of such a small child? Leffy asked curiously. Because this is your favorite form. You must like children, he reasoned. Hold on, Leffy protested. Please watch what you say. I like children from the perspective of a guardian. All right, this must be the form you've been most concerned with lately, he added knowingly. There's only one little kid I've been concerned with lately, Leffy thought, her mind racing. I don't actually understand why I've become a child either, the boy admitted. Wait, don't tell me the Empire's guardian dragon has been cursed just like the Emperor, Leffy thought in alarm. Anyway, that's the only thing I don't know, he said smugly. I know everything else. Really? Leffy asked. I do, the boy declared. All right. If this child really is the all-knowing protector, Leffy thought. She leaned in eagerly. Do you have any idea how to resolve the problem that has befallen His Majesty the Emperor? He blinked. Or maybe even just a clue, she pressed. Siker began. Yes, Leffy asked, heart racing. He squinted, shielding his eyes with one hand while reaching forward with the other. I don't see a thing, he muttered. Wait, is this brat like me? Leffy wondered. Everything is so dark, Siker said, fumbling around. He's even fumbling around like I do. I wonder if I can sue him for plagiarism, Leffy thought grimly. Leffy, a voice suddenly called. She flinched. They were searching for her. Leffy. Miss Leffy, oh no, was I away too long? Leffy thought, panicked. Priscillian appeared, scanning the area with worry. When his eyes landed on her, he sighed. Leffy, the last priest who saw you said you headed this way, one priest explained. We were worried something might have happened to you. His Highness came running this way, so everyone followed. I'm sorry, Leffy said quickly. I just wanted to take a look around, but I must have been away too long. We're just glad that nothing happened to him, the priest paused, noticing Siker. Miss Leffy, who is this little boy next to you? He asked. I am the master of this land, Siker began. He seems to have lost. Leffy cut in quickly. I am the great protector. Siker tried again. Unfortunately, he's a little injured, Leffy said firmly. I came across him in the forest. He has wounds on his feet, and I need to find his guardian too. No one can enter this forest without the temple's permission, the priest said in confusion. I said this is my land, Siker shouted. The forest is so vast that he might have come in another way. Another priest suggested you fools, Siker yelled. I am the guardian you serve. How dare you call yourselves priests when you can't even recognize me? Take off those robes at once. Flustered, Leffy clamped a hand over his mouth. He's too young to know how rude he's being, she said nervously. This kid has a dangerous mouth, she thought, sweating. What is going on? The high priest demanded as he came. Well, a priest stammered. That child, the high priest exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. There we go, Siker cheered. Finally, someone recognizes me. Why is a child causing a commotion in such a holy place? The high priest snapped, get him out of here at once. What? Siker gasped. His Highness will be starting his prayer soon. The high priest barked, how dare you cause such a fuss in this sacred space? A priest grabbed Siker by the arm. Wait, Siker stammered. You're going to throw me out of here when you're about to pray to me? What is? He fell to the ground, flailing his arms and legs. This is ridiculous, he screamed. A tempered tantrum, Leffy thought in disbelief, pointing at Priscillian. Siker, he shouted, the necklace and bracelet he's wearing has a matching ring. And that ring is behind the temple under the second pillar from the right. Leffy thought, does he recognize the holy relics? How could he know where the ring might be? Siker smacked his chest, crying out, how could you wear something that has my energy in it and not recognize me? The high priest paused, then said to another priest, go and take a look. They dug at the indicated location and found the ring. One priest shouted, there it is. Another murmured in awe, the ring that was lost 200 years ago was here all along. Siker declared proudly, see? What did I tell you? One of the priests asked cautiously, if you really are Siker, may we ask why you have appeared to us in the form of a child? Siker replied bluntly, I also have no idea. Another priest pressed, then are you able to give us a prophecy through your insight? Siker shook his head. Not at the moment, the priest asked hesitantly. Are you able to use your fire powers? Siker answered flatly, no, not right now. The priest gave him a disappointed look. He sighed, muttering, this isn't the Siker the Ardo told us about. A languid transcendent being who sees eternity. A kind and dependable guardian dragon. Leffy thought, this kid really doesn't check off any of those boxes. A priest suggested, should we measure his divine energy? Another agreed, we could do that inside the temple. A priest instructed, please place your hand on the crystal ball so that both your fingers and palm are touching it. Siker placed his hand down. Like this? He asked. Red fire energy glowed inside the crystal ball, and within a moment it shattered. Both priests froze in disbelief. Leffy thought in shock. The crystal ball broke. Siker remarked calmly, "It must be really brittle if it shatters this easily." One priest whispered, "There has only been one other time that a crystal ball was destroyed. It happened when one of the previous popes by the name of Hammond, said to have been the strongest among them all, was measuring his divine energy." Another priest said in awe, "I have never seen such strong divine energy." The other added nervously, "Did you see it glow red? How could this be?" The first priest asked, trembling, "Then could the prophecy actually be?" Leffy thought. Everyone believed Prince Perry to be a divine child. But now that this kid appeared in a holy place filled with fire energy, and with this much divine energy too. One priest urged, "The shards could be dangerous, so would you please wait outside for a moment? We will clean this up." "All right," Leffy and Priscillian agreed, stepping out as the priests closed the door. Priscillian turned to her, "Did you really happen to run into this child in the woods?" "Yes," Leffy admitted softly. "I thought he was lost, but I told you I'm a guardian." Siker interrupted proudly. Priscillian pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are you perhaps able to solve my problem?" "Huh." Siker tilted his head. "You do have a strange energy coming from you." Priscillian leaned forward. "Does that mean you can help me?" Siker mimicked Leffy playfully, "HM. It's so dark. I can't see a thing." Priscillian clicked his tongue. "Of course you would find someone just like you," Leffy thought bitterly. "I'm the one being plagiarized." Inside the room, muffled voices of priests could be heard. "The capital's temple will take custody of the child." "What are you saying?" "Since he appeared here, we must be the ones to take care of him." Siker suddenly grasped Leffy's hand, his eyes sparkling. Leffy, can I stay with you?" "Pardon?" Leffy asked, startled. "I feel like things will get bothersome if I stay with those people." Siker said quickly, "Won't you take me with you? I have a feeling that my problem won't be solved unless I stay by your side." "Absolutely not," Priscillian said firmly. Leffy tried to reason, "As long as you avoid saying blasphemous things like you did earlier, the priests will take good care of you." "You dare to reject me?" Siker shouted at Priscillian. "That's right. I won't allow it," Priscillian snapped, grabbing Leffy's other arm. "Who do you think you are?" Siker yelled back, gripping tighter. "Excuse me," Leffy tried to break in. Siker threatened, "If you don't take me with you, I will tell all of those people the truth." "You can't even see anything because it's too dark," Priscillian argued. "Why am I?" Leffy muttered in dismay. Siker smirked. "Are you saying that it's fine for me to tell them you're actually the Emperor?" Priscillian instantly let go. Leffy fell to the ground with a plop. All three froze. "You should be good to me," Siker warned with a sly smile. Later, Priscillian told the priests, "I would like to take him back to the palace." The high priest blinked. "Pardon?" "With you, your highness." Priscillian replied with a strange scowl, "To be honest, I know this boy." Leffy thought, yikes. He can't control his expression. She jumped in quickly. "You know that his highness used to wander the world before he came to the palace, right?" "Pardon?" "Oh, yes, we do," the priest answered, "until he met his majesty and realized he was the prince." Leffy continued, "His highness wasn't able to live in any one place for long. He wasn't able to make many friends because of this. But the one friend he did have happens to be this boy." "Pardon?" "But they didn't recognize each other earlier. And neither did you, Miss Leffy," the priest pointed out. "A lot of time has passed," Leffy said awkwardly. "And this boy has changed quite a bit since we last saw him, so it took some time. He was such a studious boy who was interested in theology and especially holy relics. I don't know why he ended up like this." Siker suddenly took Priscillian's hand and said warmly, "It's been a while, Perry." "Wait, this wasn't part of the script," Leffy thought, panicked. Priscillian yanked his hand back. The priest stared confused. He quickly covered his eyes with his hand, trying to hide his expression. Leffy rushed forward. "Don't be so sad, your highness. You can be together now and make up for lost time." Please stop crying, a priest remarked. If he studied holy relics from a young age, I suppose he would know about Siker's protection. Another added, kids his age enjoy playing pretend, so he must have been impressed by Siker. Leffy seized the chance. And this child's name is Hammond. Pardon? How could that be? That is the name of the late pope, one priest exclaimed. Leffy explained, His Highness remembered after hearing you mention that name. Priscillian, trembling, said, So I would like to take him to the palace. Leffy thought, since the priests strongly believe in names having meaning, we decided to give the boy the name Hammond in order to make them believe he might be important. The high priest smiled, If this is what you wish, we will follow it, Your Highness. It could be Simeon's will for you to reunite with an old friend in Shekinah on Sacred Day. What a tearful reunion. It worked, Leffy thought smugly. Thank you, Priscillian said quietly. Later at the palace, Priscillian announced, For today, you can stay in one of the guest rooms. Tomorrow, I will have one of the other palaces prepared for you to stay in. Siker protested, No, I want to sleep together with Leffy. Huh, Priscillian blinked. Siker hugged her legs, nuzzling, Leffy, I can stay with you, right? Leffy grinned softly, look at you. Are you sleepy? Yep, Siker beamed. I'll sleep really well if you tuck me in. Let's go wash up together. Are you insane? Priscillian shouted. Leffy gasped, thinking, Well, I nearly went along with it and went to wash up with this kid. He really has a knack for getting people to do what he wants, huh? Priscillian, remove yourself, he ordered. Siker yanked on Leffy's hair and snapped, No. Millard lifted Siker off the ground, but he clung tightly to her hair, flailing his arms and legs. How dare you touch me? Unhand me, he shouted. Leffy thought, I was just thinking that Priscillian hasn't been pulling my hair much recently. Siker yelled, I'll tell everyone. Priscillian swiped his hand across his neck and said coldly, Just knock him out. Hit him in the neck. Leffy's eyes widened in horror. You're basically signaling to kill him, she thought. Millard raised his hand, preparing to strike. Siker flinched. Leffy, he screamed. Leffy dashed forward in a panic. I'll calm him down, Your Highness. Please allow him to sleep in my room. Later, as a maid brushed her hair, Leffy thought, I'd barely managed to get his permission. If Sir Millard had struck his neck, I bet he would have been knocked out for good. Siker came bouncing in. Leffy, she turned to him, Are you done washing up? Yep, he said brightly. Looking at him, Leffy thought they put him in the clothes Priscillian doesn't wear and brushed out his hair. The maid giggled, Oh my, how cute. Siker stretched and declared, We should go to bed now. Yes, Leffy said with a smile. In bed, Leffy pulled the blanket over him. He beamed. She thought, He seems to really like it when I'm in physical contact with him. Maybe my hand feels nice and warm. Master Siker, she asked softly. He hummed. If you want to stay in the palace, she said, you should stop making threats like the one you made earlier. What threats? He asked innocently. His Majesty's true condition is a huge secret, Leffy explained. He would hate it if anyone else found out, and the information might leak as well, so please be more careful. Siker grumbled, Besides, Leffy continued, repeating threats makes them less effective. So, making that particular threat should be your last resort. Here's a survival tip for you. Ooh, Siker exclaimed. And I know that you are our great protector, Leffy said gently. But people have a hard time accepting the reality of such an honorable guardian dragon. So, please, wherever you go, pretend to be Prince Perry's childhood friend. I know you are a guardian dragon worthy of worship, but please. Siker chuckled. If you insist, I suppose I shall indulge you since I am so generous. There's no need for such flattery. I'm glad flattery works on him, Leffy thought with relief. Thank you, she said. How long do you intend to stay in the palace? Siker yawned. I don't know. There's a lot you don't know, huh? Leffy teased, then thought quickly. Oops. He gave her a glare. But you helped us find the lost holy relic, she said brightly. No wonder they call you Siker the Great. He muttered, flicking his finger and gesturing for her to lean closer. She bent toward him. "I'm actually the one who buried it there," he whispered. "If any of the priests were good at sensing divine energy, they would have found it long ago. But the priests these days have no talent." Leffy gasped in shock. So the culprit was the guardian dragon all along. That poor man who was in charge of the holy relics. Later in Priscillian's office, Leffy asked, "Are those more letters from the temple?" "It's another request asking us to hand that thing over to the temple," Priscillian said. Priscillian doesn't even consider him a person, Leffy thought. "I asked him to keep quiet about your majesty's curse," she said. "So, wouldn't it be fine to send him to the temple if you don't want him here?" Priscillian replied, "Do you really think he'll keep his word? It's not like we can have someone spy on him at all times once he's at the temple." "I guess that's true," Leffy admitted. "I really don't like it," Priscillian continued. "But seeing how the temple is acting, it would be better to keep that thing here. They might start parading it around, saying that it's the sacred child." That's true, Leffy thought. Even if they don't do so right away, as soon as the temple has a reason to be at odds with Prince Perry, they might claim that Siker is the real sacred child. Siker came in yawning. "Leffy, you're up." "Hold me," he whined. She picked him up. Priscillian sighed. "How much longer do you intend to stay here?" "I have my reasons for staying here, brat." Siker retorted, yelling, "How dare you try and push me out of here when you should be praising me? You know, my being here benefits you. I've lived over 1,000 years longer than you. You should just agree with whatever I say. In the past, whenever I showed myself, everyone was busy kneeling and bowing down to me. They didn't even dare to look me in the eye. Kids these days." Oh my gosh. This dragon is a boomer, Leffy thought. "What?" Priscillian muttered. "Leffy, I'm hungry," Siker whined, cutting him off. Leffy thought, seeing Priscillian flare with rage. She quickly said, we should get you changed first. If you go back to the room, the maids will help you get dressed. I'll be back soon then." Siker said as he headed off, "We can eat together." "If that really is the dragon," Priscillian murmured, "I think I know why he's only ever stayed at the holy place. They must have kept him there to minimize the chaos. The Ardles must have had their hands full." "I guess the river around the holy place was keeping the dragon at bay," Leffy thought. Siker asked for a full table of refills 3 times before he finally said he was full. You'd believe that he was a dragon just based on how much he ate. "It's been so long since I've had human food," he sighed contentedly. "Oh my, you got food all over your face," Leffy said quickly, wiping him clean. Later, Siker strolled happily. Taking a walk after eating is the best. "There's something I needed to look for, so this is perfect." "Do you think he's looking for the cursed item?" "I doubt he even knows about it," Priscillian murmured. "Ooh, this wasn't here before." "And this is new too," Siker said, bouncing around. "I believe you're right," Leffy said. "Huh," Priscillian sighed. "Oh, this hasn't changed at all," Siker exclaimed. "It's the same as before. This lakefront is where the members of the imperial family used to come for picnics, and it's where they used to invite nobles for boat rides, too," Leffy thought. But no one's been invited here since Priscillian became emperor. Siker rushed forward and jumped into a boat. "All right, let's go," he shouted. Leffy thought in surprise. They were getting on a boat. "Row the boat, Miller," Priscillian said firmly. "You're going to join him, Your Highness?" Leffy asked curiously. "There may be a reason he brought us here," Priscillian replied. "Come to think of it, neither Sir Miller nor I have searched this lake," Leffy considered. "They may have searched the perimeter, but not the actual lake itself. Maybe Siker sensed something." "Come on, let's go," Siker called cheerfully. After some time, while they were riding in the boat, Siker pointed ahead. "Look over there, Leffy. The sunlight is glittering on the water." "You're right. It really is pretty out here," Leffy said softly. It felt like they were being embraced by the sunset, she thought with a gentle sigh. "Don't you think it's beautiful?" Siker asked with a smile. Priscillian and Leffy looked at him in silence. His eyes were so mesmerizing, Leffy thought, almost entranced, flopping down in the boat. "Now, since we're done here, we should head back," Siker announced. The others paused, confused. "What are you doing?" "I said let's go back." We walked around all day, so I'm getting hungry, Siker insisted. Pardon? Leffy asked. But why did we get on this boat? Priscillian pressed. I figured we would get to the center of the lake just in time for the sunset. And we did, didn't we? You have nothing to lose from listening to your elders, Siker explained proudly. There he is again. Boomer, Siker, Leffy thought with exasperation. What? Priscillian muttered. Then he shouted, I thought you sensed the cursed item. This view isn't worth coming out here on a boat. How will you live if you're tied down by thoughts like that? Siker yelled back. It's always the brats like you who complain about being too stressed out and tired. That's because you're stressing me out right now, Priscillian argued. How dare you say that to me? Siker bickered angrily. It's true, Priscillian shot back. Oh dear, Leffy murmured nervously. So, what if you're the great protector? Priscillian shouted. There's nothing you can do right now. No, that's not true, Siker flinched, then shouted again. If I get in the water, it'll part for me. If I really wanted to, I could walk on water, too. Wait, that sounds like he's plagiarizing from another religion, Leffy thought, frowning. He might actually get reported at this rate. No one would ever believe you. You're lying again, Priscillian scoffed. Excuse me, Siker barked, rushing toward the end of the boat. Take a good look. No, Leffy reached out her hand in panic. She froze. He had jumped from the boat. Is he? She thought anxiously, but he plunged into the water. It did not part for him, nor could he walk upon it. Help! Save me! Siker shouted, flailing his arms. Oh, I guess I was seeing things, Leffy thought blankly. After being fished out, Siker, still in shock, muttered, This can't be. Something's wrong. Plenty of things have gone wrong, Priscillian remarked dryly. There's no way I've become this powerless. Siker quivered, sneezing. Achoo. This is impossible. Get up already, Priscillian ordered. Look at how late it's gotten because of you. Just then, Leffy heard a rustle. She turned and saw the fiery figure standing there. Your Highness, she gasped. Don't be nervous, Priscillian said quickly. Get behind me. Huh? Achoo. Why is this here? Siker looked up in confusion. He extended his hand. Come here. The blazing figure turned into a stream of fire and was absorbed into his hand. Millard and Leffy exchanged stunned glances. The fire, Leffy exclaimed. You, Priscillian demanded. Do you know what that fire creature is? Huh? This is... Siker hesitated as he looked at Priscillian's face. A chill ran through him. Well, it's mine, he admitted. What? Priscillian said sharply. My power, Siker answered, sweating nervously. Achoo. It's part of the power I couldn't control. Did it cause trouble? Why are you so angry? You need to learn how to let things go if you want to live longer, you know. Why is your power here at the palace? Priscillian pressed. Huh? At the palace, Siker tilted his head in confusion. Balls of fire have been appearing around the palace the past month, and they've been causing a lot of chaos, Leffy explained. If they really are part of your power, Master Siker, how did they get to the palace? That Achoy makes no sense, Siker exclaimed. They appeared a few times where I live in Shina. They were so deep in the forest that the priests never noticed. But why would they go to the palace? The connection couldn't have gotten that close. The connection? Priscillian echoed. Yes, Siker confirmed. Shina is connected to the palace. Didn't you know? Elaine's words came to Leffy's mind. Legend says that the tree was a gift from Simeon and that it connects to Shina as well. Come to think of it, Elaine did tell me about that, Leffy thought. Then it makes perfect sense that the fire flew toward the sacred tree. It's been a while since I last awoke, so I wasn't able to control my power very well, Siker admitted. But I've been absorbing them regularly, and there should be a barrier between Shina and the palace. Could it be that the river surrounding the holy place dried up because the barrier grew weak? Leffy wondered uneasily. There won't be any more incidents like this, so don't worry, Siker said quickly. There had better not be, Priscillian sighed. I'm leaving. Millard and Priscil started back toward the palace. Siker drooped his head. Leffy picked him up gently, holding him close. Did anyone get hurt because of my fire? Leffy asked quietly. Pardon? Oh, yes, a little, she replied softly. Siker sniffled. But His Majesty was able to put it out right away, Leffy reassured him. So no one was seriously injured. There were just a few burn wounds, and everyone was treated at the palace. So, that Brad put out the fire, Siker interrupted. Yes, Leffy confirmed. His Majesty was able to make it go away. That's why his reputation as the prince has really improved so much. That makes no sense, Siker muttered. But his Majesty is of the imperial bloodline. So he is blessed by God, right? Leffy said carefully. Isn't that how he did it? He may have been unharmed by the fire, but he's not the Ardal. How did he do it? Siker argued. Pardon? Leffy asked, startled. If it's just getting rid of it, then it would make more sense if Siker paused, staring at Leffy's face as if thinking of something. Huh? Why is he looking at me like that? Leffy wondered nervously. What is it? She asked hesitantly. Siker only smiled. Then with a yawn he muttered, Ugh, my head hurts. I'm cold and hungry and sleepy, Leffy. Oh dear, you might get sick. We should hurry back, she said worriedly. All right, he replied weakly. As they started moving, Leffy thought, how silly of me. What was I even thinking?
Thank you so much for watching. I hope this romantic journey made your heart flutter just like mine. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss another love-filled episode. And don't forget to leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I love reading what you think about the story. Your support means the world. See you in the next romantic adventure.